distance as well. And again, we keep hearing from law enforcement up and down in all municipalities and all counties, it's going to get to a certain point where it's going to be too dangerous for officers to be out in the street, out patrolling the street. And if you stayed in one of those mandatory evacuation zones, if you feel like, you know, going for a swim and being extra crazy for whatever reason, and you get into a jam and you call 911, no one's going to be able to help you.
So, at least not for a while.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Want to head up to Sunny Isles Beach. Sheldon Fox is there, where I know earlier we saw a little bit of damage to one of the hotels there along Collins. I'm not sure if you're by that or... Go ahead, Sheldon.
Because, well, the conditions have gone straight down. It is awful out here in Sunny Isles on the beach. The rain's coming down in a sideways motion, in a few different ways to the side. The waves... They don't look great right now, but they were much worse 2-3 minutes ago. It was almost a little too over the top and overpowering wind-wise to even get out of the car. Right now, we're in what I think is a little bit of a lull here on the beach. We're at the Newport, right just off of the Newport Pier, which was just getting absolutely hammered a few minutes ago. This goes without saying. We've seen people here and there. Don't come out. You just saw some lightning there in the distance. Those waves, look at those waves there, crashing up against the pier of Newport. And you get some real high ones every now and again. And now I'm hearing the roar of thunder as well. This is this is as aggressive as it's gotten as far as the combination of the wind and the rain and the thunder and the lightning. Craig?
All right, Sheldon, thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was lightning or something with the camera, but if
no,
it is, in which case,
lightning.
We should let you step away for a bit, because we don't, you know, when we do these live shots, for those of you who've seen our equipment, we call them microwave vans, and we basically, the old school ones, stick a tower into the air to transmit the signal back, and when you stick that big tower, it's a big magnet,
lightning rod, basically,
for lightning.
Yeah.
So ordinarily, when, you know, in the Stone Ages when we were out there doing this, you would call in and you would lower that tower to be less of a target and not do the live shot. So when you see lightning, you know, just stop.
Now they're shooting it on an iPhone. It's just
right. The technology's passed us by.
You have no idea. We have no idea how they do it anymore.
Whatsoever, none.
It's not the dinosaur age anymore.
Where are we looking here?
This is another live picture of. We're not sure where that is. Where is that? Oh, that's Miami Beach. Okay, someone says it's Miami Beach, so it's a beach in any case, and it's we're seeing more of the same. A lot of rough surf and a lot of wind out there, but not a lot of people, and that's a good thing. That's what we want to see.
And over the course of the next several hours, the wind gusts that we've been seeing, or this is not the gusts, excuse me, the sustained winds are going to pick up. During the afternoon, they were negligible. I mean, they looked like they were a bit strong, but they were negligible relative to what we can expect to see in the overnight and early morning hours, when on a sustained basis in the metro areas, they're going to be, up to 73 miles per hour. Tropical storm force. Sustained. They're going to stay that way for several hours, with occasional wind gusts of up to 90 miles per hour, which is hurricane wind gust. And then, of course, the rain, which the range that we're getting from the folks at the Hurricane Center for the metro areas, and I separate them because the Keys, that's a whole nother story. But the metro areas, the rain 10 to 15 inches.
Which is a lot of rain. It's a lot of rain. It's,
for our area, yeah.
Especially, places that flood, Miami Beach, parts of Hollywood. It creates quite the problem for a lot of these cities that, ruins businesses and homes and everything else.
And we know from folks at South Florida Water Management, we know from Mayor Levine over on the beach, that different municipalities have taken steps to try to mitigate, to anticipate the onslaught of rain, and to try to whether lower canals or make adjustments so we can absorb what we're about to take. So we're just going to have to wait and see if those measures are indeed effective with all this water that's on the way.
Unlike a fast-moving afternoon thunderstorm, or we had the other day on the beach, it was so many inches in such a short period of time. No one had time to prepare, so a lot of business owners were flooded just like that. This time around, people prepared. There's a lot of sandbags out there. There's a lot of shutters. There was a lot of preparation. So hopefully a lot of those business owners that are in those areas that are always vulnerable took the steps they need to take to protect their property, their businesses, their homes.
Before the winds got to where they are now, a tribute to the hardworking folks at the fire departments throughout the area and other agencies. As this was happening, for those of you who can't see it, it's a large tree that came down. They didn't wait for the storm to clear. They got out there before the weather got nasty and did their best to cut it up and get it out of the way. And we've seen scenes like this in different parts of South Florida as different municipalities have tried to stay ahead of this sort of thing, because we know there's going to be a lot of it when it's over, but they took an opportunity to try to stay ahead of it and clear this up before the weather got inclement this afternoon.
Before hopefully some wind gust picks it up and it ends up on somebody's roof. Well, there have been wind gusts. There has been a lot of wet weather out there, and already in Miami-Dade and Broward, people have begun to lose power. 57,170 FP&L customers in Miami-Dade are without power at this hour, and in Broward County, it's 25,890 FP&L customers up in that neck of the woods. But they're doing everything they can to restore the power, and they will continue to work until it becomes unsafe for them to be able to do so. But again, if you've lost power, more than likely everyone in your block has lost power as well, and Florida Power and Light already knows about it, so you don't have to call them. They're aware. They are aware.
And in Florida Power and Light, they have, if you go to the website, for those for whom that's your utility, and that's most of us in this part of the state, it's pretty effective. You can enter your zip code, your address, or your phone number, and they'll tell you if you've got power or if not and whatnot. So yeah, they know. I mean, I think
meaning if you've left your home and you're staying somewhere else, you can still check.
I think it was after Wilma or Katrina, one of them, and I just would want to call every day to let them know I didn't know. They already knew.
They're aware.
So you don't need to call.
And you know, if you're on like an automatic bill pay or you're registered with them, when you lose power, they'll send you an email. You've lost power at this, and then power has been restored. Yeah. So that's a handy thing. But you know what? If you're somewhere else and you're safe, don't worry about the power in your house. It'll be back. It'll come back soon. You said we were going somewhere.
Brandon Byer, once again. Mr. Byer.
Fort Lauderdale.
All right, guys. Well, we're at our third location since we've started covering this storm today. Started out on the roof. Then after the tornadoes started rolling through, the winds were just a little too much up there. We kind of went to a mid-level, and now we're down on the ground floor, just trying to kind of get our bearings, how we're going to man this throughout the night and then into the morning hours and tomorrow as well. The winds haven't stopped now in 30 or maybe 40 minutes. Earlier on, we noticed that we'd get a massive heavy wind band like this, sometimes wet, like we're experiencing now, although the rain seems to have let up just a little bit. And other times it's literally just a driving sideways rain, like Walter was saying, actually hurts you, your skin as it hits you. So just one more reason, not that you needed one, but one more reason to stay home and in your comfortable house or in your shelter and with your loved ones. And you don't want any part of this, that's for sure. The conditions aren't improving right now. You can see pretty significant winds here on the beach. That evacuation's still in place. They're letting people off, although anyone who was going to get off at this point has already done so. Thankfully, authorities not letting anyone back on. There was a large curiosity level early today when the winds were light, 15, 20, 25 miles per hour, very manageable. People out here exercising. You just kind of wanted to see for themselves. Everyone's been talking about this massive hurricane for so long, and here we were this morning finally feeling those first effects, and almost like people couldn't help themselves. It was still safe to do so. You could kind of come out and feel the eeriness of the wind that goes along when something like this is making its way across the state, but that time has come and gone. The curfews are in effect for most of South Florida at this point. Broward County, Miami-Dade County, 4 o'clock authorities since then have said stay in your homes. They're going to approach you at this point and tell you to go home if you are out and about, and that's for your own safety. It's not a control thing. They're not trying to take anybody's fun away. That is straight up. We know this is dangerous. People will get hurt. There's no reason for you to be out there.
And Brandon,
we're going to be out here for a little while longer into the night. Of course, Craig and Buc-ee's, as you guys know so well. You guys have both stood right here many a time, I know. So we're making the best of it. It's a great crew, and we're just keeping an eye on things for folks so they don't have to do that for themselves.
Thanks, Brandon. The good news with that is I suspect as night falls and it gets darker, it gets a little spooky and scary, and people stay inside, so that's good.
Want to run back over to Phil because he has more of the severe weather he needs to make us aware of. Phil?
You are correct. We have a brand new tornado warning, this one for deep southern Miami-Dade County. I'll get out of the way for the screen here for you folks who still have power. There's an area highlighted in red. There is a tornado warning right now. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Shark Valley Observation Tower, or 11 miles northwest of Homestead General Airport, moving west at around 30 miles per hour. Now, locations that could be impacted by this tornado will be Kendall, the Redland, Richmond Heights, Country Walk, and the intersection of Chrome and Kendall Drive. If you live around here, make sure that you go actually to a small room inside your home, away from any windows, and this will make sure that you are protected, is what I was trying to say. Do not go by any window or any opening, as flying debris could be impacting you. For those on radio, the area that we're looking at is basically just west of US 1, right over Richmond Heights, the Turnpike, in through Country Walk, Chrome Avenue, and all the way out in through the Redland. Now we have another tornado warning, this one for northeastern Miami-Dade County and southeastern Florida. This one is brand new. Actually, this is just brand new. This also is for southeastern Broward County as well until 8:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Hallandale, moving west at 30 miles per hour. Areas that could be impacted here: North Miami Beach and Sunny Isles Beach at around 7:55. Hollywood, Hallandale, Aventura, Dania Beach, and Otis around 8 p.m. North Miami, West Park, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International around 8:05. Miramar, Miami Gardens, Miramar Parkway, and Lauderdale, Sun Life Stadium, and Broadview Park around 8:10. Davie, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Sunshine Acres, Nova, Southeastern University, Pine Island Ridge, and the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road up until 8:15 p.m. Now, a lot of locations here. I'll repeat them again. There is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Hallandale, moving west at 30 miles per hour. The storm will be over North Miami Beach, Sunny Isles Beach around 7:55, Hollywood, Hallandale, Aventura, Dania Beach, and Otis around 8 p.m. North Miami, West Park, Ravenswood Estates, and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport at 8:05. Miramar, Miami Gardens, Miramar Parkway, and University Drive, Oak Point, Sun Life Stadium, and Broadview Park around 8:10. Davie, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Sunshine Acres, Nova, Southeastern University, Pine Island Ridge, and the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road around 8:15. So, new, we have this advisory here for those who can see on TV. You can see the area highlighted on red. It goes from the beaches all the way through I-595, including Davie, and as far south as basically the county line with Miami-Dade. For those on radio from the coast, all the way back through I-595, the Turnpike, 817, almost near Weston there, I-75 on the western edge, and then the southern extent of it, all the way down into the county line with Miami-Dade. We had another tornado warning over on this end, interior portion of Broward County. This one, for the time being, remains over rural Broward County, so we're not worried about that. And Miami-Dade County, there's one further south. The tornado warning now for central Miami-Dade County, which we mentioned here at the beginning, has now been canceled. So for those of you in Miami-Dade County who were following that tornado, that has been canceled. If you had sought shelter, if you went to a small room, that has passed. The tornado warning that does remain is the one across Broward County, and if I am allowed to repeat that again, make sure that you seek a shelter. There is a tornado across parts of Broward County. The areas that are under the gun: North Miami Beach, Sunny Isles Beach, Hollywood, Hallandale, Aventura, Dania Beach, and Otis, North Miami, West Park, Ravenwood Estates, and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. That around 8:05. University Drive, Oak Point, the Sun Life Stadium area, Broadview Park around 8:10, Davie, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Sunshine Acres, Nova, Southeastern University, Pine Island Ridge, and the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road around 8:15. So of all the tornadoes that we were watching, the last one that I just mentioned is the only one right now where you need to seek shelter. Everyone else, if you sought refuge in a small little room, you can come back out now. The problem with a lot of these tornadoes is with all the rain and we're all shuttered up inside, sometimes we can't hear them and obviously we can't see them. So we will be alerting you here of any danger. That's the very latest. Craig and Belkis, back to you guys.
Okay, Phil, take 30 seconds, take a breather, because we know you've got a lot to tell us about. And as we come up on the 8 o'clock hour, get some live pictures here. Belle and I are going to hand things off to Jeff and Lynn for a little while. We'll be back with you at 10 o'clock.
But right now, we want to check in with Brian Enton, who's on Miami Beach, who is getting pounded by a little rain right now, Brian.
Yeah, it just got really, really bad out here on Miami Beach just within the last 10 minutes or so. It was so calm the last time we saw you, and then the winds really picked up and the rain. We actually just watched a couple of trees come down right by our car here. We're on First and Ocean. Look at this stop sign, Luis. You see, you can see the stop sign literally. You can see the rain whipping off the stop sign down here. That gives you an idea of how strong the wind is right now. I don't know if there's like a. Okay, I think we should back up. I think it's going to come off. Can you guys get a good shot of that stop sign? It's we're kind of backing away to a building, taking a little bit of cover because it's really, really picking up over here.
Okay, Brian Ensign right there. This is Jeff Lennox and Lynn Martinez beginning the 8 o'clock hour of coverage for Hurricane Irma. Brian, want to make sure that you're safe. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but this is one of the most severe bands that we have seen for Irma wiping through Miami Beach right now. We saw that stop sign flapping back and forth. And you can just see how powerful the wind gusts are associated with this very strong band that is currently moving through the beach.
Yeah, Brian. I mean, this is driving rain, almost going horizontal. Go ahead, if you can hear us, describe what you're seeing, and please be safe.
Yeah, I hear you now. We're at First and Ocean, and like I said, it was so calm. It was almost like we had seen a lot of rough stuff come through, and I said to Luis, the photographer, like, you know, stuff is chill now. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this just started. And it's almost like with all these big buildings here, it's like a wind tunnel. And the sign started shaking. What's amazing to me is just the way the water is coming off of the signs, that stop sign right there. That really illustrates how strong the wind is out here. And then let's show them the tree that came down while we were standing here. This palm tree came down right next to our SUV, and there's already 2 other palm trees that are down out here. And then, Luis, let's show them just the palm trees blowing in the wind, so you guys can get an idea of just how intense the wind is out here.
So again, we're looking at a live picture with Brian Enton and his photographer there at First and Ocean. Some really, really strong driving rain going horizontal. We've also got Phil Farrow here with us, Brian, so he's going to describe what is happening to you and what you're actually in. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. What you're looking at right now is a big feeder band coming through. On radar, this is huge. It's basically all along the coast of Miami-Dade County. If you can see it on red there on your TV screens, we'll be putting it up shortly. This is one of the feeder bands coming across, impacting everyone from the county line through Surfside, Miami Beach, and Fisher Island. We can go now back live out to Brian so we can see those pictures. Brian, this is going to be sticking around for a while. I don't know if you can actually look towards your east, but I'm sure it is dark and it looks just like a wall of water coming at you.
Yeah, and it's calmed down just a little bit. We can actually walk out here now. A few minutes ago, I didn't really feel safe walking out here into the road. It's calmed down a little. There's a little bit of flooding now with all this rain, but it looks like I see 1, 2, 3 trees that came down. And it's like I said, it's calmed down just a little bit, but just a few minutes ago, man, there was no way we could have stood out here in the middle of the road, although now the wind is picking up again just a little bit, Phil.
Have you been able to take any wind reading out there at all? Because a little while ago, we had a 45-mile-per-hour wind gust. Anything different?
I haven't been able to. I didn't grab the wind gauge when we got out. But earlier, I was able to clock a 45-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that felt nothing like what went through here just a little while ago. So whatever went through here a little while ago, it was way, way more than 45 miles per hour, Phil.
Well, this is going to stick around for you there, at least for another 20, 25 minutes, if not longer. There's a train of rain sitting just to your east. So make sure that you guys stay safe, and if you see that wind picking up, and get out of harm's way.
Yeah, we definitely will. That's what we did earlier because we were so comfortable out here in the street. And like I said, it's amazing how just like that, it just so quickly turns. I could not believe the way that these signs were flapping in the wind. I've never seen anything like it. And the way that the rain was just whipping right off of the signs. It was unbelievable.
All right, thank you very much. Brian Enton reporting there from Miami Beach. On the radar here for the folks with power, there is heavy rain just about everywhere. Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys. Some of it light to moderate, but most of it right now extremely strong. And this is all coming in off of the ocean. If we can open the radar view here once again for those who are still watching us on TV. It is just a huge rain band, a huge feeder band that basically extends from Andros Island through Bimini. It encompasses just about the area from I-595 in Broward all the way south in through US 41 and then extends all the way back out into the county line and exits mainland Monroe and into the coastal waters. That is one big feeder band. If we can go south into Miami-Dade County, deep southern Miami-Dade County, Homestead right now looking with just some light to moderate rain, but North Key Largo right now the 18-mile stretch, US 1 going into the Keys, very heavy rain. And as we continue to look at the Florida Keys going south on US 1, it is, well, very heavy rainfall. The wind has been gusting at times here 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, and it's only going to go downhill even worse for the Keys. We are expecting hurricane-force winds to start moving in later on this evening all across US 1. Let's widen up the radar view even more because these feeder bands that earlier today were coming in maybe one, and then we had about a 30-minute, 45-minute layover, and then we would get another one. Now they're coming in nonstop, one after the other, and the rain stretches from the northwestern Bahamas, from Andros Island, actually. Grand Bahama's looking pretty good. Bimini's getting hit, but this huge shield of rain is impacting all South Florida. The eye remains just north of Cuba and all of the Florida Straits. Basically, if you're navigating, if there's a ship out there or a boat, it is going to be one rough night. As far as the potential for some more severe weather, it'll remain with us here this evening. I don't know if we can go on the computer here and check out some of the wind speeds, some of the wind gusts. I am sure that we are going to see some very strong gusty winds at this hour. Earlier, we had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Fort Lauderdale. Right now, we are looking at a 33-mile-per-hour wind gust, 35 Fort Lauderdale, Miami 38. Check out Marathon right now. 71-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 62 in Key West, and this will continue to go downhill. We are looking at the potential here for some very nasty weather tonight, so make sure you stay indoors and sheltered. 33-mile-per-hour wind gust in Pompano Beach, 52-mile-per-hour in Hialeah, West Kendall 54-mile-per-hour wind reading, and downtown Miami with 38. Right now, the story of the moment, the hurricane remains very close to Cuba. It is still aiming for the Keys. We are going to continue seeing squally weather tonight. The best thing to do is to make sure you stay indoors, listening or watching us. We will keep you updated. Back to you guys.
Oh my gosh, Phil, when is Irma moving? We're looking at live pictures right now out of North Bay Village, and look at that, you can't even see the bay. The eye of the storm has been, it seems like, staying where it's at for the last 5 hours or so. Phil said it was going to be a long night. It's definitely going to be a long night. The rain is driving here outside of our North Bay Village studios. Now, on a normal night, you'd be able to see the palm trees, you'd be able to see the bay. There's a lot of light there on the bay. It would be calm. You can't even see probably your hand in front of your face if you went outside there. I mean, there is driving rain, and Phil just showed us the numbers there. 38 miles an hour wind here. 70 in Marathon, 40 in Fort Lauderdale. It's downright nasty outside.
And we heard from a lot of people, Lynn, our reporters in the field on social media. Everyone's like, oh, it's so calm today. It's not that bad. You know, a little rain shower, then a break from the rain. But again, we kept telling people it's coming. Those bands are coming on in. And here we can see, as we looked at the radar just a few moments ago with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow, we saw that some of those more severe bands are starting to make their way through our cities and our towns here in South Florida. Again, this webcam, or this tower camera, I should say, above our studios here in North Bay Village. Again, usually you can see the bay out there. Right now, you can just barely make out a palm tree, a building off in the distance, whipping in those very strong winds that we have outside. And here above us right now, we can hear on the roof above that rain coming down pretty hard here in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah, the wind's shaking, obviously, the camera there. And it's so interesting because we're all human. We're all trained to focus on the cone. And we were thinking earlier today, oh, we're outside of the cone. Well, this is what it's like to be outside of the cone. We're still feeling this hurricane. There is Raj Lowe getting drenched in Bal Harbor. How you doing, Raj?
Well, we walked down the block here to nearby Surfside, but let me take you for a walk here, and you can see that the water here is piling up. But just look how it's coming down in sheets down Harding Avenue, coming down from Bal Harbor. And this is very odd to be able to walk down here in the street, not a soul, thank goodness, on the street. And this rain is just now pounding in here, coming off the ocean, coming in sideways. And it is just pouring right now all throughout Sunny Isles Beach, Bal Harbor. You can see it. Look at the palm trees and the rain as it comes in. It comes in, you know, in a horizontal fashion and just sweeping up the middle of Harding Avenue. There was a lot of concern in this area about flooding, and I know that we heard a lot that perhaps this was going to be more of a wind event, and even I thought that a short time ago. But now you got just torrential downpours coming down here in Bal Harbor, Surfside, and standing here in the middle of the road, you can just see it coming horizontally from the ocean, and it's going to go fill in these neighborhood streets here. Let's walk down here for a second, and you can see how the rain now that's coming off the Atlantic Ocean is starting to impact areas. And this rain has not let up. Phil just mentioned it a short time ago. Earlier on in the day, we would get a squall that would move through. That squall would stop, it would pause, but now it's just coming and coming and coming, and the rain is just pounding down. It does appear, though, at least for the time being, at least in this area, that there is power. We see the street lights there. I don't know how much longer. Look at this. I don't know how much longer this is going to last. Look down the street there. For those who do have television, can you see those sheets of rain that are just coming and not stopping? This is the difference a couple of hours makes. It's just a torrential rain. And what has changed here a little bit, I don't know what the weather science behind this is that we're not feeling a lot of the wind as much, but now we're feeling a whole bunch of this rain. Just let me walk down this street. Look at this. Just come.
Wow.
Oh, gosh, be careful.
Coming down the street. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Just coming down the street here. We do a lot, and if my wife is watching this, I'm doing everything I can to protect myself. So don't worry about that, okay? I'm just fine. I'm with Kirk Wade, who's been doing this for 30 years, so we're good.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's true, Raj. We should let viewers know you would take cover if you felt danger, because it looks really bad from our point of view.
But Lynn, what I was mentioning to you though is that while there was a lot of wind happening before, this is a big rain event now. At least that's coming through this area, and this is what everybody was so concerned about, was about this flooding that's going on. If there is going to be torrential rains that are going to come through the evening here, but that is just, this gives you a really good idea of just what this particular area is dealing with right now.
And Rosh, just so you know, I'm looking at the storm tracker, and it looks like you got probably another 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a very large band with a lot of lightning associated with it coming in off the Atlantic right now. So again, if you see that lightning, of course, go inside. But it looks like, you know, if you're looking at the whole system right there, from the eye on north, east, and west, this is one of the largest bands that we're seeing right now inside of Irma. So you're in the thick of it there in Surfside.
Yeah, we're looking. Go ahead,
Can
Rosh.
I show you guys? Yeah, I want to show you guys something over here. I keep mentioning this because I know a lot of the residents here in Surfside, Val Harbor, Bay Harbor. Let me just get this mic cord out of here. A lot of people evacuated this area, and a lot of their concerns was, and I keep bringing this up, you can hear the thunder out there, was about flooding. And would there be flooding with this storm? Because everyone was talking about the winds, and perhaps, you know, you had to be concerned about your roof. And what we were noticing earlier in the day is, yes, there was a lot of wind, but Irma is such a large storm, as Phil kept, you know, pointing out to everyone, that even though we're on this outer portion of the cone, or whatever you want to call it, this is a whole bunch of rain that is just coming through right now in sheets, and gives everybody a great idea of what's going on here.
And well, Rosh, I just want to let you know that, again, I don't know if you could hear us or not. We're looking at the radar, and there is just a train of really nasty weather. Your weather is not going to change. There's lightning in the area.
Okay. We are going to sign off, everybody.
Go inside.
Okay. So Rosh reporting there live from Bal Harbor. Incredible, you know. Again, we can't emphasize enough. You must stay inside. Let's go back to Brandon Beyer. I know it's dark outside, but Brandon, you're in Fort Lauderdale at your perch. You're safe. But you're still getting some strong wind.
Yeah, and it hasn't let up. It's been this strong since gosh, what time is it? I think it's about almost 8. I'm sorry if I'm wrong there, but I'm ballparking that. Maybe 2 hours now of straight 40-mile-an-hour winds. Really one of the thicker bands that we have seen all day. The trend before this was that you'd see a band let up a little bit. Temperature change, all kinds of weird stuff, but there would at least be a lull in the wind, and that we've been missing that lull for the past 2.5 hours or so. It has been a constant sustained wind, 35-40 mile per hour here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Pretty empty still, as you can imagine. No one's venturing over. They're not allowed to venture over at this point, so we're thankfully still dealing with a very empty Fort Lauderdale Beach. You see some police officers making the rounds. All the businesses are closed at this point. And we had a pretty scary situation within the last hour and a half when that tornado formed over the water, somewhere between Oakland Park and Sunrise Boulevard. It formed over the water and then made it onto land. So it went from a water spout, which is harmless, and became a pretty powerful, scary, I cannot imagine how scary, for the families who heard it and felt it and are now dealing with the damage that tornado must have been. It was a fast-moving tornado, 35 miles per hour, I heard Phil say in one of his reports. And I heard him mention that's not that there's anything good about a tornado, but you try to focus on something that, a silver lining, if you will, and you'd rather have one that's moving fast and get out of there than that's trailing along slowly, causing more damage. We're hoping not to see any more of those tonight, obviously. Conditions, scientifically, I can't speak to that, but I know that the weather that we had that produced that tornado, we're still seeing that same stuff. The lightning, the heavy wind, heavy wind, lots of rain, just bands of rain. So we are hunkering down for the night. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll talk. Yeah, it's a good segue, Brandon, when you're talking about that tornado that you guys know in the area or have seen in the area. Phil Farrow just came in with some information that the tornado warning that we were monitoring has been canceled. So a bit of good news there, but again, we're still in the thick of this and on the dirty side of this hurricane, so we will likely be seeing these tornado warnings in the hours to come as this system moves on north here across the state. And
you probably saw in the background some lightning. Brandon Beyer, an experienced reporter, his photographers are also very experienced. They're not going to be in danger. They can gauge where the lightning is, and of course we just saw Rosh get out of danger as well, so that's good. Man, it is coming down, and it's nasty in some areas, and we're really thinking about our friends in the Keys. Let's go to 7's Joe Rhodes. I believe you're in Miami. You know, we saw you a couple of hours ago. It was nice and sunny and calm, and that's not the case right now.
Definitely not the case. I will say I was talking to you earlier about how there was kind of a calmness, a lull. Well, it has definitely definitely gone downhill since then. This is probably about as quiet as it's been in the last 15 minutes, but there have been some strong winds. We had a chance to kind of duck into our car for a moment, and the car was actually swaying back and forth, but not swaying as bad as some of these boats that are out here behind me. It has been really choppy out here at Sea Isle Marina. Again, we're just off Bayshore Drive and 17th Street, north of the Venetian Causeway. As you take a look out over here at these boats, the rain has really been coming down at this point, but it's also been the wind. We've been talking about how much of a wind event that this storm was going to be. We've been all day, when I talked to you earlier, we were getting readings on our wind gauge of maybe like 10, 15 miles per hour. But about the last 5 minutes, we were getting gusts as strong as like 40, 44 miles per hour in the tunnel that we're standing in. And if we kind of walk over here, the one thing, the wind has gotten so bad that we've actually had to start keeping an eye out for debris. These lights that are up here, you can see how they're shaking underneath the overhang of this this condo apartment that we're kind of stationed under right now. So at this point, we've got to keep an eye out to make sure that, nothing's hitting us, because one of those fell, slammed onto the ground, broke, and then just took off down the street. And our live truck operator, who's about a block away from us at this point, he said that he's had to kind of pick up a couple lights that have fallen off of other buildings and have made their way down to where he is right now. And as you can see, this rain is starting to pick back up again. It's like a sideways rain, and it is the type of rain that is going to sting you. So it's interesting to see how this has come in kind of ebbs and flows. Definitely a much different situation from when we got out here at Sea Isle Marina earlier in the day. And as you can see, this rain is starting to come back down again. So we did see people out here earlier in the day. They were popping their heads down because there is a hotel here, the DoubleTree by Hilton, less than half a block down. There are people staying there. Quite a few of them actually have boats docked in this marina right here. And they said that they live on those boats and they travel from place to place. They dock them here at the marina. They knew that the hotel was going to be a place that they could stop in and, just stay safely. But they were earlier coming out here to check on their boats, make sure they were still tied up. Luckily, they were. We haven't seen any of them break off or anything. But those people, for the most part now, are gone. Nobody is coming out here at this point with this latest ban that is coming through our area. Guys?
And it's so interesting just staying with you, talking with you in the last 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. I mean, there was some driving rain going horizontal, and now it seems to be dying down. And you're right, Joe. Who would ever think to look up at a light fixture in a ceiling and think that it's going to come crashing down on you? But I guess if it's not secured, these lights maybe can't withstand 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, that's certainly correct. And, the building itself, there are people who live in this building, and they have their sliding doors. They've got them boarded up. There's hurricane shutters. And, in fact, this business right here actually put down sandbags to make sure that no water got in. But that is one thing. When we were standing out there earlier, I told my photographer, Julio, I said, look at that light up there, because it is starting to shake. And sure enough, I mean, that was only like 10 to 15 miles per hour. And it's hard to secure something like that. And I said, watch that light shake, and I bet you one of those is going to come down later on. And sure enough, it did. We're actually right next to a Marriott right now, and I don't know if you can tell, but some of the lights that are over there, it looks like there should be a dome glass on them, and they have been removed, it looks like, because the Marriott is shut down because of the hurricane. They definitely don't have anybody in there right now except for a security guard. But it looks like they've removed the dome glass bulbs that secure those lights in place as a precaution. And some of those lights now have been pulled out from the wind, and they're now dangling down and out at this point. So, I mean, you've heard all of this talk for the past several days about making sure that things are secured because of the winds that we're going to be whipping up. And sure enough, all it takes is one good gust and a light fixture can come down, and that can really create havoc and be dangerous for anybody who might be trying to venture out into this.
And interesting to see in that Marriott next to Joe, there's still power at
That's
that
true.
hotel.
Yeah.
Looking at the latest numbers, Miami-Dade County, 57,170 people without power. Again, crews are actually staying put for the moment as these conditions worsen. To make sure that they're safe. So once we get on the other side of this storm, they can move in to try to very quickly restore power to those customers without. And you can see in Broward County, the number a little less, about half, 25,890, and some numbers just coming in from the Keys. The Upper Keys, about 4,777 people, customers there without power. In Midtown Key West, about 1,000 people without power right now. As again, Lynn, we've been seeing, they're getting close to those hurricane force winds sustained in the lower, middle, and upper Keys.
And for those who have lost power and cannot watch television, a nice reminder here, we are tracking Irma. We're going to be with you to the very end of the storm here on Channel 7. And you can listen to us simulcast our broadcast on these radio stations, Hot 105, Hits 97.3, Easy 93.1, and 99 Jams. We're here to help you. We're going to be with you. The entire community is with you to the very end of this storm. All right, now let's go to, I believe, Vanessa Medina. Is she ready? There you are, Vanessa. You have some storage. You are in Deerfield Beach, correct?
We're in Deerfield Beach, yes, and now we're starting to get some more weather. We have had wind for quite some time, but I will show you some of these palm trees here. So we do have some significant wind. Now we are starting to get some rain here in Deerfield Beach. Like I said, we're just south of Boca Raton. We're just north of where Brandon Beyer is, and so we're right in between one of those bands. Just north of us, they're getting significant weather, and you have been seeing Brandon Beyer in Fort Lauderdale getting some significant weather as well. But this is what's interesting. Irma pushing closer towards South Florida, and now you can with just how ferocious she actually is. You can take a look at the surf here, and the storm surge is really starting to come up. At the end of the pier there, you can really see the white water starting to cap onto the pier. Remember, that pier is about 10 to 15 feet tall, and it is just creeping at the bottom end. We did see Broward Sheriff's deputies out here, and they had flashlights pointing towards the water looking for possible surfers. Imagine that. People said they were going to go out in this weather right now at nightfall once the sun set, and they were going to surf in this. So we have deputies who have very precious time, and they're out here looking possibly for people surfing. Again, the wind is just starting to pick up here in Deerfield Beach. The rain is coming in. We'll keep you posted.
Cool.
Reporting live in Deerfield Beach, Vanessa Medina. Back to you guys.
Oh, my goodness. Not a good time to be outside in the dark at all.
Night surfing, a common thing, but not when you're talking about a system like this.
No.
Coming up the coast like we're seeing.
All right, Phil Farrow, what's going on with Irma?
All right, we want to quickly touch base here with the National Hurricane Center, acting director there, Ed Rappaport. Boy, we have seen conditions deteriorate quickly here across Dade and Broward. How much longer, Ed, can we expect this?
Well, we're going to have this rough weather through the night and through the day tomorrow, with improvement sometime during the night, probably on Sunday. Again, this is a large storm, and we have to go through a large part of it. Tropical storm force winds extend across the storm more than 200 miles, and with the storm moving at 10 miles an hour or so, that's 20 hours. So we're talking about almost a day's worth of tropical storm conditions, at least for the part that goes right through the center. We're going to be a little bit on the edge, but still, again, close to a day's worth of tropical storm force winds and gusts to hurricane force.
All right. Thank you very much, Ed, for that update. It's going to be one long night here for everyone across South Florida. We do have this system just basically sitting just to the north here of Cuba, and it appears that it has been spinning there. It looks like it hasn't been moving. All that rain continues to move out of Cuba, wrapping around the center, pushing to points north like Andros and here and through South Florida. And it looks like we're going to stay in this pattern. You had heard there the acting director, Mr. Ed Rappaport, that we are going to see this possibly for up to 20 hours. So we are in this for the long haul. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be looking for the rest of the evening is for the 11 p.m. advisory. I think that will be indicative as to when exactly this system may make landfall across the Keys, how much longer this system will be lingering across the area, and if there is any chance that this thing can start pushing due north instead of heading towards the northwest. That is the very latest here on this end. Let's send it back over to the desk.
Well, Phil, you're such an expert. I don't want to wait till 11 o'clock. So is there anything that could move her? Because right now, you know, like you said, she's been spinning and spinning. We're like a washing machine here. Is there anything that can make it go north, west, east?
Away.
I wish I could say that there was something out there that could spin it around and push it in a different direction. It's actually caught in the middle. We actually have high pressure sitting here that continues to kind of push it this way. And for you listening on radio, the system is just spinning north of Cuba. To its east, we have high pressure with winds coming out of the east, so it is pushing it, basically trying to push it into the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile, in the Gulf of Mexico, there are some very strong upper level winds that are acting as a wall. So right now, it is just running in place. And until it finally gets out of these doldrums, if you will, it may stick around here for a while, and that's why we are anxiously awaiting what the National Hurricane Center is looking at right now, what their models are suggesting to see when and if finally this will start moving, if it will finally make landfall across the Keys, and if and when this will finally get out of our area.
And if my memory serves me correctly, Phil, I do recall earlier today, again, we've had a number of these advisories as the day has gone on, but you even had a couple of those models showing that it might even dip a little bit into Cuba, right? Or how earlier was that? That was earlier today.
That was, oh my gosh, that was probably around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. I don't know if we have somebody back in the office to punch up actually the spaghetti models, because indeed earlier today there was a point where a handful of the models actually had the system stalling here across South Florida, dipping south into Cuba, spending about a day or two, and then making a turn to the north. And here we have them on screen. You can see, well, they are no longer suggesting that, but now we have about, I would say 3 or 4 models that keep the system just kind of stalled out over the Florida Straits, not dipping back into Cuba, but stalled out over the Florida Straits, and then eventually heading north. However, most of the models are suggesting that it will track towards the Keys and southwest Florida. 11 p.m. I think should be indicative as to what we can finally see down the road.
Well, Harvey stalled, and we know what happened there, so let's not even think about that. I personally like the blue spaghetti string model.
That's
Phil,
your favorite?
the one all the way to the left. I think everybody likes that. Yeah, but
exactly.
Right, exactly. There you go. For good luck. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much, Phil Ferro. A wealth of information as always. And you heard the National Hurricane Center just tell Phil and all of us listening here live on Channel 7 that there's at least 1 day's worth of tropical storm force winds and rain. So this is not a quick event. I think they said that from the very beginning, that this is going to be a long event, and it is proving to be just that.
And I think you showed me the other day, you showed me the satellite comparison between Andrew and Irma.
Yeah, it's been online. You can see it, yeah.
And it just shows you, Irma, a much more massive system compared to Andrew's, so we're going to be dealing with this for quite some time.
And Andrew was quick.
It was.
So
moved across the state very quickly.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we're checking in with a lot of our reporters in the field. I believe we're going to Hollywood, is that correct?
That's right, and Chris Van Vliet filed this report a short time ago.
Well, as you can see, one of those bands is starting to move through here at Hollywood Beach. We're on the Broadwalk right now, and it's kind of strange to look down this and not see any people at all. The palm trees they're starting to feel the effects here, and when you take a look out at the ocean, you can really see the waves here on the Atlantic starting to roll in. And when some of these gusts come in, you do really have to brace yourself to stand out here. Now, we saw the police out here telling people to not be around here, to go home, to go to safety. Of course, that curfew is in effect here in Broward County, but we did run into one man who was out here, a veteran storm chaser who's measuring the wind gusts.
Okay, right now we're averaging sustained velocity between 30 and 40. At this very second, just had a wind gust of 43, 35. It's safe to say, I'd say between 35 and 40, it's fluctuating.
What exactly is this? What do you call it?
This is called an anemometer. Anemometer. It measures wind velocity.
So those gusts right now in the 40s here at Hollywood Beach, and that rain starting to come in. That's what we're looking at right now as this continues to build. From Hollywood Beach, I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News.
Okay, so there is a bit of good news in case you're just now joining us. The tornado warning has expired for Broward County. They had some pretty scary moments, a couple of tornadoes touching down. They were quick, Phil said, but obviously there could be damage. It's very frightening if you've ever been in any kind of tornado. So that tornado warning has expired. And again, a reminder, Phil says we're on the dirty side, the right quadrant, so these tornadoes are definitely in danger. And as the night goes on, the wind kicks up, we could be also dealing with more power outages. You're looking at a live picture right now. Look at the lightning coming in on Fort Lauderdale Beach. This wind has been consistently strong throughout the day. It has not let up at all in Fort Lauderdale.
It hasn't. We've seen with Brendan Byer, who we've been checking in with, he's had some of the most significant bands with this storm. whipping on through a few moments ago. He had less rain, more wind. Some shots he has the opposite, more rain, less wind. So again, every few minutes, the conditions can change with our reporters. These are live pictures right here of Miami. Looks like more of a rain issue right there at this location. Not exactly sure where that is.
I think this is Brian Enton's camera, I believe. The
Miami
lights
Beach,
look
right?
the same. Yeah. I could be wrong, but you know, they had some really strong squally weather as well. There's going to be an issue with storm surge and flooding, Phil says, mainly because of all the wind. There's going to be rain, and as we've seen, strong wind pushing a lot of the surf onto the land, and that will cause a rise in water, which we all know is flooding. And this is a live picture out of North Bay Village. I believe this is our tower cam, correct? We saw a live picture out of North Bay Village maybe 20 minutes ago. You couldn't even see in front of your hand. And now there's another lull. You know how these outer bands work. It's strong, it's not, it's strong, it's not. And there was a flicker of light there. I'm not sure if power outages or what, but it looks like a lot of people still do have power. We told you this earlier. If you're without power, help is on the way from at least 5 different states. Wisconsin, Ohio,
California, I think,
California.
right? Some crews from out there.
I can't remember the 2 others, but they are on standby right now, and many of them are actually driving as we speak, and they'll start their work when these winds die down. So, you know, you think about these trees. There in Miami Beach, I mean, palm trees typically don't just fall down. Even though they have a small root system, they're usually a ball, but it takes a lot to bring down a palm tree. A ficus tree, much easier, but these trees, which have support, which, you know, makes you think that they're newly planted, could go down.
And if you look right there, look at that stop sign.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that wind gust going on through right
Whipping.
there. Again, we're starting to see, we're well into those sustained tropical storm force winds, getting some of those hurricane gusts. This could be close to one of those hurricane gusts right there in Miami Beach. We can see on the radar, looking at the 7 weather storm tracker, got a pretty significant rain band coming in from Bimini. All the way on over to the South Florida coast, Miami, Miami Beach, North Bay Village, to the southern portion of Fort
Look at that
Lauderdale.
sign. It's going to come off almost.
Yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely too dangerous for a human to be out there. You'd have to really be holding on. But that shows you the intensity of these outer bands, not even the eye.
And it was calmer earlier to take pictures, but now it's good to see there was nobody out there, even our crew trying to stay in what appears to be some type of alcove to protect themselves from these whipping winds. We see the lightning off there in the distance, which can be very dangerous for anyone being outside of our live trucks, our road vehicles. It looks like Brian.
Oh, there's Brian.
Can you hear
Enton.
us?
Are you okay, Brian Enton?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can
go
you hear
ahead.
me? Yeah, we're going to venture out a little bit and just sort of see how strong the wind is. If it gets too much, we'll go back in. But this is another one of these bands that's moving through out here. Our light actually was destroyed a little while ago, so you might not see me too well. But the wind's picking up here again on Miami Beach. We're on First and Ocean, and unbelievable the way these things come on shore. Again, you know, I hate to keep going back to the signs, but it really gives you a visual of you know, just how strong everything is out here. We're gonna back in because Luis the photographer, we need to get a wipe for the camera because it's there's so much rain.
It is intense, Brian. We can definitely see that. Go ahead and wipe down your lens if you want, and that
Yeah,
stop
I'm grabbing him
okay.
a towel real quick.
No problem. We'll hang with your picture while you're wiping away. Okay, it happens. Yeah, I like how you focused on that stop sign because it really shows the strength. And if there's any debris on the streets, imagine flying around. Of course, thank God there's nobody out there other than you guys. Be safe. But the debris flying causes a lot of damage. And we see some cars parked to the right. I assume they're police cars. I don't know if you can hear me, Brian. Go ahead.
No, that's actually our car.
Oh, okay.
Let's spin around and show. Yeah, so this palm tree I showed you earlier, but the palm tree came down right next to our car when one of these squalls came through earlier, and then you've got 2 palm trees down over here. So, like I said, unbelievable this wind and rain, and what amazes me is how it just comes in out of nowhere. I mean, it calms down, you think everything's okay, and then all of a sudden you have this, Lynn and Jeff.
And again, Brian, just so you know, if you haven't heard us, we're watching the radars, we're watching you, trying to pair both together. And I believe, Lynn, you just said a few moments ago, it looks like we might have the same squall line over us right here in North Bay Village. You're probably parallel to us on the Miami Beach side, and it looks like this squall line is going to be moving through for maybe 15, 20 more minutes. One of the larger rain bands associated with Hurricane Irma. A lot of lightning packed into this line as well. So, of course, we want both of you to be safe. Luis Abad, our photographer behind the camera, and you, Brian, we want both of you safe as this big squall line moves through.
So, Brian, show us where you guys are hiding at. Show us where you're ducking into. I'm sorry, Phil, say that again.
2 hours from that feeder band.
Brian, Phil just...
Yes?
Yeah, show us first.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to tell you, Phil just ran out.
See over there, that's a big building. Yeah,
okay.
So we've got an area over there where we can go when it gets really intense.
All right. So I just want to let you know that Phil Farrow just told us to tell you that you're going to be experiencing this for 2 hours. This feeder band is so long and so strong, it's going to be 2 hours of pounding rain and wicked wind.
Okay, well, we'll be ready for it, and that's a good message to people here on Miami Beach because they need to stay inside. This is the exact reason that they put that 8 o'clock curfew in effect so people would not be out on the streets. And we saw so many people driving around earlier when it was calm, and I think people thought, you know, everything was over. And we tried to explain to them, like, no, you have to go back inside. And people were taking pictures. People were in the ocean, if you can believe it. They sort of thought, like, you know, the worst was over. And now we're realizing that is definitely not the case.
And you can see the water starting to pool up there, too, as now the concerns not only shift from the rain and the wind, but also to flooding and storm surge, which we will start to experience as the system continues to churn over us right now.
So, Brian, you showed us your car. Obviously, that's the white truck. But I keep seeing these, looks like lights to your right. Luis, can you hear me? To the no, to the other end. Are there cars there? I guess that's what I'm asking. Are there cars
Luis,
parked?
He's not on IF. He can't hear you, but I'm gonna. Okay. They're wondering what those lights are, Luis. That's like there's some lighting down there. That's where the beach is. So those are lights leading you out to the sand. So there's no cars around out here. There's no one out here right now. It's like you know, we say it over and over again, but it's really like a ghost town. So that's a good thing. There's really just no one on the streets, no one driving around at this point. Everyone is inside or has either evacuated to the mainland.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see your picture in 2 hours after this. What is this called? A feeder band, Phil says, just pounding wind and rain. You know, obviously leads to some flooding, and it's going to be interesting to see if those signs are there. Brian, you be careful. Both of you guys be careful. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm also really interested to see what happens later when we have a high tide and when there's still rain and when this is going on. Because like you said, I mean, there were no puddles out here a little while ago. And now I'm looking around and the water's starting to pool out here. And that could make for an interesting situation because we all know Miami Beach and the way things go here with flooding.
Yeah, high tide is at midnight.
You know, it's not right. So hopefully, you know, the timing could be very, very interesting with the high tide and the amount of rain that we're getting out here.
Okay, Brian, so you stay safe for us. Keep listening in. We're going to come a little bit further west, not too far from you, here into the middle of Biscayne Bay, really, in North Bay Village. Want to check in with Rebecca Vargas. Rebecca, we're sort of under the same rain band as Brian right now. What's it like where you're at?
Yeah, right now out here at North Bay Village Studios, we are right along the bay. And just in the last 5-10 minutes, it has started pounding us out here. And we have been getting quite a lightning show. Thunder just ripping through here. Right now you don't see it, but it could come at any moment. We are getting pelted here. I think it's interesting what Brian said with the storm surge because, again, we are surrounded by the bay here on 3 sides. A 3-foot seawall behind me. It is so dark out here, and even the rain is coming down so hard. I can't even see the waves out there. I don't know how choppy they are at this point, but when we still had light, they were getting higher and higher, cresting above the seawall. Right now, our parking lot here, It seems to be doing well, but again, it's getting pummeled by water. You can see as you look along the ground, it's just going sideways at times when the gusts of wind come through as well. But we're starting to feel it. I don't know if it's the same thing that Brian is getting, but again, we are not too far from Miami Beach. North Bay Village, just a couple miles over the bridge here to Miami Beach. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, so we're getting it here. Thank you, Rebecca, in North Bay Village as well, pounding rain. So Phil says his train of outer bands is going to be pounding a large swath of area for a good 2 hours, and there's still a danger for all of us for tornadoes. We all remain under a tornado watch, and there are warnings in some areas. In Broward County, though, tornado warning has expired.
And more prone to that because we are, like Phil has said and Brent has said, we're on the dirty side of the system. You'll hear that a lot in the hours to come. Right now, Rosh Lowe, I want to go back to him in Surfside. Rosh, I understand power is starting to go out where you're at.
Yeah, let me show you something. You saw me live just a few moments ago in just that torrential rain, right? And this is what we have here. You got to be careful in these situations. Look, pitch darkness here as you see Surfside police just coming down the road. This whole, it looks like for quite some stretch at least, and we're on just off of Collins Avenue, just lost power. And, you know, I was mentioning before with that pounding rain, I knew it was just a matter of time. FP&L also warned a lot of people that you were going to lose power with the storm. And when we were live with you and that rain was coming in, I knew it was a matter of time. And sure enough, you can hear that thunder out there. Sure enough, we were out here. I don't know whether a transformer blew, but this whole entire block lost power. And if we can go pan down the street down there, you can see that Surfside police are still patrolling the area. The fortunate part is that the winds have died down a bit because once it gets to 45 miles an hour sustained, they can't be out here any longer. But we are really starting, and here you see once again the rain is now coming more consistently. We're dealing with minor flooding issues in this area, and as Phil mentioned, in this stretch, we have someone on Miami Beach, North Bay Village, Surfside, all approximately the same area. 2 more hours of this, and so really the impacts now being felt. And if you're listening to this on radio right now, pitch darkness, as far as I can see, stretching up just a block west of Collins Avenue, up into Surfside. And look, this is when these rains come in, so you can get a really good idea of just these bands that are coming in, sweeping through this area. We were on the beach earlier today. It was intermittent, maybe once every 45 minutes, once every hour, but now we are consistently seeing these rain bands, which is going to lead to some flooding because there's a whole bunch of rain that's coming in. Now it's pitch darkness throughout Surfside, and this is why. This is a good example why they encouraged, if you're watching this on the internet, why they encouraged everybody to leave this place. Because when you have no light, when you have a lot of rain, when you have wind, this is what makes even covering hurricanes dangerous. We're on a sidewalk right now because if you look down the street there, you can get a good sense of the water that's building up. We have no idea if there's a power line down. You can't really see anything. The light that we are getting right now is from the light from Kirk, my photographer's camera. So this is part of the danger too. It's really eerie just looking down the street here with the rain coming in, a street that is usually, looks like the lights also went down, stretching up through at least the beginning portion of Bal Harbor. That's a stretch of businesses, usually restaurants there, but you can really see the rain just coming in sheets here, consistently now having to deal with this, I guess, for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, Rosh, you know, that you said it. That is the one of the worst parts about being in a storm like this. We all love our electricity, and losing power is not only inconvenient, it can be dangerous. And covering Andrew a long time ago, 25 years ago, I remember as a reporter, one of the most dangerous things was covering it at night. It too was a night storm, and you don't want to be out driving. You don't know if a power line is down. You don't want to be out walking. And again, a reminder, if you do see a black cord down, it could be a cable line, it could be a phone line, it could be a power line, you're urged not to touch it. Treat it as if it's a live wire. So I guess it's hopeful that people in that area are prepared. They have batteries. You could see somebody driving. Is that a police? No, that's a regular car. You've got flooding already. You've got flooding already.
That's a regular. That's a regular car, and what's frightening also, and you'll see two police cars behind that car. Is that whoa? You see that? I mean, you can't. This is why it's dangerous to drive in these conditions, because you don't know how deep the water is. You just saw that. I mean, the dangers of these situations where you don't know how deep the water is, and now, just as we're speaking here, you have no lights on.
Yeah, they're blinking.
And this is why they tell people to stay off the road.
Yeah, their hazards are on.
We don't know. This is why they tell.
Yeah.
At times, I mean, part of the road can wash away. In these situations.
Yeah, and this is why they tell people to stay off the roads.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can see here. I mean, you can get a clear look here how the water is now starting to build up on these barrier islands where they wanted everybody to get everybody out and to evacuate.
And you guys are under a curfew.
I would like to see if this. Yeah. Well, this area, no, it's not under a curfew actually. But I would talk to that person, but I don't know what quite the situation is. But the bottom line here, the bottom line here is this is why they tell people stay off the roads, don't be driving. We're now getting into a portion of the storm where, especially, I mean, I keep pointing this out because you have to understand that this area here is usually, lively, and there are businesses down there and restaurants, and it's all lit up. And now all of a sudden, just in an instant, it's pitch black. You have this rain that's coming down. You have the wind with it. So once again, this is a really, really poignant example of being on the outside of this cone, that this storm is just so large that it's going to impact us all. Some worse than others, but it's going to impact us all. And that's exactly what you're seeing here.
Wow. It's incredible that we saw this car driving in the floodwaters, having what seemed like trouble and putting on their hazards right now.
And you play out the scenarios there, and a bunch of things could happen. The road could wash away. You could flood the car out. There could be debris in the road. You get a flat tire. And then you go to the next stage of this, and you put first responders, you put emergency crews in danger when they have to come out and try to save you. So that's exactly what not to do in that situation. But again, Rosh, we hope you stay safe there in the rain. Hopefully you can seek shelter not too far away.
Yeah.
We'll keep checking in with you, and hopefully that person can I don't know, get some help, and hopefully they're not stranded.
Well, we do still have cell service, so hopefully that driver is calling a friend to help them out. Again, stay off the roads, and we just saw in Rosh's live report a great reason why, because there is flooding, really nasty, dangerous weather out there, strong winds, up to 40 to 70 miles an hour in gusts. Rosh, Kirkwaid, be safe. Think of that live report out of Surfside. Again, not a good time to be on the road. You may look outside and say, oh, there's a lull. Let me drive around and see what's happening. There's power outages. There's power lines down. There's flooding and really, really dangerous winds.
Even first responders, we saw a few squad cars go by right there. But even I talked to my friend with Fort Lauderdale Police, and they're trying to stay in place. Because it's even dangerous for them to be out on the roadways.
Well, we saw those two police officers in Surfside drive by that car. They have other areas to monitor. So now is not a time to be out, because nobody may be there to help save you or help you out.
That's right. Okay, so Fort Lauderdale, I believe we're going back to Brandon Byer. And Brandon, you're under that big squall line, I think. Looks pretty windy there where you're at.
Really picked up, and I was going to ask Phil. It's got to be the same line that the guys down in Miami, Rosh, are seeing, and Brian Enton. I was watching his live shot. He was really out in it. I heard Phil say, you're looking to be in that for 2 hours, and I thought to myself, holy cow, that's got to be a similar situation for all of us. Kudos to the guys at the hotel we're staying at the Snooze Inn. I think I told you that earlier on Fort Lauderdale Beach. We had a lightning strike hit awfully close to us, and you heard for most of the day the fire alarm going off. They came out in this weather to help get sorted through that, and so we can bring you a little clearer live shots without those fire alarms going off. So they really came through for us there, getting out here for that. But yeah, take a look behind me. The wind is picked back up. The rain is picked back up. really blowing in hard from the beach here. You can still see the big waves. It's hard to see the water at this point because it's so dark, and the camera might not be able to get in that tight when you're talking about conditions so dark. See, we got another police car coming down. These are the only vehicles we're seeing at this point, and it's really pretty comforting, actually. Is you'll see, I believe that's a police car. I hope it is, but we just saw one pass by, and this is what the emergency responders are doing right now. You're driving slowly up and down these streets and just making sure that everyone listened when they said, hey, not a time to be out here. If you chose to ignore the warnings and stay, please stay inside. And they're certainly not letting anybody over any sort of bridges that would get them near these coastal areas at this point. There's some lightning you're seeing in our shot right now. That's not cloud to ground lightning. It's kind of staying up in the clouds. So we keep very close eye on where that lightning is in relationship to our equipment out here, because some of our stuff sticks way up in the air to help bring you these pictures. So we're not in any danger in that regard. Really, it's just exactly what anybody else would be facing, which is the wind, and in the case of storm surge, when we start to see something like that. But right now, no flooding here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Significant rain, but then it'll taper off for a good half hour before it starts again. So keeping an eye out here on things, and could be a long night, no doubt.
It is going to be a long night for all of us here at the station, here out in the field, and for all of our friends who are watching us as well. It's good to know that Brandon has not seen any drivers, any pedestrians, any drivers out there on the beach, unlike where Rosh Lowe is. Phil Farrow just gave us a tidbit of information. A tropical storm wind gust of 63 miles an hour was recorded there by Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Station 21, 63 miles per hour. So while it may be calm at 1 minute, man, it is extremely dangerous the next.
And checking in with that friend again from Fort Lauderdale PD, they're telling me that they've ordered all of their officers in the field, if you will, to turn on their emergency lights and all their squad cars to let people know who are inside that they are there protecting the community. So if you're in Fort Lauderdale, I'm sure a lot of other departments are mirroring just that, keeping their emergency lights on to show you that they are there to protect you and keep you off the roads. They want you to stay inside, but they're there in case they're needed.
That's helpful, because in some areas it's dark, as we saw in Rosh Lowe's piece, and very dark, and where Brian Enton is. I want to go back to First and Ocean, where Brian Enton is just drowned like a rat. We've seen lots of extremely strong wind, and we're looking at this sign. Brian, how you doing?
We're doing okay out here. It's actually slowed. I got a little mixed minus in my ear. It's slowed down a little bit out here. It's still windy, but nothing like what we saw earlier within the last few minutes. I think it comes and it goes. It picks up for a few minutes, and then it's not quite as intense for a few minutes. But it gets so windy, it's hard to really tell kind of what's going on around you unless you almost look at the trees or the signs, and then you really get an idea of just how intense the wind is out here. The good news, I heard Rosh talking earlier that he saw someone driving. I mean, the really good thing here is that there's no one on the streets. We haven't seen one single person out here. A few people looking out their windows and things like that, but no one driving around out here. And there's this curfew that started at 8 o'clock that it seems like people are really following, which is a very, very good thing. I spoke earlier with the spokesman for the Miami Beach Police Department, and he said that they would be patrolling, but that after the winds get up to 40 miles per hour, which clearly they are getting that high out here at times, that it's just unsafe for the officers to be out on the road because they could put themselves in danger. There are times where the officers can make decisions on their own whether or not they feel safe, and they may go out once it exceeds a little bit over 40 miles per hour. But for the most part, he said, they have to be looking out for their own lives too, basically. And so after it gets up to 40 miles per hour and you get situations like this, they are just not going to be out on the roads. And that's the reason for the evacuation. If someone has a problem out here, they may have issues getting emergency services at this point. Luis, let's pan over here and show them, this parking lot over here was totally dry probably about an hour ago, and now it's filling up with water. So I don't know if that's rainwater or if that's a little bit of surge. My guess is that's rain, because we saw it dump down here over the last hour or so, Lynn and Jeff.
Well, 40 miles an hour seems to be the magic number for everybody. You mentioned fire rescue. Police officers can't come out after 40. FP&Ls is the same thing, anything after 40. So anything after 40 miles an hour, we're well above that in some areas. when it comes to wind gusts is just too strong for anybody to be outside. A time to be hunkering down. I know, so you're on First and Ocean, and there's a lot of, new windows, so maybe some of them are hurricane impact windows. Are they pretty much boarded up? Are they buttoned up there on South Beach?
They are, and this is one of those areas where you have a lot of new windows, new buildings on the tip here of South Beach. So you don't see a lot of boards and shutters in this area because everything's pretty new construction and they've got the impact windows. But we were down on Ocean Drive earlier, and a lot of those old buildings, yeah, pretty much everyone is boarded up. Everyone's got their shutters up, and you can tell people around here took Hurricane Irma very, very seriously and made sure to batten the hatches before they headed out of town.
And Brian, we've heard Phil, we've heard Brent talk about the storm surge and what we could expect with that here on South Beach. Are you noticing any surge yet? I know you're a little bit away from the beach there, but any sight of that storm surge at this point?
It's hard to tell. Let's walk over here for a second because I want to get a closer look at some of the standing water. My gut's telling me that it's rain because there was such a downpour here for a little while. So this is what we're seeing. Streets like this right here are now starting to fill up with water. This street is totally covered in this spot. But I think that this is probably just rain. I don't think it's storm surge at this point, but Phil would probably be better at telling us whether or not storm surge would already be happening. We'll see if it drains. I think that will be a really good indication because we know, especially in this area, Miami Beach has this new drainage system. The pumps kick on. So I would imagine if it's rainwater, hopefully it'll recede pretty soon.
Okay, Brian Enton, you're going to stay on Miami Beach. Enjoy not having any rain in your face for a good 5 minutes. We'll get back to you. Let's go now to Vanessa Medina. She is experiencing some strong wind and rain. Okay, I don't know if she can hear me or not. Go ahead, Vanessa. Yep. You're in Deerfield Beach.
Hey guys, here we are. Yep, we're in Deerfield Beach, and the storm surge is starting to come in. You can see the water here. If we can turn the camera, he can't hear me very well. It's very loud out here. It's very windy out here. The water, as you can see, the ocean, Irma, is on her way in, inching her way slowly in. Now you can see this pier here. The white caps of this water are starting to come in rather quickly. And when we first got here earlier today, this water was way out. Of course, it's now moving in. High tide is about midnight. But again, the rain is moving in and the wind is moving in. At times, it lessens and then it comes back. I have my handy dandy lantern out here because it's rather dark. You can't see much. Now, if we can go over here, you can see just how much rain is actually coming, and you can see the wind with the palm trees here. Again, 21 shelters are open here in Deerfield Beach. People did heed the warnings. They are in those shelters tonight. They have about 14,000 people in different shelters across the county. Now, again, there's an evacuation order, of course, for east of Federal throughout Broward County. And there is a curfew in effect for Deerfield Beach and Broward County. The curfew going into effect here in Deerfield Beach at about 12 noon. And in Broward County, that went in place at 4 p.m. So now we're starting to get some more rain, some more wind, and starting to see the effects of Irma. It was a slow roll. Irma stood over Cuba quite some time, and we didn't know when it was coming. We thought maybe by 8 p.m., 9 p.m. we were going to see really bad weather, and so we were waiting, most like people at home, watching and waiting for the weather to come in. And now, according to Broward County officials, we got an update from them, and they said Irma is here many hours. So this is the kind of weather that people are going to be experiencing for several hours. Kind of weather here. So this storm surge, again, is supposed to go 3 to 4 feet. That's what they're expecting. 10 to 15 inches of rain here in Broward County. Again, you're going to lose power. There are many people who have lost power, but like we've been saying all year, on the ugly side of this storm. So we are getting those tornadoes and those strong winds, of course, here, and that will be throughout the night. So if you lose power, make sure you keep your radio so you are aware of any really bad weather. that they heard noises and they heard all the warnings and they were hiding out in an area. If you are under a tornado warning, go to an area in your house that does not have windows, maybe a hallway or possibly a bathroom, something that does not have windows to keep your family safe. But hopefully you are at home tonight and you are boarded up and you are stocked up on food. Now, Broward County Sheriff's deputies were out here a short time ago and they were looking in the water here. Believe it or not, there were people who, there were rumors out there that people were going to come out into this water and go surfing through the middle of Irma while she was making her way this way towards us. And as you can see, the weather is worsening out here. Of course, we will keep you posted and we will stay out here for as long as possible. We're reporting live in Deerfield Beach. Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
Vanessa bringing up a good point. We're simulcasting right now on the radio, so if you do lose power, you can still tap in and listen to 7 News, Phil Farrow, and our whole weather team as we continue to track Hurricane Irma. I just real quick checked in the latest power numbers. Miami-Dade, 49,000 people without power, so that number's actually come down just a little bit. And Broward County, 18,480. That number has actually come down too from 25,000. So I guess those crews are still working right now to try to restore power.
They'll work up to 40 miles an hour wind gusts. Let's now turn things over to 7's meteorologist Phil Farrow for an update on Irma. Phil?
All right, the update is that we are getting hit by all those feeder bands from Hurricane Irma. We have the latest advisory, Category 3. As of 9 p.m., a reminder that we are getting hourly updates now from the National Hurricane Center as far as its positioning. 125-mile-per-hour winds if you're plotting at home, 23.4, 80.9, and it is finally starting to move a little faster again. It had slowed down all the way to 7 miles per hour, the movement west-northwest, and that center is now 110 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. This is still a huge system. Just to give you an idea, scope here, the feeder bands extend from the Caribbean Sea through the eastern end of Cuba, all the way in through the central and northwestern Bahamas. It then swings over into South Florida as far north as Lake Okeechobee. The wind field and the clouds continue to make their way into the eastern Gulf of Mexico before ending up once again in the Caribbean Sea. This is huge. This is hundreds of miles around. The eye right now is just to the north of Havana and continues to aim ever so slowly in our direction. The rainfall, the radar right now focused in on the eye, which is north of Cuba, and it appears that we are starting to get once again another eye wall forming. The earlier reports had that the interaction with land had kind of weakened that little eye wall, but that is forming once again. You can see how tightly wound it is. We are getting more feeder bands and more rain bands developing along that center of circulation, and the rain continues to get shoved our way. As we zoom in through Broward County, there is a huge shield of rain. Nobody in Broward County is escaping this right now. This train of rain basically starts out by Andros Island. It goes all the way across the coastal waters. It is impacting everyone along the coast from the beaches here in Broward through A1A, I-95, the Turnpike, all the way through the Sawgrass, I-75, US 27, and in through Collier County. The wind pushing the rain horizontally, blinding sheets of rain, and the wind gusts have been as high. An earlier report had a wind gust in Fort Lauderdale International at 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, northeastern Miami-Dade also getting hit hard by the same feeder band in this instant, basically just north of US 41, all the way into the county line with Broward County. To the Keys we go. The rain has been heavy for you as well. Everyone across the overseas highway here from Key Largo down through Isla Morada, Marathon, Key West. The rain has been constant. The big worry for everyone who has left their homes in the Keys is not only going to be the rain or the wind, but also a storm surge. What we are looking at right now is the wind pushing the rain basically from the Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico. With that wind coming out of the northwest, It is going to slam the water from Florida Bay and the Gulf side right onto US 1. That is going to lead to flooding. All that water from the Gulf of Mexico is going to spill over into the Atlantic. After the storm has passed, sometime during the day tomorrow probably, then the winds will shift and then the surge will come from the opposing side. All the water from the Atlantic will get pushed into Florida Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. So the Keys will get a 1-2 punch as far as the surge is concerned. And we have heard reports as high as maybe 10, 15, even 20 feet. So this is going to be critical tonight and tomorrow as far as what is going to happen down in the Keys. And we are keeping our fingers crossed with everyone with homes down there that the flooding will be minimal. There are plenty of advisories. There's a tornado watch for all of South Florida. What this means is that the conditions, the ingredients are there for more tornadoes to form. We have had on and off tornado warnings tonight. A warning means that we have seen an actual tornado or one has been spotted on radar. Right now, everything is quiet. We can still get some more tonight, but as of this moment, there are no active tornado warnings. That is good news. As far as the cone is concerned, still remains as a Category 3, leaving Cuba, going across the Florida Straits, gaining energy, becoming a Category 4 Sunday morning at 2 a.m. It is still expected to make landfall somewhere between Marathon and Key West. The cone continues to shrink, but by now, you know that the cone just tells us where the eye is going to be. Many areas hundreds of miles away from either side of the cone will be impacted. And we have seen that throughout the day, especially with the East Coast, Miami-Dade, and Broward County, the Upper Keys getting heavy rain, and gusty winds, and tornadoes. After the system makes landfall across the Keys, it'll aim for Naples. Should be there sometime Sunday, 2 p.m. with 140-mile-per-hour winds. And then by Monday at 2 a.m., right across Tampa as a Cat 3 with 115 miles per hour. As we look ahead here at the wind field, we are already feeling tropical storm force winds here across South Florida. This is a big wind field. It's about 200 miles wide, encompassing everyone here from Bimini, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and still as far south as central Cuba. The actual little area that we're following with the hurricane force winds should be impacting Isla Morada, Marathon, and Key West sometime around 2:30 in the morning. That'll probably be the strongest winds, those hurricane force winds, all the way up to 130 or 135 miles per hour. We will be monitoring that as well because that is going to be on top of that wind of the storm surge. The winds could also be very damaging to the folks in the Florida Keys. And then it looks like by Sunday morning, 9:30 a.m., those big strong winds slowly start to subside, moving in through Fort Myers and Sarasota by Sunday at 11 p.m. Let's check in with some wind gusts. Right now, Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale not only getting hammered with heavy rain, but the gusty winds. 62-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now. Miami, 36. Check out Marathon, 66-mile-per-hour wind gust for you. As far as Pompano Beach, 36. 31 in Hialeah, 53 in Miccosukee, 38-mile-per-hour wind gust in West Kendall. Downtown Miami, 36. 59-mile-per-hour wind gust for you in Key West. Advisories that remain in place. By now, you know, obviously, we are under a hurricane warning. This will not change until the system finally passes out of here. You may be asking, why are we under a hurricane warning if the hurricane is only going to be impacting or making landfall across the Florida Keys? That is because we can feel or have wind gusts all the way up to hurricane strength, hurricane force strength. Now, these advisories extend all the way up through central and northern Florida. The hurricane warning is all the way up through Jacksonville and parts of Florida's Big Bend. There is a flood threat as well. The counties highlighted here, Collier, Mainland, Monroe, Miami-Dade, Broward counties, a flood watch in effect until Monday evening. So not only is there going to be strong winds, a surge, but also the potential for heavy rain. That is the very latest here as far as Irma is concerned. We are still tracking all the heavy rain moving across the area. And if we do get any more serious activity as far as tornadoes are concerned, we will let you know as soon as possible. Back to you guys.
Phil, sticking with that flood watch real quick, and we want you to get a break, of course, but I'm not sure if you saw Brian's live shot a few moments ago in Miami Beach. Obviously prone to flooding, concerned about that storm surge. That pooling that you saw in, it looked like it was a road, a parking lot near Brian, is that the beginning of storm surge, or is that just all that rain we've been seeing over Miami Beach recently?
You know, the storm surge with this system is going to be little by little by little. It began early this afternoon as the winds started to come on shore, pushing that water ever so slowly, ever so slowly. This is not going to be like that the video that we've seen out of the tsunami out of India, for example, where that rush of water comes right in. This is going to be constant, just little by little, little by little, little by little, until during the overnight hours, there isn't going to be a precise time. It's happening at 11:01 or it's happening at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's just going to be that constant push of water. Remember that the wind is coming in off the ocean at 50, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, pushing the water on shore, and it's relentless. And it is going to be that tick-tock pushing effect of that water on shore that is going to cause the storm surge. So it has begun. It will continue to go up, the water will, and it really is not going to subside, at least until Irma makes landfall and makes its way up the coast here during the day tomorrow.
Phil, what do you think Key West is feeling right now? We've seen our reporters here on the mainland go through some really relentless wind and rain. I know that eye has not approached the Keys yet, but what do you think they're feeling right now?
Well, I'm going to ask the folks back in the office if they can punch up the radar out of the Keys. What they're looking at right now, first of all, I hope that there's no one left back in the Keys. I'm sure that there are some folks in shelters, obviously a lot of the police officers that are down there. But what they are looking at right now are very strong winds, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. And for them, the winds will continue to go up. They are expecting hurricane force winds to come in during the overnight hours. And those winds are going to go as high possibly as a Category 4 system, 135, 140, 145 miles per hour. That is going to be the worst for them during the overnight until eventually Irma makes landfall sometime at 8 o'clock in the morning. Right now on the radar, there's a huge swath of rain up and down the overseas highway. The rain is relentless through Marathon, through Key West, and this will be the pattern for them. It is going to be nonstop. There is no a little break here or a little break there. It'll be nonstop rain at least through tomorrow afternoon at best, with the worst of conditions starting at around 2 o'clock in the morning through about the system should make landfall at 8, and then you can add at least another 6 hours after that. So a good 20 hours before everything begins to subside for the Keys.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're thinking of our friends in Key West and all of the Keys. 20 hours of this. Amazing. And, you know, Phil talked about those strong winds over 100 miles an hour. We've just seen reporters deal with 35, 40. We've heard of 63 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, but imagine what that must be like in the Keys. Wow.
And I'm staring at this rain band we got going off here in the storm tracker. I mean, coming off from the Bahamas up through Bimini into us here in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and it is just continuing to wrap around. Like Phil said, we're going to be under this band for quite some time, several hours before all this is over. I want to go ahead and take you back outside with all this video. Have a lot of it coming in, both from viewers and our crews that are in the field. This video right here from Southwest Miami-Dade from a little bit earlier, so a little bit of daylight out there, but you can just see that driving, horizontal, pounding rain on those vehicles in what looks to be an apartment complex.
And this is North Miami Beach. One of our producers took this driving on Biscayne Boulevard. Palm fronds down, just a lot of relentless rain and debris as well. It's amazing how much debris you can get in the road from the outer bands of this very strong hurricane, still very far away. So, and you guys have been experiencing it. I've been getting texts and tweets all over the place of people saying, oh my gosh, it's coming in now, whether you live in Southwest Miami-Dade or whether you live in Fort Lauderdale. I mean, everybody's experiencing these outer bands. Since Chris Van Vliet was in Hollywood, okay, never mind. We'll talk about that later. Oh, okay, we have Steve Shapiro in Fort Lauderdale. We have him live.
Yes, of course.
Steve,
of course you do.
You're wet.
Of course you do. Thank you very much for noticing. Yeah, it's been raining, if you haven't heard. Hey, we're on Los Olas Boulevard. Look far to the east here, Jim. Ghost town. Nobody on the street, or virtually nobody on the street. Somebody left a car, apparently, or they're about to drive away. Curfew here, 4 o'clock. People seem to be heeding that information. Nobody's been out. No foot traffic, no animals, no people driving around. We are across the street from the Big City Tavern. It's a landmark here. Most people who have come to Fort Lauderdale certainly know Big City, as they do the Riverside Hotel and Restaurant. It is open. Show all the people at the restaurant and the bar. Everybody's waving, watching football, it looks like, drinking. It's just a Saturday night at the Riverside Hotel. This is unbelievable. I don't know if these people are on vacation or a staycation or if they're here for protection, but they are definitely out and enjoying their Saturday night as it continues to rain on Las Olas. I need to tell you something. When I went on that rant, or since I went on that rant of Phil Ferro about 5 o'clock, I got 100 new Twitter followers. So thanks for watching and thanks for following. I didn't mean to take advantage to Phil. He's a good sport. He's doing a great job. The best job. He is the best meteorologist, and he works tirelessly from 3, 4 in the morning, and he's here till midnight all night, gets very little sleep. I'm not just saying this because we're on television and because I barked at him a little bit at 5 o'clock, which was just a joke, by the way, but because I believe it. He's the best, and he's giving you accurate information, and that's what counts. All right, there's another rant by me. We're on Las Olas. Unless you have any questions, I'm all done.
No questions. Glad you're safe, Steve, and glad you have 100, 200 new followers. That's certainly good news. And you know what?
Yeah,
he's right.
That's good.
Phil is an awesome meteorologist, but he's wrong. He's not sleeping at midnight.
Yeah.
Phil's 24/7, right?
You're correct. And by the way, those 100 new followers of yours, that's all my family. So, all right, everyone, I really want to touch base right now with the National Hurricane Center. We have the acting director, Ed Rappaport, out there. Throughout the afternoon and throughout the evening, we've seen conditions go downhill ever so quickly here across South Florida. Let's begin with the Keys. Conditions are awful down there. How much longer before they get the direct impact from this landfalling hurricane?
At this stage, we think the center of the hurricane will be near Key West, maybe a little bit up the Keys from there, around daybreak tomorrow, so 5 to 8 a.m. But it's going to be preceded by the eye wall, which is the strongest part of the hurricane, by a few hours. So beginning maybe 2 in the morning, they'll be seeing hurricane force winds, probably sustained until the eye gets there. Then it'll pick up again on the backside. So they'll be having hurricane force winds on and off for at least 6 hours, beginning just before daybreak tomorrow.
And then, Ed, how much longer afterwards? I know then there's the backside. Is this going to be another 6, 8 hours after it makes landfall?
Well, I think it's 6 hours or so total for duration for the hurricane force winds. But after the backside of the hurricane force winds go through, they still have another 12 to 18 hours potentially of tropical storm force winds.
All right, now shifting over to Miami-Dade and Broward counties, boy, we have really seen some nasty squall line weather here. Those feeder bands moving in with tornadic activity. How much longer is this going to be the norm for Broward and Miami-Dade?
Probably until the afternoon tomorrow. The area ahead and to the right of where the center of the hurricane is where you often get the tornadic activity, and that's where we are. We're ahead and to the right of it. The center gets to about our latitude tomorrow afternoon, then that area which has most of the tornadic activity will be to the north of us. But we're still going to have strong winds after that. Again, we're going to be in an area that has 24 hours of tropical storm force winds with hurricane gusts, quite apart from the tornadic activity.
All right, thank you very much, Ed. Ed, again, thank you. You have been so helpful with us. Get some rest soon. All right, so let's take a look right now at the satellite imagery. This is a huge system, and the acting director there, Ed Rappaport, telling us that this could be at least another 24 hours before things start to improve across South Florida. Back to you guys at the desk.
Okay, that's our answer. That's a long time.
24 hours.
She is moving so slow. You said it from the beginning, Phil. This is going to be a long event. It's going to be a long night. We're going to be with you every step of the way. These are live pictures out of Deerfield Beach. Vanessa Medina is down on the ground. We saw her live picture, her live report a little while ago. It was very dark because she's by the beach, so now we have an aerial view. You can see they still have power, but they too are experiencing these outer bands, the feeder bands that come in with really, really strong wind gusts and relentless rain, and it looks like things are dying down right now, but they could be picking up soon. But the good news is they still have power.
Yeah, those conditions change every minute in all these live shots that we're showing you all up and down the South Florida coast. Again, these pictures right here out of Deerfield Beach. Okay, so Chris Van Vliet has been following the storm in Hollywood. Here's the report he filed a short while ago.
Well, the last time you heard from us on Hollywood Beach, we were actually on the beach, but there's been quite a lot of lightning activity around us and very close to us. So there was one right there, actually. So we've taken cover inside this parking garage here, and while this feeder band has a lot of lightning and the wind gusts have gotten increasingly worse over the last hour here, palm trees are now starting to really bend over, and you can't really see it from where we are right now, but the waves in the ocean have gotten much, much larger. The rain, wow, I almost blew my hat off there. The rain is starting to blow sideways in this area here. The good news is we are protected here where we are. We're in a very stable parking garage here in Hollywood Beach, where a lot of people have actually taken their cars for refuge. The parking garage is filled to capacity. People even parking in spots that aren't even real spots if you take a look over here to the right, Manny. But the rain, as you can see, blowing all the way through here and pretty much soaking the entire parking garage. But yeah, these wind gusts getting stronger and stronger here at Hollywood Beach, and that lightning getting increasingly worse. We're going to continue to give you updates here as we go through the night, and things, well, continue. Will continue to get worse here. We're in Hollywood Beach. I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News.
Just trying to hold on to that hat right there. Okay, live pictures right here for you. North Bay Village, this is where we are located. That's our tower out in front of our 7 News studios, and you can see the palm trees whipping in that wind, the camera shaking as we have another band going through the area right now. Not too much rain in this shot. We tune in every few moments. You might not see anything. You might see something. That just shows you how fast the conditions are changing all across South Florida.
And it's so interesting to see cars on the road. It's so strange. Why would you be on the road? That's the last place you need to be, but perhaps they are police officers. Let's hope that's the case. And our hats off to all the officers out there keeping us safe and serving our community. Mike DePasquale was in Davie. Here's what he has to say.
We're in the area of Sterling University in Davie, and look what the wind gust did. There was no confirmed tornado in this area, but this tree was uprooted. It took out the sidewalk, and you could just see how deep these roots are. So the entire weight of it, the wind blew this tree over. We're going to walk over on this side to give you an idea of how big this tree is across the entire street. And there are homes on the other side. And the most ironic thing, and we tried to see if anybody was home, and no one is home at this point, and including the person in this house. But the tree stopped short of hitting this house, and there's a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary right in front of the house. That's where the tree stopped from nearly hitting this house. In Davie, Mike DePasquale, 7 News.
Well, we need all the guidance we can get.
We sure do, and this is video, I believe, of a possible, is this the tornado we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, these are, oh, I guess this could be a possible tornado.
Yeah.
You know, we had, these are ominous clouds at the very least, but we had a couple of tornadoes actually touch down in, I believe it was Lauderdale Lakes, Lauderhill.
The beach, Fort Lauderdale Beach.
That's right, exactly. And there was some really, really nasty weather that rolled in a few hours ago, and this is video of exactly that. Again, because we're on the nasty side of the storm, the right quadrant, and we're all still under a tornado watch, and this is why there were tornado warnings in some areas, because tornadoes were actually spotted. Okay, this is a live picture out of Fort Lauderdale. Look at this, man. Those palm fronds are almost horizontal.
Yeah, and you know, speaking off of the tornado warnings, and we will likely see those in the hours to come as that storm moves north. seek shelter in a central room in your house. A bathroom is always good, no windows. Get in your bathtub if you hear a tornado that might be moving through your area. Oh, look at that lightning right there. As we see with these bands coming on in, as we look at the storm tracker, a lot of lightning packed into the system, especially these isolated bands that are moving on through. This one going through Fort Lauderdale, the Miami region as well. We've seen many of our reporters getting inundated with rain, wind, and a lot of that lightning as well as those bands move through.
And we heard the National Hurricane Center say earlier, not too long ago, say this is going to be a day's worth, I guess that's 24 hours at least, of tropical storm force winds and rain. And Phil just reiterated that too. So we've got a good 24 to 30 hours perhaps of this really nasty weather. Live picture right now out of the city of Miami. You know, this is typical. The good news is nobody's on the road here. There's nobody walking around. A really dangerous time to be out. And it looks like a lull, as we've seen. But Miami has gotten some really strong winds as well. All areas have gotten between 40 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
And we're looking at the loop over there off to our left as we, again, continue to look at these live pictures in Miami. And it looks like maybe that eye is slowly starting to move a little bit. And again, our focus and our thoughts are with the people who are still in the Florida Keys. They're starting to see those higher wind gusts closer to hurricane strength. As the hours go on, they will surpass the Category 1 level, which is 75 miles per hour, getting up into Category 2 and 3 and possibly 4 if this system does continue to strengthen. Irma as she makes her way north. So we'll be thinking about them. This is some video from earlier. As you can see, still daylight in this video. This is sunrise, a flash of lightning right there. The trees, again, dancing around in all that wind, rain coming off the gutters. And, we want people to send us their video, but be safe. Don't go outside in this stuff. Do what this person did. Shoot from what looks to be a carport or from inside your house.
So if you're listening to us, and I trust you are because I'm getting a lot of messages that you're listening to us or you're watching us and you're hunkered down at home or in a shelter, here's what you can expect for the next 24 hours or so as you look at these live pictures of the wind just really whipping there in Fort Lauderdale. We've got at least 24 hours of tropical storm force winds and rain. You'll probably either be looking outside or hear it outside, the rain pounding, and then it'll stop. Really, really strong winds because, as Phil has said, this is a wind event. You may hear debris hit against your shutters. You may hear the rain stop after a little while, then it's going to pick up again. You may lose power. FP&L has help from 5 different states ready to help us restore all of our power. At least, I think the numbers were 27,000 people or so are without power in Miami-Dade County, and crews are working to repair that only if winds are below 40 miles an hour. Anything past 40 miles per hour, it's too dangerous for crews to be out repairing power. It's too dangerous for first responders. But once those winds do die down, they're going to jump on it. Broward County has also lost some power. I believe that the number was like 8,000. That's a little less, but, feel sorry for everybody who's lost power, but just hang tight. It's going to be restored.
And we want those crews to be safe, of course, because they're going to have a big job to do on the flip side of the storm. Now, okay, we're going to bring in Vanessa Medina, but Vanessa, hang on one second. We're going to you in Deerfield Beach. I'm reading the email right now, checking in with our assignment desk in Broward County in Fort Lauderdale. Frank Guzman, our assignment editor there. This is a pretty great story. Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue crews from Deerfield Beach responded to a 911 call for a dog in a canal. Apparently this dog, they found it frantically swimming, getting exhausted. A firefighter, listen to this, with these bands moving through, this firefighter dove into the canal, swam about 1,000 feet to reach the dog. As the firefighter reached the dog was about to go underwater. The firefighter attached a buoy vest around the dog, pulled it back to shore. The dog collapsed, was tended to by firefighters, and a short while ago, the dog came to. The lost dog was reunited with its owner in Deerfield Beach, just coming in our email right there.
And you know what? That's another reminder that, how much first responders put their own lives at risk. They have families too, but here they are helping us out. We also got a note saying that the sheriff's office in Broward County is taking their deputies off the streets once the winds have surpassed 45 miles per hour because it is just too dangerous. So that's good to hear that the dog was saved, but of course we want everybody, every human also to be safe as well. Let's check in with Vanessa Medina there in Deerfield Beach. Vanessa, how are you holding up?
Hey guys, that's an awesome story. Kudos to that firefighter who jumped into that water to save that dog. What a great story all around. Hopefully we can get some pictures of that and someone took some sort of video so we can see exactly that tremendous rescue. But, you know, kudos again to all of the firefighters and police and law enforcement out there who are trying to keep them safe. You know, we still see them walking up and down Deerfield Beach here, making sure that people are inside, making sure that people are not coming out here to do anything wild. There were rumors a short time ago that people were going to go out into this water behind us and they were going to go surfing. So they came out here with flashlights, making sure no one was jumping off the pier with their surfboards to try and catch some wave. You know, Irma has been inching closer and closer. It took a while. She stalled for a little bit, and we didn't know when we were going to start getting this nasty weather, but it's finally started to come in. It's going to get progressively worse throughout the night. If you're at home and you have your shutters up, you're hearing some of that rain and the pounding going on outside, and that's because it's coming in slowly, but they are coming in. We're about to get a band that's pretty nasty I don't know how long it's going to take, maybe 5-10 minutes or so, but it's heading our way, and we've taken a little bit of some cover. We tried to go down to the water short, but it was just too windy. It was just too dark. You can't see anything down there, but the water is so ferocious down there. If you see the surf, they're expecting a 3 to 4 foot storm surge, 10 to 15 inches of rain. So we're expecting the worst, and we're prepared out here. So we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Vanessa, thank you. And by the way, we are working on getting video from the Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue team on the rescue of that dog, which shows the humanity of all of our first responders, saving not only people, but dogs too.
And their families are at home right now in many cases and worried about them helping to protect us. And yeah, we can't say how thankful we are that our first responders are out there braving this storm, making sure that everyone stays safe. So we got that video actually right here. We're trying to turn that around, and we should have that momentarily. All
right, let's go to 7's Nicole Ensalada in Estero, where you know, the storm is expected to hit that area as well. And you are, where are you, Nicole? In a shelter? People are still waiting, or how's it going?
We're right outside. We're right outside the Germain Arena shelter where we were earlier, Lynn. People have been coming into this place all night long, all day long since we've been here, and in fact, they are still accepting people here at this shelter. And I got to tell you, now this is the the most steady rain we've gotten this whole time. So what you're looking at now is just of some people who decided to come outside and stand out here for just a minute. Not exactly sure why they would stand out here in the rain for a little bit, but you know, they're under an overhang. It's okay. And actually, I walked inside for a bit earlier, and boy, the place is packed. It's not so bad though. You know, if you're trying to ride out a hurricane that could be a 3 or a 4, or you know, even worse than that, there are a lot worse places to be. There are a lot of families in there who have pets. We have seen a lot of pets, a lot of kids. People have their bedding all out. They've got computer games, and kids have, you know, books and toys and everything. So it's really not so bad, except for, of course, you know, in any kind of arena, and they play minor league hockey here, you know, out on the area where the ice would normally be. It's just covered with people who are here seeking refuge from Hurricane Irma. I talked to somebody with Lee County Emergency Management, and she said right now 30,000 people have received a mandatory evacuation notice in Lee County alone. And of course, we've also got Collier. We've also, you know, that's the surrounding counties, the adjacent counties here. And 14 shelters in all in Lee County. 4 of them, we understand, including the Germain Arena right here, still have space available. So that's certainly good news, because we talked to some people who just didn't even expect that they would have to go to a shelter, but they had some last-minute mandatory evacuations, so they decided that, you know, this is the best place to be. Also, they've got some sandbags out here to try to keep things as dry as possible. At the moment, you know, things are pretty wet, but this is just a steady rain. This is no different right now than what we would see on maybe a summer evening. Of course, we expect conditions to get a lot worse, but for right now, people are calm, people are settling in, and it seems that things here so far, for right now, are going smoothly. Lynn, Jeff?
So that's great news. There's still space there at that shelter. It seats 7,000 people there, and it's great news that they're accepting pets. All right, Nicole Lancelota, thank you so much. We'll get back to you reporting live in Estero. Looked like she had something to say, but we'll get back to her if she does. Phil just gave us a little bit of information. Tropical storm force wind gust up to 60 miles an hour, 56 knots, 60 mile per hour, a little over 60 mile per hour winds were recorded at North Perry Airport. That shows you the intensity of these wind gusts. That's a very strong wind gust.
It is, and as that storm finally starts to make the bigger move, we'll likely see those winds increase in the hours to come. Okay, so again, we got reporters all over the place working very, very hard here on this now Saturday night. Hard to believe we've been in this for quite some time now, but let's go to Joe Roats in Miami with more conditions there. Joe, you were near the Marriott, and looks like there's still power, still rain and wind in that area.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say that within the past 30 minutes or so, the wind has been the major issue out where we are. You know, the rain has let up. It's been coming, you know, down intermittently. We do still have power down here. These lights have been flickering. But, you know, for the most part, this area, Sea Isle Marina, just off of Bayshore and 17th, still does have power. Again, the wind is the major issue right now. And this kind of, you know, tunnel between the two buildings where we've been standing here, I was picking up wind speeds of about 40, 45 miles an hour. It almost knocked me over as we came up the stairs here. And as you take a look over at the palm trees, you can just see how strong that is. And you can probably hear how the wind has been, you know, coming in. It just comes in these strong gusts. Not long ago, we did have a nice little lull, and I'm not sure if we have the video. Hopefully you guys can tell me. We do a video then. We had a chance to go through the downtown area. Southeast First and at the Metro Mover station. We did catch some flooding down there. And then south of there, we went down Brickell Avenue and Southeast 15th. There were a number of downed trees in that area. That seemed to be about the major extent of the damage, just a little bit of that roadway flooding and then the downed trees. But we also want to bring to your attention something that we've been talking to you about now for quite some time, and that is the crane situation here in downtown Miami. We do know that there is a couple dozen cranes around the area. There has been one specifically we've been keeping our eye on throughout the day, and as you take a look at this nighttime video, you can see that crane is just spinning around with these high winds. It's going around and around. And I mean, this is why they told people if you live in the downtown area and you have a crane near you, you definitely do not want to be in your building, because those things are going to be going around, and with the high winds, some of them can't withstand the high winds if they go too far. So as you take a look at that, I mean, it is definitely a scary sight. That is what we are seeing here in the downtown area. Back out here live at Sea Isle Marina, I mean, as you take a look out here at the boats, I mean, this has been pretty much par for the course today. These boats have been pretty, you know, just rocking back and forth. The water's definitely gotten a little bit higher out here, but none of these boats, the good thing, none of these boats have become detached. A lot of the boat owners are staying here at the DoubleTree Hotel that's here at the marina. And as we've said already, they definitely have power. So they've been popping their heads out, not at the worst points, but they've been popping their heads out to make sure that their boats are okay, that they're still tied up, and that they're not coming loose, so that there's no damage to them. But that is the situation here in downtown Miami. We'll send it back to you.
Joe, thank you. Be careful those lights we talked about earlier that were coming off because of the wind gusts. You're looking at a live picture right there to the left in, I think that's Fort Lauderdale Beach, where these palm trees have been taking a beating all day long. And this is where Irma is to the right. It looks like the eye is completely off land there. The eye has left Cuba. Where specifically it's going, we're expecting to get an 11 o'clock advisory. Phil Ferro says that he is hopeful that there will be a lot of new information in that advisory. But the National Hurricane Center has said that we will be experiencing tropical storm force winds and rain for a good day, another 24 hours. So she's moving slowly.
And for our viewers in the Florida Keys who chose to stay behind, if you still have power, again, that eye does appear to slowly be inching on north right there as we're looking at our satellite imagery that is coming into the newsplex. So the lower, middle, and upper Keys will likely start to see more intense winds coming from this system. Again, last we checked, I believe those winds were close to Category 1 force hurricane winds there in the Keys. So batten down the hatches. Here comes Irma as that eye does begin to slowly move away from the coast of Cuba. And it always impresses me, as we look at these live images. I'm not sure where this shot is from there to your left.
Miami, I believe.
Miami. But when you see these iconic photos and video of hurricanes, how these palm trees are able to withstand, in many cases, these winds and survive these storms. Of course, some come down, but I guess they're just made to bend. They have that big ball root structure at the bottom. But again, there you see more palm trees kind of taking on the effects of Hurricane Irma.
Yeah, and again, we've said this for quite some time, but it does bear repeating. Everybody is under a tornado watch. All of South Florida is under a tornado watch. We put there twice just so you get the whole picture, okay? To the left is North Bay Village. We just want to give you some live pictures of how we're all faring here in South Florida. And obviously there's a live radar of Irma to the right, and to the left is a picture of North Bay Village. The winds whipping, a little bit of rain. We saw a car or two a short time ago. But the good news is we really haven't seen a lot of vehicles. We saw one car, don't know why this driver was driving, in Rochelo's live report there in Surfside, and there was a lot of driving rain and some flooding, and the car hit something and stalled, turned on the flashers. A couple of cop cars went by, slowly looked and kept going because they've got other things to do. So it's definitely not a time to be out, and if you're a little stir crazy inside, well, this will all be over, we understand, in 24 hours or so. Things will be better, we understand, in 24 hours. Maybe not necessarily for the Keys. The National Hurricane Center said it almost sounded like they've got another 32 hours of this situation. Tropical storm force winds, hurricane winds, and driving rain. So our thoughts are with everybody in Key West and all up and down the Keys. And of course, you're looking at a live picture of here on the mainland outside of North Bay Village, where the winds kick up and they die down because of the feeder ban. And this is going to be the situation for the next day.
Good time. Maybe if you have Netflix, you still have power to binge watch some TV shows.
If you're bored watching us, of course. But if
Exactly.
you love watching
Keep us on the TV.
yes, we love
get your
talking
iPad
to you. Right.
for the Netflix and stay tuned. We're looking at these power outages here. Got some updated numbers. The Florida Keys. As we look at these live pictures from Fort Lauderdale, Upper Keys, the power situation getting a little bit better, was over 4,000, now about 2,500 people without power. It looks like 900 customers still in the Midtown section of Key West, still without power since about 4:15 this afternoon. Those numbers obviously a little higher. In Miami-Dade County, I believe the last number was close to about 45,000 without power. In Broward County, I believe it was around 18,000 customers without power. Again, FPL, they try to keep their crews safe as those wind gusts get larger, and right now they're probably hunkering down, as these bands start to move through the area.
And it really stinks losing power. I mean,
does.
nothing compares to, your safety and your home and your property. But, when it comes to an inconvenience, nobody likes losing power. With Wilma, we lost power for 2 weeks, and it was hot, and people were stressed. And FPL just wants you to know, as Jeff indicated, they're on top of this. They anticipated this huge storm coming. We've got help from 5 different states on the way. So if you've lost power, you know somebody who has, text them, let them know that they can listen to us. We're simulcasting on several different radio stations. I've got them off the top of my head. 99 Jams is one of them. And this is another live picture. I believe this is Lincoln Road. It looks like Lincoln Road. Oh, it's Deerfield Beach, excuse me. Sorry. Okay, well, it's very similar. Lots of wind gusts. Also wanted to let you know we've done some interviews with some people in Key West, and we're going to find out how our friends are doing in the Keys. They are getting a pounding right now, and it's only going to get worse for the next 20 hours.
It'll be really interesting on the flip side of the storm to see what damage is done in the lower, middle, and upper Keys, and we'll be on top of that story as well, once we get to the other side of Hurricane Irma. Kind of recycling some of the evacuation numbers here. This is one of the largest evacuations that this state has ever been under. 5.6 million people ordered to evacuate statewide. That is a quarter of the population here in the state of Florida. Now, whether that full number evacuated, probably not, but that is how many people were ordered to evacuate because of Hurricane Irma. Again, we had those mandatory evacuations that are clearly still in effect in Miami-Dade County, zones A and B, part of Zone C. Also, Broward County, east of Federal Highway, the coastal areas of Miami-Dade, Broward County. Mandatory evacuations in Monroe County as well. But then we look now, since the track of Irma has shifted, and now it does appear that the storm is starting to make that turn northward. The west coast of Florida, a little late on the evacuation train. Collier County, Lee County, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, all sending people, to higher ground a little bit late in the game, and that's why we're still seeing the long lines at the shelter that we saw with Nicole and Estero. in the Fort Myers region. We saw big traffic on I-4 from Tampa to Orlando. So hopefully all those folks are getting to safe places here tonight. You know, Lynn, I believe, was it Expedia, Airbnb, a bunch of places that were trying to help out, right?
Yeah, they were giving discounts, even offering some freebies to people. This is a live picture of the city of Miami. I mean, if this is not an eerie sight, I don't know what is. It's not a holiday, you know, it's got to be something else. Pretty much all of South Florida hunkering down together, weathering this storm. They're experiencing a lull in the feeder bands in the city of Miami, a little bit of rain there. Life will, it sounds like, possibly get back to normal, at least for the mainland. Probably, it sounds like Monday. Schools have been closed till Sunday. We'll hear more about that, I anticipate, in the future very soon. But we did hear from the mayor earlier in the day. The days kind of run together. I think it was earlier in the day. And he did say that all county offices are going to be closed on Monday for sure. So this is Saturday evening. We'll know a lot more about when things are going to start getting back to normal tomorrow, Sunday. Right now, we're just trying to weather the storm with you for the next 24 hours or so. Again, we're all under a tornado watch. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. Let's go back now to 7's Rebecca Vargas. She's outside of our 7 News studios. And, well, we can kind of make you out. Okay, I know we have a little bit of rain on our lens, or a little bit of moisture, I guess, in the lens. But go ahead, we can hear you. Tell us what's happening.
Well, Lynn and Jeff, we just realized that the wind gusts here caused our carport behind our studios. I want you to take a look behind me, completely ripped off the roof, I guess we would call it, of this carport from left to right. You can see that it is smashed up now against the tree there. You can see the gusts pretty strongly. I hope you can. I know the lens is pretty foggy at this point, but completely ripped right off at this point, and it's pretty much hanging and shaking on a limb there on the tree. So as you can see, these gusts really are ripping through here, and it seems just hour by hour, maybe even minute by minute, these wind gusts are getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, it hasn't appeared to damage anything else, but again, hanging on really by a thread here on a branch on this tree at this point. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, yeah, you know, that's a danger. You know, that's one of the things we talked about, debris, you know, flying into somebody's window. You don't want to be outside. Debris is a #1 danger.
And it can look fine one moment, then you get a wind gust, then you got a piece of siding knocking you over. So yeah, that's exactly why first responders and we tell everyone to stay inside. Might sound obvious, but people are still out there.
We have a happy story.
We do. You got it?
You got it.
You
started.
Me.
Okay, all right.
Start.
Let's go to the dog story. Yay! Okay, this is a story about, yeah, you tell it because I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
This is a story about a dog being saved by the Broward Sheriff's Officer.
This is great. The dog was in distress. I'm not sure if that's a canal or a pond, but thankfully these guys were in the right place, right time. No, actually it was a 911 call that was placed. And it was a canal. A firefighter jumped in, hard to see, but off in the distance, the firefighter swam to the dog and was able to, right in the nick of time, get this dog out of the water to safe ground. They have special oxygen tanks and whatnot to try to resuscitate animals in conditions like this. And I believe that's what they did. And, again, just in time, they were able to save the dog and I think reunited with its owner, right?
Yes, reunited with its owner. See, you're exactly right, Jeff. I guess they saw this dog was about to go under. This firefighter jumped in, swam about 1,000 feet, reached for the dog, attached a buoy vest around the dog, and pulled it back to shore. And the dog was exhausted, collapsed, tended to by these great firefighters. And as you said, Jeff, the dog was reunited with its owner. So isn't this nice? This is so nice. The dog was saved, and hats off to these guys who took the time to save an animal, somebody's pet.
Yeah, and they're working long shifts right now, too.
Long shifts.
You know, as the storm moves in and protecting, as we can see, not only humans, but those furry animals out there who might get themselves caught up in situations that they can't control. This dog, again, in that canal, but safe, sound, with its owner, and nice to have a happy story in light of all this negative energy with this hurricane.
And thank you to the viewer who actually recorded that and sent that to us, and that was safe to do, so thank you. Let's go inside to the Newsplex. Robin Simmons has more on how the Keys are faring. We've been wondering for hours how they're doing. Robin?
We've been hearing so much about the Keys and how they are going to be feeling the first impacts of Hurricane Irma, and we had the chance to talk just a little while ago to a meteorologist with the National Weather Service down in the Keys, and he just wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post saying that he was staying in the Keys even with this dangerous storm coming because he wants to save lives. Let's listen to what he said.
The beginning part of the day was trying more to get the 4 shelters of last resort that are open through the Keys out to the people where they're at. If they feel unsafe, they can go there. But, you know, at this time, we're heavily into the impacts, and wherever you're at, you're kind of stuck there. So I hope that they're in a sturdy building if they didn't leave here. We'll try to get information on any type of landfalling water spouts or tornadoes we see out to them so that they can get into an interior safe room.
And that was Bill South. He is both a meteorologist as well as the social media man for the National Weather Service. He says they have already lost power. They are in a bunker. They have a generator. He said they have enough fuel for as long as they're going to need, but he wants to let people know who remained behind, who did not heed those evacuation orders. You can plan to not have electricity for a long time. But again, he wrote that Washington Post article saying that he wants to save lives, and that is why he is remaining behind. He also infamously tweeted yesterday an all caps tweet saying the time to get out is now. This is serious. So he is down there along with the other meteorologists watching this and ready for Irma. For now, reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Very brave.
Very brave. Thank you, Robin. As we look at this live picture of the winds really whipping still in Fort Lauderdale. And we know there are quite a number of people still in Key West. When we had Nicole Ensalada still there late yesterday, she said that a hotel there was still full of people, even children as well. And then we even had a couple of live pictures of people in the southernmost point. A guy taking selfies of himself. You wonder how he's doing. A couple of guys riding around on bicycles. You wonder how they're doing. So we'll definitely be following up with how our friends in the Keys are doing.
And there's not too many tall structures down there.
No.
I mean, you have a few hotels, which maybe the max is. I'm sure there's building codes down there, like there is in many cities, maybe 6-7 stories, if that. Some of the hotels down there in Key West. So that storm surge is going to be a big issue as the storm moves on in, possibly up to 15 feet in some points along the Florida Keys. So you just hope that people who did choose to stay behind can find higher ground, maybe a top floor in one of those hotels, and stay safe and ride this thing out and get to the other side safely. Again, these are live pictures in Fort Lauderdale. Not sure if we can take the radar loop and the pictures. That's always a good side-by-side image thing that we can do, so you can keep an eye on where those rain bands are, where the eye of the storm is. That. I mean, a lot of wind and some video right here.
Yeah, well, you can see the radar to your left on the bottom here, and this is video of southwest Miami-Dade. It looks like a neighborhood, somebody maybe peeking out maybe of a window, but you can see the relentless rain going sideways, and you know how loud it is when it really, really rains, and the wind is... Here, let's listen. Yeah, just sheets of rain. And we heard earlier in some of our live reports, when that wind starts, it truly is a howl and a whistle. And as we're looking at the radar of Irma down to your left there, we talked to Phil a few minutes ago about why isn't Irma moving? I mean, she is moving. She's finally, the center is finally off land. But he was talking about these upper level winds that are just kind of keeping it where it's at. And we're expecting the 11 o'clock advisory, according to Phil, to tell us a lot more. This is a live pic, or not a live picture. This is video of a short time ago out of Coconut Grove. So they too, you know, in the Grove there, obviously, that's surrounded by water by the bay, have a lot of boats tied down, a lot of expensive boats in that area. They too have experienced some really, really strong winds and a lot of rain as well.
And you can see right there with some of those boats, some of those docks are floatable, which is a good thing. So when that surge moves in, the dock moves with it, the boats move up with it. Obviously, if you know boating out there, you know more lines are used to tie these boats down and secure them so they don't drift out to sea. So that's good to see. I'm sure many of those boats were tended to before the conditions started to worsen there in the area. So we're watching those docks very closely. in the hours to come as these strong bands of rain and wind kind of move throughout South Florida. I understand Vanessa Medina back with us in Deerfield Beach. Vanessa, you've been in the thick of all this with these rain bands. It looks like you have some more wind and rain here as we approach 10 o'clock.
That's right. You know, Irma, we've been waiting all day for her to slowly make her way. And, you know, she's a little stubborn. She wanted to take her time over Cuba, and now slowly she's making her way towards Key West. Sadly for our friends down there, hopefully that it's not too bad down there, that we can still go back to our beautiful Keys that we love so much. So we're hoping and praying for them down there, and we're keeping you informed up here. As you can see, the weather, this is how it's been for the last, maybe I would say 2 hours or so. We'll get a squall like this, and we'll get a band, and it'll start to rain, and we'll get some pretty strong winds. We try to go down to the water. They've got a 3 to 4 foot storm surge, and it was just really powerful down there. The water slowly moving in. High tide is here at around midnight, so they're expecting this to get significantly worse. Behind me now, these palm trees, you can, if my line of sight here, they're all buckling over. We're getting a strong little band here, and you can see the wind starting and the rain starting to pick up. But this is how it's going to be throughout the night. We've been told that around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's going to get significantly worse. It's expected that we're going to get some pretty strong bands coming in through the area. If you're at home and you're watching this, you're probably hearing a lot of this on your storm shutters and wondering what's going on outside. So we're just giving you a little picture of exactly what's happening outside your home. This is we're all around South Florida. I'm in Deerfield Beach, which is just south of Boca Raton, just north of Fort Lauderdale or so. And so this is the weather that you're seeing here. But here in Deerfield Beach, they have an evacuation. Of course, they had from Hollandale Beach all the way up to Deerfield, east of Federal Highway. They evacuated. And there's a curfew, so since 12 p.m. they have asked everybody to stay inside. Broward Sheriff's deputies, you know, God bless our law enforcement officials. They have been out here making sure that people are not coming out to the pier. They're not hanging around. They're not putting their lives at risk, and they have been doing their patrols. Like you said, we had those firefighters that jumped into the water to help save that dog, which is so awesome. You know, they go the extra mile. They put their lives at risk, and they do what they have to do, saving dogs, saving lives out here. We just saw a group of BSO, Broward Sheriff's deputies, cruisers with their lights and sirens on, heading out here on the S-curve here in Deerfield Beach. We don't know where they were headed, but they were headed out. So again, you're starting to see a lot heavier rain out here. We tried to make the shot a little easier. When we went out to the water, it was just too dark and you really couldn't see what was happening. So hopefully you're able to get a glimpse as to the rain and the wind out here. Again, 10 to 15 inches of rain, according to Mayor Barbara Sharif. Now, we did have tornado warnings a little earlier. It was quite scary for a lot of people who were watching at home and heard this tornado warning from Phil Farrow, who has been updating you at home and us out in the field, just relentless. He has been, you know, on the air practically 24 hours. So we're grateful out in the field also for Phil letting us know how dangerous things are getting out here for us. But I think we just lost a light, so we'll send it to you guys back in the studio.
Well, Vanessa, it's really, really coming down. In fact, this is the worst we've seen in Deerfield Beach. Take care. The rain is just pounding, relentless, coming down straight-ish. But the rain is just incredible, and it's a good reminder to all of us. I think we're all human. We're all thinking, we're out of the cone. Won't be so bad. The cone, as Phil has said a million times, is very wide. It was just the center, but the outer bands are exactly what you're looking at right now. This is another live picture.
That's her mass cam right there.
Oh, well, Vanessa is?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we say mass cam, it's a camera on top of her truck, which is transferring a signal. So you can see the winds are just, and the rain is just pounding relentless. And again, this is outside of the cone. And this is how it's going to be for the next 24 hours or so.
And interesting in this case, the rain was coming straight down. Didn't really have the wind with that one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes we see that horizontal rain. So saw some lightning right there. Sort of a dangerous situation as these bands kind of transition and move as the storm moves. And, yeah, a very dangerous situation. And it's why we tell people, why first responders want people to stay inside during these tropical systems.
Yeah, and anything after 40 miles an hour, as we've said, when it comes to wind gusts, first responders in general are not going to respond. And, of course, FP&L and other crews from other states are not going to be able to do work and help us get electricity back until those winds have actually died down. And so we're expecting this to be the situation, tropical storm force winds and hurricane winds for the Keys, and a lot of blinding and relentless rain for the next 24 hours or so, a day's worth. And that is according to the National Hurricane Center. And they said this, and Phil said this even 2 days ago. This is going to be a long event. And it certainly was the case. I mean, we see the eye there down below. You see it right there. It's finally off land. We'll find out more of where Irma is headed at 11 o'clock. The night team rolls on. Live Hurricane Irma coverage continues.
Now on the night team, tornadoes touching down.
They are coming in fast and furious.
Heavy rain coming down.
So this will probably be one of the worst batches that we will see.
Big trees falling down.
And it actually landed on part of the house over here.
Streets shut down.
If you cannot prove that you live on Fort Lauderdale Beach, they are turning you around and sending you back.
And boats going down.
Here you see that sailboat in the distance on its side.
Whipping winds.
These are the worst conditions we've seen yet.
Surf swirling.
Look at those waves crashing up right there against the pier.
All day.
These gusts are coming in pretty strong.
And all night.
The palm tree came down right next to our car.
The intensity of the wind, I mean, it really hurts when it hits your skin.
And the system is just getting started in our area.
It won't be until Sunday night that things really improve a great deal.
Live night team coverage on Hurricane Irma continues now. Live pictures of Deerfield Beach. This is what it looks like right now, feeling the outer bands of Hurricane Irma in Deerfield Beach, and perhaps where you are right now as well.
Also a live look at Fort Lauderdale. You can see the trees bending in the winds. The gusts have been picking up, and it's going to be this way throughout the night and much of the day tomorrow.
A striking sight outside our 7 News studios. Lots of lightning out there, even more downpours late into the night. What a day it has been, and what a long and dangerous night it's going to be. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Balkis Noray.
I'm Craig Stevens. South Florida under a hurricane warning, still under a tornado watch, and overnight curfews remain in effect for many South Florida municipalities.
We have a team of reporters fanned out across South Florida and the West Coast where the eye of the storm is headed, and we're going to bring you live coverage of these extreme conditions. But first, let's get the very latest on Irma from Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil?
Rough night all across South Florida. Heavy rainfall, gusty winds, tornadoes all across the area, and all due to this Hurricane Irma. 120-mile-per-hour winds. As of the 10 p.m. advisory, we are now getting them every hour on the hour. That is a Category 3. Moving west-northwest, slowing down once again at 7 miles per hour. It is now 95 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. This is a huge system. The cloudiness extends here from the Bahamas, South Florida, into the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean Sea, back in through eastern Cuba, and in through the northwestern Bahamas. The eye right now just north of Cuba, and it continues to wobble. If you can see this at home, there is a image here that shows the little wobble. The eye starts making its way across West Cuba, and then it dips south, and then it moves up, and then now to the west again. So it's kind of teeter-tottering right along the coast. Eventually, it'll start to move north. When? Right now, we really don't know. The radar imagery showing that the eye wall is really trying to come around again, wrapping the center of circulation. That is a surefire sign that this system is trying to gain in intensity. That is bad news down the road for the Keys. We have a lot of banding around that center of circulation, and the eye right now looks like a huge tire on a semi-truck. It is just so well organized, and that ring of destruction is what's aiming up for the Keys. Meanwhile, the mainland has gotten hit really hard throughout the evening with heavy rain, blinding sheets of rain at times. At this moment, we have one big feeder band from the coastal waters impacting northeastern Broward County, basically just north of I-595, and from the coast all the way back into the Sawgrass, US 27, and into Collier County, I-75, just a blinding sheet of rain all the way in through Naples. The rest of Broward County, south of I-595, light to moderate rain. Northeastern Miami-Dade County, basically from Homestead all the way to the county line with Broward, light to moderate rain. But the heavy rain continues over deep southern Miami-Dade County, Homestead in through Key Largo, US 1 all the way from Key Largo south in through Marathon, Key West, moderate to heavy rain. This will be relentless now. It's not going to stop throughout the Keys, and the Keys will soon start seeing hurricane force winds moving in starting during the overnight hours. Through our friends here to the east across the Bahamas, Andros Island also with some heavy rainfall moving north of Bimini, and then Grand Bahama will see some of that rain pretty soon. Some of the rainfall totals that we have found so far today, not that impressive considering all the rain we're getting, and one of the main reasons for that is because the rain is moving so fast. Some of these thunderstorms are moving along at around 35, 40, even 45 miles per hour. Kendall better than 2.5, Northwest Ranches 2.25, Miami Beach over 2 inches of rain. The close-up cone still suggests that the system is going to aim for the lower Keys, possibly becoming a Category 4 system with 130-mile-per-hour winds. It is still set to make landfall somewhere across the lower Keys sometime by daybreak, and then making its way towards southwest Florida, reaching Naples here Sunday at 2 p.m., continuing its track up the west coast, Monday 2 a.m. right by Tampa, and then making its way in through the southeast sometime by the early part of next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. Here is the wind field view, and as we look at 4 o'clock in the morning Sunday, tropical storm force winds will remain across Broward, Miami-Dade, southwest Florida. But that area of strongest wind, that wind field that stretches out from the center of circulation out about 75, 80 miles, that will already be anywhere between Isla Morada, Marathon, and Key West. Those 74-plus mile-per-hour winds all the way up to 140, 145, that's where the impact will take place. And our in-house model suggests that it'll probably move in starting around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning and lasting at least until 10:30 in the morning when it finally starts to make its way across Naples and Fort Myers. By 11 p.m., it should be close to Sarasota. Advisories that remain in place, a tornado watch from Lake Okeechobee south in through the Florida Keys. The reason for that, we are on the dirty side of this hurricane, and that will bring along plenty of instability. We've had a lot of tornado warnings during the evening, and so far we haven't seen any or heard of any reports of anybody getting injured or any serious damage with that. Well, wind speeds right now, the wind gusts 38 miles per hour West Palm, 48 in Fort Lauderdale, 38 also in Miami, 67 mile per hour wind gust in Key West, Marathon, 59. 54 mile per hour wind gust in Pompano Beach, 43 in West Kendall, 40 in Hialeah, and down throughout the Keys. I think we just checked on that one, Marathon, 59. Your next high tide, if we're worried now about the storm surge that comes in on top of high tide, Lauderdale by the Sea just after 11, 12:06 Fort Lauderdale, 12:28 in Hollywood Beach, Miami Beach, almost right before midnight, Cutler Bay 12:50, Key West 12:55. Now let me show you how slow this system has been moving since 5 a.m. It began hugging the coast of Cuba here, and it's basically just been shadowing the coastline. 8 o'clock in the morning, 11 a.m., just going right up and down the coast, 9 mile per hour forward speed. At around 5 p.m., 9 miles per hour yesterday, 8 p.m., 9 miles per hour, and it is still sitting there. And finally, tonight, it has just started to move a little bit, but now it has slowed down to 7. I don't know how much longer Cuba can take this, and I don't know how much of an anticipation here South Florida can deal with until this system is out of here. That's the very latest. Back to you guys.
Okay, Phil, thanks.
I want to get you outside, what our crews are finding. Live night team coverage continues with Brian Enton. He's on Miami Beach. Brian?
Yeah, Craig, we're on Ocean Drive near First, and the wind speed right now is at about 35 miles an hour, which, believe it or not, is not that bad compared to what we've been experiencing out here for the last several hours. It has not let up for at least 2 hours. These winds have been nonstop. The rain, that will come and go, but the wind, it just does not seem to stop. And take a look. It's taking down trees with it over here. You see we've got some palm trees in the road on this side, palm trees on the road, in the road on that side, and you look up at the ones that are still standing and you see just how intense the wind was. But take a look at what we're going to show you next, because you'll see what it's been like out here earlier tonight. This gives you an idea just how strong Hurricane Irma is. Look at this stop sign, shaking back and forth in the wind on Ocean Drive and First Street. The waves of rain whip by sideways as a feeder band rolls through Miami Beach. Trees are down as Irma makes her entrance. No one is on the road because of an 8 p.m. curfew, and winds are too strong for even police and fire crews to respond to emergencies. Earlier in the day, high waves crashed along South Point Pier. And in this marina, boats came free from their moorings and washed up against a boat ramp. This sailboat also broke free and is leaning to one side. Despite it all, some ventured out to experience the storm, quickly realizing they should go back inside.
I'm originally from Miami, and I definitely wanted to see the beach, and I was here through Andrew, and when you've experienced Andrew, you know, you feel like you're a little bit more comfortable and whatnot, but it's definitely coming now.
Okay, so again, the wind and the rain really relentless out here tonight. It has been nonstop with very, very strong wind gusts. We have a curfew here on Miami Beach. It started at 8 o'clock. You are not allowed to go outside and be outside on the roads here on Miami Beach until 7 a.m. And I just clocked the wind here at 35 miles per hour. That seems almost on the low end. It's been much, much higher than that. And at 40 miles per hour, we're told that Miami Beach Police and Emergency Services will stop going out on the road. So you do not want to be in this area. If you have an emergency, the first responders likely will not be able to respond and get to you. For now, live on Miami Beach, Brian Enton, 7 News 19.
Okay, Brian.
Well, we want to head south now to South Miami-Dade. That's where we find 7's Andrew Scheinthal. Andrew.
Yeah, so we're in Homestead right now. Actually, we're in Florida City, just a little south of the Homestead area. It's raining. The wind is not terribly strong at the moment, but it comes in these bursts as these storms are going to be coming through the area, and certainly the worst has yet to come. But we were driving around South Dade today, South Miami-Dade. We saw a lot of damage from trees down to power lines down. Even at one point, there were some power lines that had caught fire.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, the hurricane hasn't even gotten here yet, and there's trees falling everywhere.
The outer bands of Irma wreaking havoc on South Miami-Dade Saturday morning. A possible tornado knocking down trees and scaring people who live near Southwest 188th Terrace and 125th Avenue. And the damage didn't stop there. This family in Cutler Bay walking outside to see a 50-year-old tree ripped from the ground and laying on top of their home.
It's an oak tree. They're supposed to have deep roots. It was here during the last hurricane, so we imagined that it would still be here.
Power lines also causing dangerous problems on Old Cutler Road. Police blocking the street to prevent anyone from coming in contact with the live lines. And a dramatic sight at Southwest 120th Street and 93rd Avenue. Power lines on fire. And a 7 News viewer sending in this photo from West Miami-Dade. A massive tree collapsing on several cars. With Irma taking more of a western turn, some people surprised the storm is still capable of so much damage.
You weren't expecting this? No, we weren't expecting this at all.
And one of the problems they've had out here near Florida City and Homestead are some of the intersections, the lights are not working. The one over here is, but others are not. And people, because it's so dark outside, they don't know they're coming up to a light that's not working. They're speeding right through it. It could be very, very dangerous. So if you do live in this area, just stay inside, stay home. Hopefully in 24 hours, all this will be behind us. But the best place to ride out this storm at this point is going to be inside of a structure, not out here in the elements. We're live in Florida City. Andrew Scheinthal, 7 News 19.
All right, Andrew, thanks.
Live look at Deerfield Beach, not far from the pier area there, and this scene tells the story in Broward as it does for the rest of South Florida. It's wet, it's windy, and it's going to be getting more so in the hours still ahead.
Brandon Beyer is live for us on Fort Lauderdale Beach with a look at what's going on out there. Brandon.
Well, Belkys, Craig, it's so windy that we have been talking about, you know, they would pull some law enforcement officials off of the streets once they hit tropical force winds. They would get them to shelters. That has happened with the Broward Sheriff's Office. Other municipalities are making that decision themselves, and I'll tell you, I just saw a Fort Lauderdale police car just drive by. But these conditions are getting worse. A waterspout forms just off Fort Lauderdale Beach Saturday afternoon. A 7 News viewer capturing the image over the ocean. But the funnel cloud quickly made its way to land. Another viewer spots it near Sunrise Boulevard. It's seen again near US 1 in Oakland Park, and also in the Coral Ridge neighborhood of Fort Lauderdale. Back on the beach, the wind has blown steady for hours. Streets remain empty as residents continue to follow evacuation orders. Officers patrol the roads for safety, but most everyone remains inside, but not all.
It's really windy, and it's really too windy for the day before. It's going to be really bad tomorrow.
That guy out walking his dog said he had to get him out. He'd been inside for a day and a half. It was finally time to just let him go to the bathroom. Wasn't out for long, but you heard him say it. If today was like today, he's really worried as you look at these trees and these empty streets, what tomorrow will be like. We are live on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Brandon Beyer, 7 News.
All right, Brandon, thanks for that update. Gotta wonder what tomorrow's going to be like, that's for sure. Well, I think we have a general idea.
And lucky for us, we have Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow as we have a look at these live pictures from Deerfield Beach. And Phil will bring you into the conversation, give us a sense of what we have on our hands at this part of Broward.
Yes, indeed. We've seen the feeder band that has been impacting Broward County throughout much of the evening. It is still lingering through the area. It is starting to move in now into Palm Beach County. There is still a big batch of rain that is just sitting offshore with some lightning. That'll still be impacting Deerfield Beach for at least another 20 to 25 minutes. Also, areas right across Coral Springs, you've had some heavy rain. That's starting to move out. And now all this heavy rainfall is starting to move in through US 27 and in through parts of Palm Beach County. That heavy rain is also impacting parts of Palm Beach. As that rain continues to move north, conditions will slowly start to improve for the Deerfield Beach area. We've also heard reports of wind speeds in this sector of about 35, 45 miles per hour. So this is not going to slow down anytime soon as the feeder bands continue to cross all across the area. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service says that first hurricane force wind gust has been recorded in the Florida Keys as Irma inches closer, and that's just going to be the beginning for them. Those hurricane force winds will be on the uptick throughout the night, at least until the system makes landfall for them sometime tomorrow morning. But the view you see right there out of Deerfield Beach, heavy rain moving in from the ocean. Right here you can see Deerfield Beach. You see the moderate to heavy rain. Heaviest right now has pushed into Palm Beach County, so conditions for you, at least for Deerfield Beach, will start to slow down, calm down for a little while until they pick up again in about another hour or two. That's the very latest.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much. See you soon.
It's just constantly things are changing because of those feeder bands. They come in, they stop, they bring tornadoes. It never ends. Well, downtown Miami is one spot where there was a lot of concern because of all the construction cranes and the wind and whatnot. Joe Roats, you're down there. What's going on?
Right now, what we're dealing with here off of Bayshore and 17th is just a heavy wind event right now. As you take a look over here, you can see these trees have really been, these palm trees have really been taking a beating throughout the day. But not too long ago, it was a heavy rain event down here. It was probably the strongest feeder band that we've seen kind of come through the area. Some of the rain was hitting you from the side. It's the kind of rain that, you know, hits you horizontally and it actually stings your skin. Couple that with the wind, and we were sitting in our car. You could actually feel the car swaying back and forth where we were parked. So, but that's not all that's been happening here. All of this rain, all of this wind has definitely been causing some destruction around the downtown area. We had a chance during a down moment to take a drive around the area, and at Southeast First Avenue we saw some minor flooding around the Metro Mover railway station there. But we also saw down Brickell Avenue, a roadway known for a lot of trees. There were plenty of downed limbs. It would have been hard for any traffic to get through. So as you can imagine, it's understandable why the curfew is in effect tonight from 7 p.m. until 7 in the morning. All of those trees, of course, intertwined with power lines. So as some of those are coming down, you can imagine how they're going to be knocking out power to people in the area. Of course, another major concern in the downtown area are the cranes that we've been telling you about all week, more than 24 of them. And we have nighttime video of one that we've been keeping our eye on all day long that has just been spinning around and around and around, and definitely a major concern for people. You know, they've been telling folks, if you live in a building near these cranes, you did not want to stay in them through this storm, just out of caution. That crane, we also have daytime video of. This is how long it has been going around. It has been a very busy day for these cranes. They haven't been locking them down because they need to be able to move, so that, you know, as the winds pick up, especially overnight as this gets a lot worse, that nothing catastrophic happens to the cranes. So they've been allowing them to move. Back out here live, we are at Sea Isle Marina, just north of the Venetian Causeway, and you can see these boats out here are still rocking. We've seen them, you know, as the wind kicks up at certain times, like right now. The boats are really rocking. There are a couple people that we have seen out on them, also staying at a nearby hotel. They've been coming out to check on their boats that they live on, but have been staying on a hotel, obviously, because they want to be safe. Again, there is a curfew in effect right now in Miami from 7 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're live in Miami. Joe Rotes, 7 News, Night Team.
Couple of curfews out there. All right, Joe, you know where else there's a curfew? Miami Beach.
Among others, as you say. And we'll go through all that shortly, and it's all on our website as well. But in the meantime, want to head out to Miami Beach.
Raj Lowe is there live for us with the latest. Raj?
Boy, we got a little break. It was just pouring where we were before in Bal Harbor, Bay Harbor, Surfside. But I wanted to show you this location that we have here and show you what they've done here to prepare for this storm. This home, we are off of North Shore Drive here. And if I walk out here, you can see that even Biscayne Bay has calmed down a bit since all those bands have come in. Andy Fisk, I want to ask you a quick question. So we noticed your rope there that you tied up. Why'd you tie up the boat with rope there to a palm tree?
Well, I figured that based on the wind direction coming from east to west, that I needed something to stabilize the boat from tilting toward the west. So I thought if I tie it up at an angle to these trees, I also have an anchor out that way. It would prevent it from tilting to the west.
Let's walk over there for a moment. So hold on one second here. Here we go. So what have you thought so far living? I mean, this is very exposed. You live right on Biscayne Bay.
Yeah, we were concerned. I had a jet ski that I moved into a friend's house on their yard, just so that we never worry about that, because that only weighs like 800 pounds. But
why'd you stay?
I wanted to stay and see if there's anything I could do to help repair or fix something, if it's as long as because we have lulls where the weather settles down. So
yeah, and this is one of those lulls because before it was awful.
So if I needed to retighten something up, like I noticed when my ropes just broke on my floating dock, so I was trying to see maybe I could resecure it so I don't lose it.
And your boat, you feel secure right here?
Yeah, I think we have it secure. I have it wrapped pretty tight around these palm trees.
Okay, so show me what you did before we let you go.
Well, I tied the cleat of the boat and then it wrapped around the base of this palm tree, and then back again at a couple angles here. So I think that we have it pretty secure.
All right, thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
It's the back of your home, so thank you for letting us be here.
My pleasure.
Okay, so let me give you a little tour here for later on when some of the weather comes in. We can actually bring you the story here. Andy's one of those people who decided, as you heard him say, he decided to actually stay here. We do have to say this is one of the few places that does have power. Driving here, you saw in my last live shot, it is dark over there in Surfside. Fortunately, someone there was driving on the street during our live shot, actually, you know, had a bit of an accident there. I'm hearing some reports in that area, Bal Harbor, Surfside, some street flooding. But as with this storm, it was just pounding about an hour ago. And it's a little calmer here. I'm not going to walk too far out on the dock, but I will I will let you see what the water looks like here. And so far, Andy Fiss's his boat is holding up. So we'll be here through the duration of the night with this vantage point. And right now, thank goodness, we have a little break in the action. And cue the wind. We're live. Cue the wind. We're live on Miami Beach. Raj Slow, 7 News Night Team.
Get away from that dock, Raj. Get out of there. All right, thanks.
And want to check in now. Night Team coverage continues here in the Plex with Robin Simmons.
She has more on some transformer that blew in Coral Gables. What's going on with that?
Social media is giving us the story because people are seeing these things happen, and this is a transformer that blew in Coral Gables. Take a look at this. This was on someone's Snapchat saying, my Snapchat is lit right now. Literally, electrical explosion in Coral Gables. And the Coral Gables Police Department does confirm that a transformer was blown 2 hours ago. The fire department went out to look for it. They could not find it, but take a look at what happened there. So again, we have to all be very cautious, and we thank our viewers for sending us these videos as they see them. For now, reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
All right, Robin, thanks. Social media has really changed the game, you know. So many people see stuff, they post it. It's incredible.
And a helpful tool for everybody. I mean, a lot of what we've been able to pick up in terms of damage or things that are happening out there, we're getting that way.
And leading up to this, hey, there's gas here. Hey, this store has water. Hey, this place just got plywood. It's so helpful. It really is.
Want to check in back up in Broward County now with the Night Team's Chris Van Vliet.
He's in Hollywood Beach for us. Hey, Chris.
Well, this is a far cry from Deco Drive, let me tell you that. But we had a lot of lightning around us earlier, so we've kind of taken shelter inside this parking garage. But it's shelter if we go behind a barricade or something, but we're exposed here to the wind, and you can see that the wind certainly is picking up. We're maybe 100, 200 feet from the Broadwalk, and you can see those palm trees really starting to sway. And I don't know if you're able to see it in the shot or not, but the ocean certainly starting to swell out there. Interesting to note, though, while the wind is picking up here and these gusts are strong, at times I'm hanging on here, these signs down here have not yet fallen over, so the wind gusts aren't strong enough to knock those signs over yet. Wow, we just got a pretty good wind gust there. You know those fancy lights in parking garages that tell you which spots you can park in? Red when there's a car there, green when there's not? They're starting to rock here quite a bit as the wind starts to come in here. We had that lightning around earlier. We're kind of in a break between bands right now. You know, all the other reporters are talking about this as well. You get sheets and sheets of that sideways rain for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then we get a break. It's very windy, if you could even call this a break, but relatively speaking, this is a break because it's not raining right now, but the wind's increasingly stronger, and we keep getting these gusts here. And that's the situation here in Hollywood Beach. I'll send it back inside to you guys for now.
Hey,
We're live here on Hollywood Beach. I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News Night Team.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Phil Farrell back at the station. We're tracking all that rain with you. Over at Hollywood Beach, believe it or not, things are going to improve for you in about another 5 minutes or so. However, the wind is not going to come down. If you look out towards the ocean, are you still seeing rain, or is it kind of gone quiet there for the time being?
Well, it's hard to tell, Phil, because it's so dark here, but you can certainly see the ocean and the waves there coming in. And we've been here at Hollywood Beach for about 3 hours, Phil, and the waves have gotten, they might have doubled in size since we've been here. And what's interesting is they're breaking very, very far out there as this wind continues to increase and as we get these stronger gusts.
You know, and that surge there with the wind, that wind is actually going to continue pushing the surf on shore, and we are looking at about a 4 to 6 to 7 foot storm surge still all across the area. And it's not going to come in fast. It's just going to keep gradually building and building. So be on the lookout there for that over the next few hours.
Well, you know, there is a lot of flooding. When we were down on the ground level, the streets are starting to fill up with water here. By the way, I had a hat on earlier on. I lost that during my 9 o'clock hit. So when the hurricane does die down, if anyone finds a 7 News hat on A1A, maybe you could return it to me at the station. That'd be really nice.
Lost and found department. You got it. Thank you there, Chris Van Vliet, reporting live from Hollywood Beach. Let's send it back over to the anchors for more on this extensive coverage.
It's not Deco Drive, Chris, but you're in Hollywood Beach at least, so we gave you something.
and might I add, he's doing a mighty fine job.
He really is
helping us out on the news side of things. This is an all hands on deck type of thing.
Exactly. People are noticing too, saying,
Yeah.
"Hey, the sports people are out there. The Deco Drive people are out there.
All hands on deck."
Everybody's doing their best to bring you information and keep everybody safe.
Live look at the southernmost point in Key West, and there is so much concern for our friends in that part of Monroe County as this storm is beginning to make that turn to the north. We've been hearing about it all week, that west-northwest move, that westerly move, and then that turn north. And the Keys, Key West, that section of Monroe County is really vulnerable to perhaps, heaven forbid, but perhaps a direct hit. So a lot of concern for our friends there.
We'll know. Irma's expected to make landfall over that area at daybreak, so that's when the folks who decided to brave the storm in the Florida Keys will be getting the brunt of this, and hopefully there's not a lot of you.
Want to check in now with the night team's Rebecca Vargas. She is live here in North Bay Village. Rebecca, what do you have?
Well, Craig, we are feeling those wind gusts as everybody has been reporting, and now we're seeing the damage from the wind gusts. Take a look here in back of our studios where we're surrounded by the bay. A carport, the roof just ripped off of the top of that carport. At this point, as you can see in that video there, the close-up shots, it is really just hanging by a thread or a branch that is along a tree here. And even now we can hear it swaying in the wind. The wind gusts are very strong out here. And at this point, we're really not topping. We have been using this wind gauge. It hasn't really topped more than 20 miles an hour. So just to imagine the fact that Irma isn't even close enough yet to here. We don't know where that carport can go, so it just goes to show when these wind gusts come, it causes a lot of damage, a lot of debris, and you don't know where that debris is going to be. So it's so important to be inside to evacuate those zones. Back to you guys in the studio.
Interesting. We haven't been back there. I mean, we've been in here all day and didn't even have any idea what things look like back there. Wow. But we did get a major squall that came through here a while ago, and all the crews were out in different parts, North Bay Village, Miami Beach, Rosh and Surfside. It was just like, boom, everybody was just getting really hit hard.
And that's the kind of damage that's consistent with the level of winds we're seeing. Carports, I mean, that's a large, but it's a carport.
Yeah.
Lanais, things of that sort.
Down trees, tree limbs.
Power lines, of course, utility lines. That's
Loss of power,
what you'd expect to see with these sustained tropical storm force winds. Rebecca Vargas with us from North Bay Village here in our neck of the woods. Although in the background it was good to see the power was on, at least in this part of Northeast Asia.
Everything's lit up, yeah. Well, we want to head to Brian Enton again over on Miami Beach and see what's happening there. Brian?
Yeah, still strong winds out here, Belkis. Still at about 40 miles per hour or so, gusting. No rain since the beginning of the 10, which has been nice, because for a while we were just getting pummeled with rain, heavy rain. But for right now, just wind. You take a look at the trees out here, and you see them blowing in the wind. You get an idea of just how strong it is out here. When the rain came down hard earlier, this entire area went under about an inch or two of water, and so there was a concern out here that it may have been storm surge, but that has now receded now that the rain has stopped. You come over here to this parking lot. Let's go over here, Luis, and show them. There's still the parking lot's got some water in it over here. But all of these roads and area were underwater when the rain was coming down hard. That has receded, and that is an indication, at least I think, that it is not storm surge, that it was just the intense rain that caused the flooding, and it has now gone down the drains. The pumps have worked the way they're supposed to. So that's a very, very good sign, at least for now. But man, this wind is just unbelievable out here. These are the puddles that I was telling you about. But again, all of this has gone down so much out here. So So a good sign that hopefully the pump system is working. Another interesting thing is that the power has not gone out, which is really unbelievable with what we went through earlier with some very, very high winds. And we were just talking about it out here and realized that there's no power lines on this part of Miami Beach. On the southernmost tip, you've got all these new buildings down here, and they've put all of the lines underground. And I have to wonder if that has something to do with the fact that the power is still on, Belkis and Craig.
Well, whatever the reason, lucky them, because a lot of people, even from the onset of the storm, lost power
early on,
right away. Yeah, so lucky them, Brian. Lucky them. That's all we can say about that. We've still got power, but we've also got a massive generator on this building.
We know it's been a big push in the last decade or so by Florida Power Light Utilities to try to move more of that hardware underground. It's a really expensive proposition, and somebody's going to absorb that cost. But there has been a move to do that. Speaking of power outages, this is where we are now in Miami-Dade County, and I want to say if I quote it wrong, okay, don't sue me, but I want to say it's over 1 million customers. But for Miami-Dade, a little over 100,000 customers without power right now. Broward County, not quite 50,000. So that number is going to climb. The utility has told us that, and they've asked for our patience as they work to get people online. And when the winds got to a certain point tonight, they stopped going out on those calls to try to make repairs. It's just too dangerous for them to do that right now.
People are tweeting and texting, and they're on our social media and stuff talking about, what about power? Just assume you're going to lose power. This is what I've been telling people. Just assume you're going to lose power at some point, maybe a short period of time, but assume you're going to lose power. And then if you don't,
bonus.
Yeah, there it is.
But and that's when we talk about the plan.
Good for you. That's it. And that's why you've got to have.
You've got your candles, your flashlights. Although, and I'll admit, because we stand here and tell you to have, or sit here until you have your plan. I went and pulled up my flashlights, and no batteries. Completely useless.
You're also here.
They're doorstops.
You're not going anywhere anytime soon, honey. This just in. We've got plenty of generators and stuff out here, so you won't need the flashlights.
Good point. Sheldon Fox.
We want to go to the North Miami area. Sheldon Fox is at Quayside in Northeast Miami-Dade. How are those boats doing, Sheldon?
Woo, not so good, Belkis, although they're holding up. They are holding up. Things getting worse. And it's just the same story of the whole day and the whole night. It starts to get real bad, and then it calms down. It almost gets eerily silent. Not to be cliche, but it shuts down for a minute, and then it kicks right back up again. We're going to take you over to the edge of the dock here at the marina here in Northeast Miami-Dade. Donovan, if you want to show them the white caps and show them how those waves are coming up on this boat right here is propped up, so this one's all right, but how about this guy? This one's going back and forth, and so are many of the others back there, although a few people have their boats lifted. And I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 from what we've seen tonight, this is at about a 5. Things have ratcheted up a lot earlier tonight. And as we show you all this, we also will pan up to the tower here. We're at a complex that's got multiple towers and townhouses. And I can tell you that the power is out in a lot of cases. The power is out in a lot of cases, with the exception of some generators that are powering some lights around the area. You've got people riding out the storm. I'm looking at someone right here who's got a camera on her. And people are trying to ride out the storm in these condominium towers, and they're doing it now without the power here in Northeast Miami-Dade. But outside of the lack of comfort from not having power, you have the wind, you have the rain, and then you have this situation here at the marina. Outside of that, things are pretty decent. And let me do a little of this here for you, Donovan. Can we wipe it down? Better? Let's take a little bit of a walk down the marina really quickly and show you a little bit of the action on the waves, with the waves. Look at this boat, man. Ingrid over here is being tested by Irma. You can see it going back and forth with the buoys up against the finger pier there, and we're getting splashed with water too. Now these guys over here, well, they're faring well. Why? Because they're propped up. Somebody knew what they were doing. And then you have a few others down here that are just swaying back and forth. By the way, just for a frame of reference, we're on Biscayne Boulevard around 107th Street and then all the way out to the bay here at the marina. These are the towers of Quayside. And right now, oh man, oh, look at that. But we're just walking up on this. I had not seen this until just now. Oh boy, this one doesn't look like it's going to make it. especially if the weather gets worse. Wow. Look at this. It's all the way, well, it's halfway in. It's taking on a lot of water. It's still tide. But this is what we've been warned about. We were warned about this yesterday down south at the Black Point Marina, not far from the Cutler Bay area, that, you know, storm surge was the concern, high waves were the concern, high tide the concern, and this is the result of that. A boat that looks like it could be, if not going under, not going to be salvageable. And now the waves are kicking up and splashing us as we talk all about it. Velkes and Craig, you still there?
Wow, we sure are, Sheldon. We're just as saddened to see that boat. It's the weather could improve, and it's still not going to make it, buddy.
Yeah.
This just in.
No, it is. I mean, we can get another shot of it. It's a heartbreaker. It's a heartbreaker. It really is. You know that somebody took time, came out here and probably, you know, reinforced the tie down, and it just, listen, Mother Nature. What are you going to do?
Somebody might be watching us live and just see themselves that this is their boat. You know, now, Sheldon, did we see people walking out there? I thought I saw some people.
Yes, Donovan Penn. Well, show them the group here, guys.
Oh, there we go.
How you doing? Good. Sheldon, you're on television, live on Channel 7 News.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hello.
Yeah. Keep it clean.
Yes, sir.
Do you live over here at Quayside?
I do.
Which tower?
I live in the townhouses, the older ones, yep.
Okay, and how are things going for you guys? Have power? Because I know that other places don't. Do you have power in the townhouse?
I want to say the whole neighborhood lost power from what I understand. I know Tower 2's out of power. We're out of power where we're at about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago.
Uh-huh. And who's this over here?
This is my brother and the dog.
How you doing, my friend? Sheldon Fox from 7 News. How are you?
How are you?
I would shake the doggy's hand, but it looks a little freaked out.
No, he's all right.
Gorgeous one, by the way. Looks a little like mine, but only bigger. Are you guys concerned at all that the weather's not looking great and maybe you shouldn't be out? Maybe you should be back in your house, or
well, right now we've been looking at the radar, and right now we know there's a little spot of no rain, so we just came out. I mean, just to get him to go to the bathroom.
Of course, I can relate. Believe me.
Yeah.
And also, there's that cabin fever effect. You lose power. You're sitting in your house all day. You've been waiting for this to happen, and now it's here. And so you got to take a walk, right?
Yeah, and I went to check on the boat, and I saw this guy's boat went down. And
do you happen to know whose boat that is?
We have our history. The guy doesn't really take care of the boat that well.
All right. It's unfortunate that it would happen.
No, it's very sad. It's very sad. Yeah, we tried to come this morning and help him tie up, and it didn't look like it went.
I'm sorry to hear that for him. Do you know if he's in the building or?
I believe he lives in this one right here, and I know he can see the boat from where he lives. So.
Okay, well, listen.
We'll see.
At least he's safe in his house. At least we're all safe out here.
Yeah. Property can be replaced, but lives cannot. So.
Listen, you know, you guys made a decision to ride out this storm. Until hours ago, we weren't sure where this was going to go, whether we were going to get sort of a worse version of that storm. For me and for many others, it's been anxiety-ridden beyond belief. How's it been for you for the last 6-7 days?
I've been just trying to help everyone I know get ready. You know, everyone that's staying. Trying to, you know, carry my weight and help some other people that aren't able to put shutters up and plywood and stuff like that. And we tried to buy water, and we did what we could. I got gas, and we're just gonna ride it out, man.
In that townhome, do you live there with your brother, other family?
Me, my brother, and my dad.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. And what was sort of the family discussion going into a day like today? It had to be difficult and nerve-wracking for you, no?
Yeah, it was just, you know, the time we had to leave, it was tough because I know it was like an 8 or 10 hour ride to Orlando, and it was tough to get away, but we did what we could, you know. And we decided to stay. We all talked about it, and we're gonna see.
Your name one more time?
Max.
Max,
yes, sir.
Thank you for talking to us and sharing your story with us. We appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Got some others out here at the Quayside Marina. Hey, guys, who wants to be on TV real quick? How are you? Oh, don't get shy on me. Come on. I'm happy that you're happy. You're smiling. It could be a lot worse, right?
No, it could be a lot worse. We're good. We're lucky and blessed that it's not as bad as it could be.
You can say that again. Which tower? Do you live in a tower or a townhome?
No, we live in the townhomes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, everybody leading up to a day like today, just the fear and the angst. You have to be able to relate to that. Now, what was that like for you guys leading up to a day like today?
There you go.
A little nerve-wracking. We weren't too much concerned about the wind. It was more the potential storm surge, but it didn't turn out to be that way, so we're good.
You caught this guy's boat over here, though, right?
Oh, yeah, the guy's not so smart the way he tied his boat up, but hey,
like I said to one of your neighbors, at least he's in his home and he's safe, and so are you guys.
Yeah.
Like you said, it could have been a lot worse.
A lot worse.
Well, look, thanks for being with us tonight. We appreciate that. And what's the reason for the walk? Just had to get out of...
We just wanted to see the action out here, you know. the wind. And we knew it wasn't going to be too bad, so we want to come see the wind. And it's getting high tide in another hour or two here, so I expect the water will be coming over the wall here soon. So.
And at that point, you have to start thinking whether it's a bright idea to even take a walk this way. Is that about
true.
right?
Yeah, that's when we came now.
Back. We just came to see. But you guys be safe, okay?
Same to you. Thank you so
All
much.
right,
Enjoy the night.
you.
What are you going to do in that darkness?
We go to bed, right? There's no light. We got candles and lanterns and stuff, and
blow them out before sleep time.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Nice
guys.
to talk to you. All right, have a good one.
Safe,
Same to
okay?
you. Same to you. Bye-bye. See ya. Well, that's the story here at the Quayside Marina. We'll take one more look at this sad boat over here. It's just, well, it's pretty done, as some people could say. And we're just hoping that we can continue to come out here and bring you these reports out here with the water like this. We hope it doesn't get that much worse. Craig and Belkey's an active night in Northeast Miami-Dade, an active night all the way around in South Florida.
But a lot of good people, Sheldon. A lot of nice people, a lot of good people just stepping out, you know, getting some fresh air, wanting
Without question.
In the
Good
lull, they
people.
want to step out and just take their pets out as well. We've seen a lot of that. People take advantage of these moments to walk their dogs.
Without question. I had to do it. We're out here right now and we're dealing with the elements. Everybody, well, you got to go. You got to go. You got to bring the dog out. It's either you figure out that the situation is what it is and you light a candle, or you power up the generator and you take a stroll as long as the weather permits, or you be smart and you get in your house when it's just too bad, because again, in certain sections it might be a little too rough. You know, we took a ride from Sunny Isles earlier tonight. We took a ride from Sunny Isles to this section of Northeast Miami-Dade, which is Biscayne and 107. And Donovan and I looked at each other and we said, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's about an 8.5 as far as nervousness went, just because there was a tornado warning at the time. There was water in the street. It was coming down hard, and we started to make our way this way when there was a lull in all this. But, you know, I don't know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes into the ride, it started to get really bad again. And there was ponding, and there was light flooding on the road on Biscayne Boulevard. And the big fear was we're going to conk out in this news vehicle, and we're going to be in the middle of the road in this rain and in the flood and not have any way to get out. But it was fine. The water wasn't bad enough for us to stall out. We made our way here safely and slowly. And here we are, right next to a boat that continues to just get pounded. Now it's making big noise. It's got storage sections coming up and opening and closing. A tough one here for this boat. Belkey's and Craig, back to you.
All right, Sheldon. Yeah, that's sad, but what are you going to do?
And
you can replace the boat.
That's right. We've seen it happen time and again, especially with boats in the marinas and so on throughout the area when we have storms like these. Want to head up to Davie now, and the night team's Mike DePasquale. Mike, what do you have?
I'll show you what we found. We are in Davie, near the Hard Rock at Northeast 38th Street. And take a look at this. There was no confirmed tornado here in this section of town. But that big slab is the sidewalk. These are the roots to this tree, and this is the big tree. And I'm not, to be honest with you, I have no idea what type of tree this is, but it reminds me of oak trees growing up back in Akron, Ohio. The tree goes across the street. There's no power lines here, thankfully. So it actually goes across the street. We're going to walk around to the side of it. And the house on the other side, we actually knocked on the door, and there's no one there. We knocked on a couple of doors here, and there was no one home. But just misses the house. And in front of the house is a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's a blessing. I don't know if you guys know, I spent some time in the seminary. I was going to be a priest, and look at me now. But I think it's a little bit of both, if not just a blessing. So these people are lucky. But it's across the street, and no power lines were knocked down, and no one is home in this area to find out if they actually heard it, what they plan on doing. But thankfully, no one was hurt. There are a couple of cars here, a truck and a couple of cars here. So thankfully, they were not in the way of it. And thankfully, too, no one was driving on the street when this tree came down, toppling down on the street. Reporting live from Davie, Mike DePasquale, 7 News 9.
I'm with you, Mike. I like that they're blessed. I'm down with that.
I'll go with it.
I'm a spiritual person, and they've
I'm
got.
going with they're blessed.
It's a higher power. They're good people who give good energy, and when you do good and you give good, you get good in return. That's simple.
My mom used to have one of those statues in the front yard too, by the way. Good things always happen.
My mother has La Virgen de la Caridad in the front of her house.
Well, it's her patron.
Yeah,
saint.
that's it.
Right, right.
And her saint day was Friday. That's right. Friday. They do a big mass at La Ermita de la Caridad. It was canceled because of the storm, the whole thing. Anyway, good for them. Just missed that house. They're going to be happy when they get back.
No doubt.
Without a doubt.
I want to head back over to the Weather Center. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow has come back in with the latest on the system. Phil.
You are correct. We are awaiting the 11 p.m. advisory as of 10, 120 mile per hour winds, category 3. Moving west-northwest at 7 miles per hour. That is slower than it had been at 9 p.m. when it was moving along at 9 miles per hour. Still a huge system trying to make its way towards the lower Florida Keys. Already, the lower Florida Keys have registered the first full blast of wind of 74 miles per hour. That is a hurricane wind speed they're reading, and that's only going to go downhill during the overnight hours. So here is the radar. Boy, that eye just coming out of Cuba there is just ominous with a big eye wall surrounding it. That eye wall has got to be at least 20 miles, 30 miles wide. It continues to push to the north. And you can see that it is moving ever so slowly, and the rain ahead of it impacting much of the Florida Straits, the northwestern Bahamas. Broward County right now not looking too bad. You've had your fair share of strong gusty winds. That feeder band has moved into Palm Beach. There's another one setting up shop offshore. That one will probably be moving in about another 35-45 minutes. Miami-Dade County from Homestead south all the way in through Monroe and in through Key West. It is just looking terrible with torrential downpours across the area, and there's more rain sitting just offshore impacting Bimini as well. Meanwhile, let me show you this graphic. It shows the wind gusts from tonight all the way into the day tomorrow. And it's going to be interesting to see here what the forecast is calling for. As we move in through 8 a.m., the wind gusts 79 miles per hour in Fort Lauderdale, same in Miami. Check out Key West, what our model is forecasting, 127 mile per hour wind gusts Sunday at 8 a.m. As we move in through the day here, Sunday then at 10 p.m., still pretty windy all across South Florida, with then Naples getting the brunt. 90 mile per hour wind gusts, 55 down in Key West. Wind speeds here across Miami-Dade could be in the upper 70 mile per hour range. 84 mile per hour wind gusts could take place in West Palm Beach. Right now, the close-up cone, still the thinking is that this system will intensify into a 4 before making landfall somewhere across the lower Florida Keys with 130 mile per hour winds. That'll be sustained, and then quickly moving into Naples, the Naples area. Sunday by 2 p.m., 140 miles per hour. And even by then, we are still going to be on the dirty sector of this system. So it really may not be until Sunday night, maybe even until Monday, that we may start to see an improvement in our conditions here. Down the road, the system is still expected to arrive somewhere across Tampa with 115 mile per hour winds sometime on Monday before emerging across the southeast by Tuesday or Wednesday. We are still under a tornado watch. We have seen our fair share of tornado warnings throughout the day. There's still a chance that we could see some more tornadoes tomorrow. By the way, this tornado watch that is supposed to expire at midnight, we just found out that that will be extended during the day tomorrow. That's the very latest here from our end. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much.
Well, those tornado watches, that's scary stuff.
Well, and for a while, I mean, if you remember, Phil and Vivian and Brent and everybody, Carlene, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
It just kept springing up.
And for several minutes, we weren't talking as much about the storm. We were talking so much more about the individual outbreaks of these systems that could produce tornadoes. It was wild.
And then it starts here, and as it moves across, it affects more and more and more and more and more cities until...
And we may see more of that in the overnight hours.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when everybody's phones start buzzing and beeping, and it wakes people up, and they're frazzled, and what happened, and so, yeah, just don't get frazzled. It's hard not to. It's hard not to.
Want to head on into the Newsplex now for a look at some of what we've been finding. Our crews have been out in the elements recording this event as it unfolds. And the 19's Robin Simmons is there. Robin?
Yes, and we can also thank our 7 News viewers for capturing what they are seeing as well. We have several new items to share with you. First up, Anthony Betancourt. You may have to just focus a little bit to see, but this is some flooding in the area of 19496 Northwest 62nd Avenue. That is in Northwest Miami-Dade. Of course, it's dark. The lights are out. We want to caution our viewers always to be careful when you see a situation like that. So that is in Northwest Miami-Dade, the situation there. The next video we have is a transformer. We're seeing these happen. You know, we've had some pretty rough weather with these feeder bands coming into the area. I mean, you can just see the pop there. In this, we do not have. This one is near Miami Senior High, 22nd Avenue and Flagler Street. We also have some more video of some arcing power lines, this in the Shenandoah area. And you can see that from the window, they are safely inside the house as they are watching this. And we've been hearing about all the power outages both in Miami-Dade and Broward County and seeing some pretty dangerous conditions out there. So we want to thank our viewers for sending us this video. For now, live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
Robin, thank you.
Let's head over to the West Coast now in Southwest Florida, where Irma is really expected to do some damage once she makes her presence known. Nicole Ensalada is live for us in Estero with more on this. Nicole.
Well, Belkis, just to give you an idea, because it might be a little difficult to be able to see where we are sort of huddled underneath an awning here in the front doors of the Germain Arena. This is a typical sort of sports arena here in Estero, south of Fort Myers. And you can see there's some folks huddled out here. We still have people coming in. This is one of the largest, if not the largest shelter here in this area. 14 shelters here in Lee County. You can see this is the most steady rain that we have had thus far. It's been coming down now solid for, gosh, maybe 90 minutes or so. Not much in the way of wind. I mean, just some light wind, nothing too dramatic. You can see, though, that we also have Florida Highway Patrol out here trying to make sure that everything stays nice and cool and calm. And so far it has, because now all of these people, thousands of people, have a safe place to stay.
You have a wristband, sir?
A place to weather the storm just a few feet away.
It's been quite exciting.
The Howingtons and their dogs tried to get into 3 shelters, finally ending up here at the Germain Arena off I-75. Additional evacuation orders meant additional people, their children, their pets, trying to escape Irma. Connie Taylor is disabled and was afraid to stay home.
I'm just scared for the kids. That's why, I want to make sure they're safe.
Her daughter tried to reassure 6-year-old Rylan.
He just knows it's a really bad thunderstorm and there's a lot of wind and that a lot of houses could be damaged, and he knows that. But he knows when nothing's going to happen to him, right?
There is confusion.
I checked in, man. I'm trying to find my car.
There is calm.
Where I'm from, Cuba, we had them constantly. I've lived through stuff like flooding. What worries me more is the power lines.
And at night, people continue to show up. Inside, an evacuee's video shows families trying to relax, stretched out on the arena's floor, bracing themselves for Irma. So once again, you can see we're getting a lot of steady rain here, and the rain is really what had emergency officials kind of worried about the situation here in Southwest Florida. There, of course, is always going to be the risk of high winds with, a Category 3, 4, whatever, hurricane here, but also now they're talking about storm surge. We've been hearing about it all day long here in this area, and that's what a lot of these folks are worried about. Mandatory evacuations in many more neighborhoods than they thought necessary until about today, and that's why we started to see a lot more people showing up at shelters. So once again, here in Lee County alone, they also have several open in Collier County, down in Naples, just a few minutes south of us. But here in Lee County, 14 shelters, we've been told in about the last few hours, 4 still had space. Germain Arena apparently still does as well. It's packed in there, but so far, so good. People seem to be handling it pretty well. We'll just have to wait and see exactly how long they'll have to stay in these shelters. Reporting live in Estero, Nicole Ensalada, 7 News 19.
How long they'll have to stay in the shelter? Well, no matter how long it is, I'm sure they'll be glad they're in there once Irma passes their way.
Especially what they're going to be getting over in Southwest Florida, over on the West Coast, that's for sure. Want to bring it back home now to downtown Miami and a look at what we've been seeing there this evening. Looks a little calmer now than it has been, Joe Rhodes.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit calmer. We are still getting those sudden bursts, those sudden gusts of winds here off of Bayshore and 17th Street at the Sea Isle Marina. As you take a look at the boats here behind me, they're still rocking here in Biscayne Bay where they're all tied up and everything. Actually, I was surprised there are a few people actually staying on those boats. I didn't realize that at first. I thought, they were all kind of abandoned for the storm and everything, but no, there are some people, even though they're out there rocking and everything. What we're dealing with right now isn't so much the rain. I mean, that's kind of let up and we're just dealing with a little bit at this point. What we are working with right now is the wind and those sudden gusts that I was just talking about. Throughout the night, we've had them go anywhere from 20 to 25 miles up per hour, up to 40, 45 gusts at one point. At one point, we kind of had to keep an eye out for debris, and I mentioned this earlier, but I want to bring it to your attention again. One of these lights actually flew off of the awning under here, and as you take a look up here, you can see another one shaking there. One of them actually snapped off, hit the ground, and then just went right down the road. So, I mean, you definitely have to be careful as you're working with all of these wind conditions out here, because people have done their best to tie things down, to strap them down, but I mean, there are some things that you just can't account for, and I'm definitely keeping my eye on that light to make sure it doesn't come down. But I mean, as you take another look over here, you can just see these winds outside of the Marriott Hotel off of Bayshore. We've been watching those throughout the night. They've just been keeping those leaves going all night long, just blowing side to side. But the good news is no rain here right now, and it's been pretty quiet as far as people coming out here as well. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Joe, thanks for that update.
Well, as we are closing in on the top of the hour, as we try to do, even whatever we have going on, is to bring you the latest. First, we'll tell you this is 7 News live coverage, the path of Irma, and we have the new advisory.
Bill Farrow's got it for us.
Yes, indeed, we have the new advisory. We also have brand new information from the National Hurricane Center, and they are now saying what we have been showing you all night is that Irma is taking its time moving away from Cuba. That just means that the misery is going to linger for everyone involved from Cuba through the Keys through South Florida. As of 11 p.m., 120 mile per hour winds, Category 3. Moving even slower, oh my goodness, northwest at 6 miles per hour. This places it about 30 miles north-northeast of Varadero Beach, or about 100 and some odd miles away from Key West. So the bad news, it is still a major system, 120 mile per hour winds. It is moving even slower, and it's going to take its time getting here. So that means that for the folks throughout the Keys, you are going to continue to see the heavy rainfall, the battering waves, the wind speeds picking up. We've already had hurricane force winds reported in Key West. For the mainland across Miami-Dade and Broward counties, what you've seen throughout the day today, the squally weather, the heavy rain, the gusty winds, the surge at the beach, and above all, those tornadoes, the ones that we've seen across Miami-Dade and Broward, that threat will remain again tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. This system has just been stuck here since early this morning, and what it is, it's caught between high pressure to the east, some strong upper level winds in the Gulf of Mexico. It's kind of in the middle here, and it's just not moving. It's spinning in place. The radar still showing a very healthy eye just north of Varadero Beach, which is right about here, and we can see the spin, that counterclockwise spin around the eye. That is the eye wall, looking very healthy, very organized. This is just battering Cuba. When we get reports out of there, I'm sure they will not be on the pleasant side. The moisture continuing to stream up across Andros Island. A lot of heavy rain, gusty winds, plenty of lightning. All that moisture also tracking in across South Florida. Broward County right now looking pretty good, but in about another 15-20 minutes, you will get another very strong feeder band moving in across the area, starting first at the beach and then making its way inland. It has been Miami-Dade's turn, especially for deep southern Miami-Dade County, from Palmetto Bay, Kendall, Homestead, all the way south in through the 18-mile stretch. Key Largo, not too bad, but from Isla Morada, Tavernier, Marathon, Key West, the rain has been relentless now for about the past hour or two, and there's still a lot more rain sitting out across the coastal waters, impacting Bimini as well. So this is the close-up cone. It shows the system basically just stalled just north of Cuba. Eventually, it should start to move, but one of the good things, if there are, is that the interaction here with the Cuban coast might kind of keep it a little bit on the weak side, and now they're suggesting that by the time it reaches the Florida Keys sometime Sunday morning at around 8 a.m., it'll have winds of 125 miles per hour. They are no longer suggesting Category 4. That intensity, however, the forecast, that's going to teeter-totter over the next few hours as the system makes its way over the very warm waters of the Gulf Stream there, the Florida Straits. Fort Myers, Sunday, 8 p.m., 120-mile-per-hour winds, and the cone takes it just north of Tampa sometime Monday. We are still under a tornado watch until Sunday at 12 a.m. I'm sure that this will be extended since we are now still on the dirty side of this system. The dirty side is the northeastern quadrant outside of the eye wall. That is where you get the second most strongest winds, the heaviest of the rainfall, and of course the potential for more tornadoes. So the downside is this system is crawling at a snail's pace. It is going to take forever to get to the Keys, more rain, the potential for tornadoes, and just miserable conditions all across the area. Could be for at least another 20 to 24 hours. I wish I had better news. Back to you guys.
I guess if we can, and I was just chatting with some friends over on the West Coast who are obviously really concerned what's coming at them, but and you say this all the time, Phil, intensity forecasts are so hard, yes. But I mean, when you're looking for something to be a glimmer of hope, they keep it at a 3 now as it moves in toward, Collier and Lee County, and we can only hope that verifies.
And if there is at least another little glimmer of hope in all of this, is that at least it gives them a little bit more time for evacuations, a little bit more time to prep, a luxury that they probably didn't have before by this system stalling out now. It gives them that. It's obviously awful for the folks in Cuba that are dealing with this miserable system.
That is the case, too. Will the forward motion of it pick up when it interacts with whatever thing is supposed to move it north? Is that what the holdup is?
Well, it's stuck in between two folks. High pressure across the Atlantic, a huge dome of, or actually some strong upper-level winds in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's kind of just bouncing in between the two. And until one of those other two features does something, this system is going to stay stuck there across the Florida Straits for quite a while.
Ugh.
So, Phil, for folks that have relatives in Cuba and whatnot, is it still over that northeast coast, that Varadero area?
Yep. Yes,
Where is it, and how long has it been over that, and when can we expect it to move?
Absolutely. If we can put that satellite view up back in the weather office of the system sitting right over the northern extent of Cuba, it has been there since yesterday morning. And you got to keep in mind that the system was supposed to miss Cuba altogether. It was supposed to move in between the Bahamas and Cuba, track in between the two areas. It never did that. Sometime 24, maybe 36 hours ago, it kind of slowed down, took a dip, hugged the coast of Cuba, and it's been there for the longest time until early this evening. It began to move north, but then it's taken another little jog to the west, and that's where that eye is sitting, basically about 65 miles to the north of Varadero Beach. And what's interesting is just how huge this system is. If you have satellite, if you can still see us at home, if not, I'll describe it for you. But the outer bands of this system extend all the way through central and northern Florida, out possibly into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. They sweep back in across the Caribbean Sea, almost reaching Jamaica. They swing back up across eastern Cuba, are impacting much of the northwestern Bahamas, and then back across South Florida. That's at least 200 or 300 miles in either direction. That's why when we say don't focus so much on that cone, what the cone does is it tracks only the eye. Everything outside of that is being impacted right now by heavy rain and gusty winds, and that has been the deal for Cuba now for at least 12 hours.
It's just sitting there. My goodness. Those poor people. All right, Phil. Thanks for that.
We'll head back outside to our part of South Florida now and get a look at what Irma is doing as it makes its slow crawl. Brian Enton on the beach. Brian?
Craig, we were hunkered down on Ocean Drive near First Street, but the wind has sort of settled down a little bit, so we've started venturing out to see what kind of damage there is because we felt such strong winds earlier, and there are trees and street lights down. This is Ocean Drive. You see this is one of the trees that has come down. Luckily, we haven't really seen any structural damage to any of the buildings down here or even any windows blown out. Most people have storm shutters and boards that they put up, but there are a number of trees down. It always amazes me to come and look where they snap, because you can only imagine how old some of these trees are. And this wind was just so incredible earlier tonight that it's no surprise that we've now got trees down. We also saw a street light down that was sort of flickering. It was still on, and we saw a few stop signs that were just bent all the way over. It looked like a few trash cans had flown and hit the stop sign. So again, we're sort of seeing a little bit of a lull right now. It hasn't rained in a little while, and the wind isn't nearly as strong as we saw it earlier, but still definitely sustained winds, probably at about, I'd say 25 miles per hour or so. We have not seen anyone out on the streets in hours, which is a good thing. People are obeying the 8 p.m. curfew. We also haven't really seen very many police around because we know that they were not going to be hitting the streets if there were winds of 40 miles per hour or higher. But the good news for at least right now, a little bit of a lull in the wind, Belkis and Craig.
All right, that's good to know, Brian. I was going to ask you, and you answered my question, that people are obeying the curfew. No one's out. That's good.
Yeah, I think they did a good job getting the word out. And I think, frankly, I think there were people out earlier when it was light out. And, you know how it is. People want to come and they want to see the ocean and they want to see the big waves and they want to walk on the sand. But when they realized just how strong the wind was, they decided, to head back inside.
Good decision-making, very good adult decision-making. Brian Enton, thanks again for that live report.
Back over to Phil at the Weather Center now and our friends at the Hurricane Center. Phil.
All right, I want to take a chance right now to go live to the National Hurricane Center, speaking with Acting Director Ed Rappaport. Ed, the system continues to slow down. This must be an eternal night for the folks in Cuba. What is next? What is making it just stall there?
This is the time when the steering currents have collapsed. So not only has it stopped moving to the west as it has been for the past several days, but it's basically stopped altogether. However, in the last hour or so, it does look like the center is beginning to pull away from the coast of Cuba towards the northwest on a track that will take it to the Florida Keys, landfall likely near Key West around daybreak tomorrow. And then it's going to continue on for another landfall along the southwestern coast around sunset tomorrow, bringing major hurricane force winds over 100 miles per hour, as well as the storm surge we've been talking about for several days. Still very concerned for that 5 to 10 foot storm surge possible in the Keys, and as much as 10 to 15 feet in the southwestern part of the state.
So as the system continues to make its way to the Keys, I noticed that now in the forecast cone, it stays as a 3, but we know the intensity forecasting can be a little tricky. Is it going to stay as a 3 or maybe even get stronger due to the warm waters there?
We think it'll get a little bit stronger. Now, whether it has time to become another category higher, it's not clear. Again, it's less than 12 hours away until we have landfall in the Keys and another 12 hours or so for southwest Florida. So there's not a lot of time for strengthening. We think there'll be some, but it's also going to begin to be some wind shear, which tends to disrupt the circulation as it gets towards the peninsula. So a balancing right now of the warm water and the shear that will be increasing. So we expect a little bit of intensification still.
Miami-Dade, Broward counties, there have been a lot of feeder bands that have been moving on shore. A lot of them have been very strong with tornadic activity. Will this continue to be the pattern overnight and tomorrow?
That's the expectation, at least through the day tomorrow. The tornadic activity perhaps will diminish during the second half of the day tomorrow as the center gets a beam of us and then passes to the north. We'll be in this southeast side, which tends to have less tornadoes than the part to the up towards the northeast, as we're seeing right now.
I know it may be difficult, but is there a time frame that you can give us when this thing will finally be out of here and things can improve?
I believe that during the latter half of tomorrow, the conditions will begin to improve, and particularly overnight Sunday, and a much better day on Monday.
All right, so we're shooting for Monday then for the better day. Ed, thank you very, very much for everything that you've done for us. Thanks once again. All right, so you heard it. There's the very latest. We've got a system that has slowed down. It is aiming for the Florida Keys, should arrive sometime by daybreak, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Conditions across the Keys will just be awful. Across Miami-Dade and Broward counties, what we've seen today, we're going to see tomorrow, squally weather, gusty winds. The potential for some tornadoes will remain. And then hopefully, you just heard there Ed Rappaport say that maybe Sunday night and into Monday should be a better day. We'll shoot for that. Back to you guys at the desk.
Can't think of the last time I wanted to see a Monday so much. If ever. If ever.
That's, I think, that's unanimous
Yeah.
for probably everyone watching at home, too.
That's for sure. Thanks.
No doubt about that. Well, Hollywood Beach is the place where Chris Van Vliet is, and I think we're going to go to him.
Well, let's throw up the numbers. I think we have some numbers on
we
the
do.
outages.
Florida Power and Light
first.
outages. Yeah. Sorry about that.
These are the local numbers, and we're getting to this now because we want to give you a sense of our sliver of the state versus the entire state. In Miami-Dade, we're at about 109,000 customers without power. In Broward, just under 50,000 customers without power. That's in relation to the state.
Which right now, according to the Associated Press, more than 170,000 homes and businesses are without power in Florida because of Hurricane Irma. So obviously the bulk of it is down here because this is where we're feeling it first.
We're the first ones to
get
it.
Overall, across statewide, 170,000. But this is the breakdown between Miami-Dade and Broward.
Think about what's going to happen with these numbers. Because of the path of the storm. I mean, the Keys, and they've got the Florida Keys Cooperative.
They have their own separate
utility.
Yeah.
But when we talk about Collier County, Naples, Abarca Island, Lee County, Fort Myers, Charlotte County,
Tampa
Port
area.
Charlotte, Sarasota, Tampa, St. Pete. I mean, we're talking about a lot of customers. I mean, it's a good thing we've seen those utility trucks from other utilities making their way here, or they're staged ready to come down, because we're going to need all the help we can get.
Maybe they're already on their way. Maybe they can come on the east side, since that's a little more clear than the west side, and they can start doing their job, because there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to want their power back ASAP. Sure. But Florida Power and Light says they're going to do everything they can. Once it's safe for those workers to get out there, they're going to be on it.
And we do know they were actually working today before the winds got to a certain point. So they're going to get to it. They're going to get to it. Okay, we are going to head back up to Broward County and to Fort Lauderdale.
Brandon Beyer is there live for us with what's going on. Brandon?
Well, that band that Phil was talking about just a few minutes ago coming off the ocean right now, you can see the winds picking up behind me. The rains are starting to pick up again. But one good thing here on the beach, here on Fort Lauderdale Beach, we still have power. I noticed you guys were talking about that a little while ago, but looking up and down both sides of the beach here, still power for anyone who chose to ride this out in their condo, chose to ride this out here on the beach, and there aren't many, but they at least can still watch us on TV, still have the ability to cook, so they've got that going for them. Also, I know that there's power where I live in Hollywood. I've been texting with my neighbor throughout the day, so thankfully still power at home. Hoping not to have to fire that generator up when I do eventually get home. We will eventually get home someday, I think. That's the idea, at least. But
is that what they told you? You're going home Sunday?
We had a nice break of the rain. The winds never stopped, never dipped below 30, 35 miles per hour. But we did get a break from the rain, and as you can see now, it's starting to pick up again. And you can tell it's going to be one of those that just whips across for. Hard to say without looking at the radar, but it's just getting started and could be with us for a good bit.
Brandon, you didn't hear what I said. Is that what they told you? You're going home Sunday?
Oh. Say it again.
Is that what they told you? You're going home Sunday?
No. I know I'm not going home Sunday. Someday.
That's
Someday,
more like
Sunday.
it. Okay.
Big difference.
I'm glad we're clear. Good. Just a little humor for some levity. You know, it's always good to just try to, You know, you got to have humor through the rough times to just get you through. Exactly. Got to laugh. Thanks, Brandon.
Chris Van Vliet has moved on to Hollywood to give us a sense of what he is seeing there. Chris?
Well, I guess we're about 5 miles south, or maybe a little more than where Brandon's at, and it seems like we have similar conditions here. We had a bit of a lull right before you came to us, actually. I was thinking, relatively speaking, this isn't so bad. This, though, picking up. The gusts have gotten worse, that rain coming at us sideways, and I think it's a pretty well-known fact that I'm from Canada, born and raised in Pickering, Ontario, and I can tell you we certainly do not have storms like this back home. The intensity since we got here around 6 o'clock has just gotten worse and worse progressively every single hour, especially when the bands like this one are coming in. Always good to look up at the palm trees for a reference, and as you can see, they've been doing some work here tonight, and it's wet. We've had these bands come through probably every 20, 25 minutes where we start to get this rain, and then the wind never really dies down, but there's some times when we're not getting pelted with this rain, which, relatively speaking, is like a nice little break. Interesting to look down the Broadwalk here, and it's it. We're all alone. It's just us here. Hollywood Police Department was here earlier in the day, right before the sun went down, to kind of remind people not to come out to the beach, and they were getting rid of a few people that were here when we first arrived. There's Hollywood Beach Police, or Hollywood Police, set up on Hollywood Boulevard right when you come into A1A. That are they blocked off the road there for anyone who is going to see these pictures here and try to come down here. You can't come down here. You don't want to come down here. That curfew in effect in Broward. Most people are adhering to that. And Brandon mentioned it with the power still being on. You can see we still got power here. So for the people that are maybe in some of these condos here, or it'd be crazy to do that, but it's possible. For the people that are in these condos here, it's good that they might still have power. So that's where we're at right now, guys. We're live from Hollywood Beach. I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News Night Team.
Hey, Chris, this is Phil Farrow back at the station. You're still looking at some rain coming in off of the Atlantic. That is the beginning of what will be another feeder band. So the activity is going to be picking up for about another 20-25 minutes. Can you see more or less a wall of rain coming to you? Is it getting darker as the rain heads your way?
Yeah, I mean, if we look back out to the ocean here, Phil, you can see that those waves have certainly increased in size, and the sky's just dark there. The sky's dark there, darker than it is where we're standing here, so I can certainly see what you're talking about, but it's interesting that these just keep coming in bands like you're talking about, and what's out there over the Atlantic right now must be what we're feeling now, and certainly what we're about to feel.
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, on the radar, you can tell for the folks at home, the shading here, the light green is light rain, the darker green is the heaviest of the rain. And in about a couple of minutes, you went from a very light shading of green to some darker shading, and it's going to get even worse here in about another 5 or 10 minutes. So make sure you stay safe out there, as not only the rain going to pick up, but also the wind. Thank you very much, sir, for reporting out there. All right, so that's the very latest here on our end. As far as the rainfall is concerned, it'll continue to pick up during the night, and we will have a lot more in just about 5 minutes. So before I go, let's see if we can widen the view here on the radar just to show everybody that rain that continues to move in across South Florida. We have a couple of feeder bands that will continue to move over the area, and those feeder bands will be impacting us during the overnight, throughout the day tomorrow. And like we heard a little while ago from the acting director there from the Hurricane Center, Ed Rappaport, that this mess will probably stay with us for another 20 hours or so. Maybe Sunday night and through Monday morning, conditions will start to improve across Florida. So for everybody who's riding this storm out, we'll just stick it out together, and we will keep our fingers crossed that by the start of next week, we can finally get back to our regular lives. I think Craig said it best. We've never looked forward to a Monday so much. Craig?
That is true, Phil.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Raj Lowe is over on Miami Beach. Let's check in with him and see how things are looking there. Raj?
Well, things are looking a lot better than they were a couple of hours ago. You know, we were speaking to people in the neighborhood here, and one of the things they brought up, which I think is really important, there was a lot of buildup to this storm. I mean, since Monday, people have been going to Home Depot, people have been going to Publix to get batteries, and guess what? If you look across the way here, what do you see? All the lights are out. We are at one of the few homes here on North Shore Drive that actually has power. But if you look around, let me walk out on the dock because it's pretty safe right now. Let me pull this along so you can walk with me. And here are these two little dogs of the house here. But if you look out across the way there, what you'll see is that a whole bunch of people have lost power already. So one of the stories with this storm, as we've been mentioning, is that there are going to be a lot of people, and I guess it's in Miami-Dade County, it's more than 100,000 people who have lost power. So if you're listening to this on the radio and you have lost power, you are not alone. You saw the live shot I did a couple of hours ago in Surfside. We were there. We actually, I believe it was a transformer that blew because we saw the green lights in the sky. They lost power as those heavy winds and the squalls were coming in. But things, at least for the last couple of hours, have quieted down a little bit here on the beach. You still get that gust, those winds that still come in here. But as you look, Andy, that's downtown, right? If I look down that way, if you look at downtown Miami that way, you can also see not too many lights on. So I'm guessing a whole lot of people, as those squalls were moving through, lost power. And that brings up another issue here. Although we are not obviously in the center of that cone, to not have electricity and deal with, now that we're hearing this will be an extended period of just nasty weather without electricity, is going to be difficult for a lot of people, especially when you combine that with the fact that people have been waiting and building up for this storm since Monday, really. So a full week of waiting, of worrying, of concern, of those moments when we were right directly in the cone, to this evening where you're dealing with this squally weather, and then you add no electricity to it. But the good news here in all of this is that throughout all of our travels tonight, we have seen that most people have left. So if you're not here, you made the right decision, because most likely you don't have power. It's completely, dark in your home. You got to deal with using flashlights and et cetera, and then you add to it, now we're going to have to deal with another day of this, of just nasty weather, squally weather like this. But what I like about this location where we're at right now is that not only do we have the water here so you can monitor the chop like we did before with the ocean, and you can still see that it's churning a bit, but as you look across the way, Miami Beach over there, beyond that, Indian Creek, you can see that all the power is out. It's dark, it's rainy, it's miserable. I'm sure a lot of people are tired, just hoping that this thing will end, and it seems like we have another day to deal with this. And for a lot of people, it'll be a day without any power, which just adds to the misery.
A lot of people are tired and a lot of people are full, Raj. All I keep seeing on social media and in this newsroom, I won't mention any names, is just, boredom eating, right?
Say that again, Belkis?
I said everyone on their social media is just boredom eating. It's like we keep eating and we're just sitting at home and we're eating, Yeah,
yes. I mean, I bring up the word misery, and I say that, in a way that there's going to be people that are really going to have to deal with misery, unfortunately, on the west coast of Florida. And I've been in those situations when you have a Category 3 storm that is headed right to you. So all of this is very relative. I know that people tonight were texting me and messaging me that they were upset. That why did the power go out? I'm sure you've heard that, right? Why did the power go out? These were only the outer bands. These were 40 miles an hour winds. But let me tell you something, okay, Belkis, and you know that Surfside area well. When I was standing there and it was pouring and
Sheets of rain were coming in. Those were high winds.
And Ross, you said it best. It's all so relative. Losing power, a couple days, a week, perhaps.
Longer even.
But yeah, but still having your house with a roof on it and your family is okay and everything is good. I mean, you know what? Sign me up. It is all relative. You said it best, Rosh. It's all, you got to put everything in perspective. You really do. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it's annoying. Yes, check, and check. You know, unless you need to plug in an oxygen tank or, you know, that goes from being a challenge to being a real, genuine problem. But just for the next period of time, whatever that period of time is, we're all going to be challenged. And know the difference between challenges and real problems.
And when you look at, I mean, think about it, where we were Thursday night or Wednesday night, where the forecasting had this thing, the center of it, going spot on, dead on to our part of Florida as a Cat 4 or Cat 5.
Cat 4 or 5.
So when you think of what might have been happening tomorrow and what will turn out to be happening tomorrow, you know, you don't want to say we're grateful because we feel for our friends in the Keys and we feel for everybody.
Absolutely.
You know, we're all Floridians, but you know, locally here, if it's traffic lights are out for a few days, or if you don't have power for a few days, it could have been much different.
Think about our friends in the Florida Keys and the people right now in Cuba that still that thing's been sitting over them for what did Phil say, 12 hours? Yeah, it's perspective. And speaking of losing power, if you've lost power or maybe you're already listening to us and you know, make sure that you tune in on the radio. Hopefully you have a radio with some batteries. We've got some radio partners that are simulcasting everything here that we're talking about. 99 Jams, we've got Hot 105, 97.3, Hits 97.3, and Easy 93.1. Call a friend if they've lost power. Let them know. We're simulcasting, and we'll keep you company.
South Florida's great radio stations, the 4 of them there, and they're all carrying us. So we'll try. We try to keep in mind that we know many of you are listening and not watching. So we try to remind ourselves to be descriptive and tell you what we're showing for those of you who obviously can't see it. But our thanks to our radio partners for simulcasting our coverage for the duration of this event.
Right now, I think we want to check in with. We want to talk about the power outages. Sure. Let's. Now we've got some Florida Keys numbers too.
And they're up. They've gone up.
But Miami-Dade went down. Last check, Miami-Dade had about 109,000
Broward
and change, but now they're down to 106,000 plus. Broward's up to 63,240, and the Florida Keys, 2,860 customers, businesses, etc., without power there.
And if you look at the statewide figure, 170,000, I'm terrible at math, as I know you are, but if you add the 106 and the 63 and 2,800, that's pretty much the statewide total. So,
because this is what's been affected so far.
Exactly. But you know, once we start getting figures from Palm Beach County and Martin County and so on up the East Coast and the West Coast, certainly those numbers are just going to climb.
Yeah, and for the math, there's an app for that.
There, what's called the calculator.
Still don't have it, but we're there more or less. Brandon Byers in Fort Lauderdale. Let's have a look at how things are looking there for you, Brandon. You getting a rain, wind? What's going on?
Yeah, I was starting to feel a little sorry for myself. Starting to feel like a drowned rat out here until your little pep talk, Belkis, and you're exactly right. We could be dealing with so much worse than these conditions that we are. Yeah, so appreciate it. We all need a little pep talk every now and then. You almost start to get used to these winds. It's been blowing like this since 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to feel weird when it finally stops, but this is a magnificent force of wind. I mean, you look up here and you see these palm trees blowing like this, 30, 40 miles per hour all day. Going to do it all night. Likely going to do it all day tomorrow. And then, every hour and a half or so, you get a giant swath of rain with it. It's been really something to see. And again, here we're out here. Crews are kind of nodding off from time to time, but then you realize these plans that we all put in place when we were looking at that storm that for a few period of time there, it looked like it could really impact us in a whole different way. And so we put all these plans into place, and now everyone's kind of maybe scaling back to some degrees, it's a relief. Certainly is a relief, but we're not out of this by any means. As you can see from the situations of what you're seeing here at Fort Lauderdale Beach, what you're seeing from Chris down in Hollywood Beach, I think he's right. He and I are only like 5 or 6 miles apart, so comes here or starts with him. I'm not sure which the order is, but then the other guy is going to get it just right there after. So,
hey, Brandon,
we're all in this together, I guess.
You're right about that. I know you've been out there for a while, and certainly before it got too dark. I'm just wondering, because it's such a beautiful beach. I always enjoyed Fort Lauderdale Beach, and the big reclamation project they did to spruce it up a few years ago. But I have to imagine by now already, and we're only the beginning of this, the erosion's been pretty substantial right along the beach there.
But it's holding up. I know what you're talking about. I remember I think it was Sandy or maybe Isaac, when we were seeing the sand just all the way across A1A. They had to close it down for a while. That seawall back there is new. It goes, from Los Olas all the way up past Sunrise Boulevard. They spent a ton of money, and it took forever. But it's beautiful, and it seems to be working. We're not seeing sand on the street. That's huge. The cleanup mess from that was a phenomenal effort. Now, down on the beach, after you get hours and hours of waves like this, there's bound to be some erosion. No question about it. But when I saw it last, as the sun was going down about 7:30, 7:45, it wasn't something that you looked at and thought, oh man, now we got to get that beach back yet. I mean, we still have a day to go, so we'll have to see. But the seawall's doing a good job keeping the sand off the street so far.
We'll see and when all is said and done. Hopefully, all the seawalls and that reclamation project that it worked, and the sand will stay on its side. Thanks, Brandon.
I mean, it happens. You saw it on South Beach too, where it's already starting to look pretty beat up, and they bring the sand back and they fix it up again.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the storm, but I remember they had to close A1A right in front of the Fort Lauderdale Strip there. It was covered in sand.
And it's happening again, but hopefully it's not as bad as it's been in the past. But want to head back into the newsroom and the news desk for a look at different things happening around the area.
Robin Simmons has all sorts of video. Are these from our viewers, Robin?
We can thank our viewers for continuing to keep us updated where they are. We're going to start in Coconut Grove, where we see a good bit of rain, and you can see some ponding there, the wind blowing, the palm trees blowing. We've been seeing these feeder bands coming in all evening, so they are dealing with rain there in Coconut Grove. And in Brickell, more rain, more flooding, and things were getting, not sure that this is the video of Brickell. The next video we have is supposed to be some driving video. This is coming from North Miami Beach. Pretty dangerous out there. No cars on the road in that driving rain as this viewer is driving in the conditions that we've been seeing. And once again, we're going to go to that power problem in the Shenandoah area. Power lines arcing. And we've seen so many power outages reported by FPL, more than 107,000 outages so far across the state, most of them here in South Florida, of course, from Monroe County up to Miami-Dade and to Broward. So we want to remind our viewers, Send It to 7 is out there. We appreciate you sending in your videos, and also be careful out there. Reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
All right, thank you, Robin, and thank you, Channel 7 News viewers. We appreciate all those videos. Keep sending, well, not sending it, send it to 7. Keep doing that, because that's where we get it. Yeah.
Robin mentioned downtown, and we've moved somebody down there just a few minutes ago.
Walter Morris is there live for us to show us what's going on. Hi, Walter.
Hey, guys. Well, we've moved. Of course, all day we were down near the Coconut Grove area. We've since come north up here to the Edgewater area of Miami. Now, earlier this evening, we saw that heavy band move in. Really just intense winds, rain, low visibility. Then for an hour, it seemed like we had a lull there, but again, we're starting to see those winds pick up. And just to give you an idea of how strong those winds are, right before we were about to go live, take a look down here. 3 porta potties over right where we were standing, one going into the water. So again, And these conditions are just so unpredictable, and that's why you really need to be careful while you're out here. Again, we're not really so much seeing rain in the past hour or so, but it's the winds that we're worried about. Also, we're keeping an eye out on the water here. If you take a look, you can just see the water slowly rising closer and closer to these to the dock where these boats are all tied up. Of course, people have been watching out for their boats all day. That's been a huge concern here. But again, the wind really a concern for people as these bands continue to move in tonight.
Wow, that's you know, porta potties can be very dangerous things just by nature of the porta potty, but that's like next level. Whoa.
And those are the kinds of things that we're going to start seeing get tossed around as the wind kicks up. Vanessa Medina is in Deerfield. She had been by the pier a little while ago. And Vanessa, how are things faring for you in Broward?
Well, we have since moved. Sorry, guys. I was just talking to my mom. She's on FaceTime. Mom, I have to let you go. They're talking to me back at the station. She wanted to see how we were doing, and we have since moved. We were on the beach. We have since moved because things got a little rough there, but we are, if you see behind me, this is I-95. There are no cars, which is a good thing. There are no winds right now, which is also a good thing. We're in between one of those bands, and this is the best one we've been in all day. So we've got very little wind and no rain, but we're expected to get one shortly. So of course we'll stay out here. We'll bring you those pictures as soon as we get some activity. But on the beach, they were evacuating, and so they really didn't want us being on the beach. So we have since moved, and of course, as soon as we get some more weather, we'll come back live. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Vanessa, we'll check back with you when you have that. Thank you very much. And
I'm going to call Vanessa the lucky one. She's dry.
For now,
right? Yeah. All right.
I am for right now. Thank God.
Good for you, Vanessa. All right. And say hi to Mom.
Yeah.
She wants to know you're safe.
That's right.
Hollywood Beach. Let's go back to Chris Van Vliet. Last time we saw him, he was, oh, yeah, he's still soaking wet. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, feeling dry like Vanessa. What is? I can't even remember what that feels like. She said she was just FaceTiming her mom. I was actually okay here. We've moved out now to A1A, so we were on the Broadwalk before. Now we're on A1A, where we're seeing a bit of debris on the road. And these palm trees over here, I mean, they're just rocking. You've hit us once again while we're getting a band here. The wind is bad, but this is probably the most rain we've seen here in Hollywood Beach. And if you take a look behind me here, Manny, we're starting to see just a little bit of flooding here in the streets. Brandon was mentioning the sand in the streets and how there wasn't going to be, or there wasn't much sand on the beaches, or sand in the streets, I'm sorry, sand in the streets up in Fort Lauderdale. And we're not seeing that either here, at least not right now. But what we are seeing here is some heavy winds. When these gusts come through, you kind of have to brace yourself. And right now we're getting that wind that goes along with it. And well, there, you can just see this one coming along here right at us. This is, wow, this is one of the strongest gusts we've had here yet. So we're in the middle of some bad stuff here that for our reporters who are further north are going to be feeling this in the next few minutes here. Wow. It was fine before.
And that's how these things
every
are
time
happening.
you come to me, it starts raining.
It's, you know, it's crazy.
Like,
I mean, Vanessa's got that quiet. You're not too far away. A batch of rain's falling on you. I mean, well, Phil, you're here. I mean, this is just another one of those bands that kind of...
Yes, indeed. That is a feeder band. We kind of chit-chatted a little while ago that was headed in his direction. It has finally arrived. It's going to stick around there with him for at least another 30, 35 minutes. This will be the pattern. This is what we've been talking about all day, this intermittent squall lines that come through, the feeder bands, and basically more of that for at least another 30, 35 minutes with wind gusts of about 35, 40, 45 miles per hour. So, Chris, if you're still out there, make sure you remain nice and dry, and we'll be chatting with you a little shortly. All right, so let's bring you quickly up to date here as to what's going on with this system. As of 11 p.m., that is the latest official advisory they've been giving us every hour on the hour. A small update on its position, but the 11 p.m. advisory Category 3, 120-mile-per-hour winds, and it is slowly moving to the northwest at 6 miles per hour, just under 100 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. I really can't stress enough how big this hurricane is. It is really huge. There's no other word to describe it. As a matter of fact, if I can just go around the horn here, if you will, the cloudiness starts right across central Florida, in Gainesville, extends all the way out into the Gulf of Mexico to the west towards the west end of Cuba. Then as we go in through south, the cloudiness now reaching as far south as Jamaica, the eastern end of Cuba, the other side along the east, Andros Island, Grand Bahama Island, all the way back in through central and northern Florida. So it is really, really huge. And this is a great example, by the way, when we say that the impacts of a system can be well beyond the cone of concern. This is a great example. That eye is what the National Hurricane Center tracks. When they issue the cone, they say that that's where you will find the eye. The rest of the system can be much wider, much bigger than the actual cone of concern. And right now that eye is sitting apparently here just to the north of Cuba and starting to spin towards the lower Florida Keys. And they're still looking at an impact possibly at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, the wind speeds continue to pick up all across the Keys. They've already had a 74-mile-per-hour wind, actually not a wind gust, but a sustained reading. So that is hurricane force wind. The rain surrounding the eye wall looking much healthier. There's a bright red ring now starting to wrap around the center of circulation, and that means that the eye wall will get even stronger as it spins here and continues to soak up heat energy from the Florida Straits. Plenty of rain. There's a huge rain shield that extends from northern Cuba all through the Florida Straits, throughout Grand Bahama, and of course through the mainland. Right now, throughout Broward County, the county line between Broward and Palm Beach County, moderate to heavy rainfall. The rest of Broward County, moderate rain, but now just starting to move in right where Chris Van Vliet is. There's a huge feeder band sitting offshore that will be moving in and impacting the area for at least another hour, if not an hour and a half. And then down into Miami-Dade County, just north here of downtown Miami, it's kind of quiet, light to moderate rain, but then from downtown south, very, very heavy rainfall, especially as we move in through Kendall and Homestead, Florida City, Naranja, the Keys. It has been just torrential downpour activity since about 3-4 hours ago. If we go on down US 1, Key Largo, Tavernier, Duck Key, Isla Morada, Marathon, Big Pine, Little Torch Key, Cudjoe, all the way down in through Key West, it has been nonstop torrential rain. And it will continue to be this way at least until the system actually makes landfall. And we are expecting that to happen at around 8 a.m. or so, right in between Isla Morada and Key West. And two things are going to happen here. There's going to be a 1-2 punch as far as the storm surge is concerned. For those of you who can still see the radar spin here, the wind along with the rain is coming out of the northeast. It'll then turn out of the northwest, and that northwest push is going to pick up a lot of water from Florida Bay and the Gulf of Mexico and just dump it over US 1, and all that water is going to meet the Atlantic right around daybreak. Then, after the eye leaves and heads to Naples, we're going to get the complete opposite. We're going to get the winds coming out of the southeast. That is going to take all the water here from the Atlantic, push it right back over US 1 into Florida Bay and the Gulf. So there are two storm surges in store for you. A lot more rain is still sitting right across the coastal waters between Miami-Dade, Bimini. Bimini has been getting hit hard all day long as well. Andros Island pretty wet at this hour as well, with lightning for you. The close-up cone is now suggesting that by the time Irma reaches the Keys, it should just be a Category 3. Earlier, they were forecasting a 4. But there's a big asterisk to that. There's a big question mark. There's a lot of warm water across the Florida Straits. This is the warmest water throughout the Atlantic Basin, the birthplace of the Gulf Stream current. Temperatures here are running at around 86, 87, 88 degrees. We basically need just 80 degrees of water temperature for systems to grow. So this hot water is just going to be the fuel that it needs to grow stronger. So again, the Keys could see a stronger system ahead. One of the things that could keep it just as a Category 3, some very strong upper level winds that could keep it in check. So we're hoping that that remains in play. As the system leaves the lower Florida Keys, should impact the coastal waters here of Naples. Fort Myers could be near Fort Myers around 8 p.m. Sunday night with 120-mile-per-hour winds. And then as it moves away Sunday night into Monday morning, that's when conditions should really start to improve for us here across South Florida. It won't be completely great. We're not going to see sunny skies altogether, but at least the potential for heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and tornadoes should diminish greatly. As far as warnings and watches are concerned right now, a tornado watch remains in effect for South Florida until midnight. I'm sure that that will get extended during the day tomorrow. Wind gusts, Fort Lauderdale not reporting right now. There may be something wrong with the gauge. West Palm Beach, 37-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 56 in Miami, same in Marathon, 55 in Key West, 32-mile-per-hour wind gust in Naples. Check out West Kendall, 47-mile-per-hour wind gust, 56 in Miami. Hialeah, 35-mile-per-hour wind gust, 56 in Marathon, and 55 in Key West. It's been a very slow-moving system. It began to impact the north coast of Cuba here just about over 24 hours ago as a Category 4, and then it just hugged the coast. Winds came down from 130 to 125, kept hugging the coast, 125-mile-per-hour winds, and then at 5 p.m. Today, it kind of made a little dip back into Cuba. As of 8 p.m., it started moving north again, and that's basically where we are at this time. So if it wouldn't have been for the brush here with northern Cuba, this system could have already made its way across the Florida Straits and hopefully would have been gone out of here. But unfortunately, it looks like we will stay stormy at least throughout the day tomorrow and possibly even through tomorrow night. That is your very latest here, the entire update, the entire rundown top to bottom. Let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Phil, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Early on, when this thing was a 5 coming, you know, we were in the cone, it was further to the east, etc. We kept hearing about storm surge, you know, a lot of coastal evacuations in Zone A from Miami Beach all the way up to Sunny Isles and everything else. Now that it's going to, you know, come on as a 3 and it's much more to the west and everybody on the eastern side, you know, of South Florida that evacuated, we're not in the cone anymore. Does that affect the storm surge? Is it like less now? Is it lower? What happens? Does it change?
That's a very good question. First of all, forget about being inside the cone or not outside the cone. The better question is if it continues to drift towards the west, the further west it goes, the lesser the impact will be along the East Coast. And that is going to come down. As far as if we were expecting 5, 6, 7 feet, it may now be on the range of maybe 3, 4, or 5. And now the storm surge really doesn't come in as a big wall of water all at once. We've seen that gradual, steady rise. And because the system is moving so slow, that rise has been slow as well. So that is what we have been dealing with. Now, as far as the folks that were ordered to evacuate, that was the best decision that could have been made. There's still plenty of Irma left. There's still plenty of time for that surge to come in, and a lot of low-lying areas are going to be impacted. So all we can do right now is basically just wait here, see what happens with the system, when it finally starts moving, and when it clears out the area.
All right, Phil, thanks for that.
Well, I hope that one verified.
Someone actually asked me that question. It was a good question, but it wasn't my question, Phil. I gotta confess. So, you know.
And we've been getting a lot of good Ask Phil questions, too, with the hashtag Ask Phil. He's been kind of busy this evening, so we haven't been plugging it too much. But if you go ahead and send one that way, I'm sure he'll answer. And I think, wait, does he? Yeah.
He has
Phil?
something he wants to talk about right now. What's
yes,
up, Phil?
this just came in. We were expecting the tornado watch to be extended for all South Florida. It was supposed to expire at midnight. They have now officially extended till noon tomorrow. So all of South Florida remains under a tornado watch till noon tomorrow. That's because we are expecting the system to continue to move very slowly to the north and give us the potential here for some more tornadoes. Tornado watch at least until noon tomorrow.
All right, Phil, thanks for that update. Constantly getting updates from the weather office. It's like little hamsters on a wheel in there. Everybody's just, working so hard. We appreciate your efforts, guys. Thanks.
And you told us that was likely going to happen, so it's not entirely a huge surprise there. Okay. Thanks, Phil. I'm sorry, remind me again who you
Brian
want to
Enton.
Brian Enton.
Miami Beach.
Brian.
Are you out there?
What do you have?
I'm here. I'm at Collins and 24th Street. We were further south earlier. We've worked our way north a little bit to check out what's going on down here, and it's much of the same. Trees down, a lot of wind, and a lot of rain down here. It was interesting, though, as we worked our way down, when we got to the Lincoln Road area, the power is out around Lincoln Road for a few blocks right there. All the stop lights are out, and it's very clear that it's very dark in that area, and the power has gone out. Even since we were just standing here, you can see in the distance there were transformers blowing. It almost looks like lightning, but then, wow, a lot of wind right now. It almost looks like lightning, but you can tell it's coming from the ground, and it just looks like a big spark that goes up into the clouds. So we saw that happen at least 3 times, and we heard some sirens, so I'm assuming that a few transformers blew in this area. Follow me over here, though. Belkis, you asked Phil about storm surge, and I was very curious about that, too. This is an area of Miami Beach that we know historically floods. It's very low-lying, and when the tides are high, we see the water come up. And I want to show you over here at this little dock area with these boats how high the water is right now. I think we're approaching high tide around midnight, which probably has something to do with this. You see all this debris up here, but the water here in these waterways along Collins is very, very high. You come over here. Come on over here, Luis. This is the dock that I'm standing on, and you see the water is now already coming over the dock. And we were over here earlier, and it definitely wasn't like that. So it does appear to be rising. Whether this is storm surge or whether this is just a very high tide or a little bit of a combination of both, I'm not sure. But when you come down here, you can see these boats are... Okay, look at this. This is a boat lift. This boat is supposed to be on this boat lift, because you can see here, this is the one side of the lift, and then over on the other side you see those white PVC pipes. That's the other side of the lift. So this boat is supposed to be resting on a boat lift, but the water has come up so high that it is now floating in the water, and this water is almost, I would say, another 1.5 feet, and it would be at level with the street. South of where we are, north of where we are, there is some water that has come up into the road, but again, not entirely unusual for this area, because we see that happen sometimes when the tides are high. So I'm guessing this is just a combination of high tide and storm surge. Also north of where we were along Collins, those larger homes on the other side of this waterway, we noticed that the water is now up over the docks there. And in the grass even in some of the homes there. So the water is definitely rising over here again, whether it's tide or storm surge. I'm not really sure, Belkis and Craig.
Brian, tell me again where you are exactly. What is that, West Avenue? What is that on the beach?
It's Collins Avenue and 24th Street. Let me explain to you. Maybe you'll recognize this. You know, it's the waterway ends here. If you're driving south on Collins and you're looking to the right, that little bridge, it's kind of like a landmark. You always notice. And then there's that really cool motel right past the bridge, the Motel Ankara that's been there forever. You know the area I'm talking about?
Yep, exactly. Yes, absolutely. Know it well. Collins.
And so let me show you again, because I'm noticing here too. These are all boat lifts. I didn't realize it at first, but these boats are supposed to be on lifts in the water. And the water has come up so high that they're now just floating here.
Oh, that's interesting. They're on the lift. So before all of this, they would have actually been not in the air, but
Right.
there'd be no water underneath. But now it's gotten so
Right.
high.
Let me show you
sure.
again. I may not have been clearer earlier, but you see over here, this is a boat lift, and on the this is part of the lift right here. And on the other side, where you see that white PVC pipe, that's the other side
Got
of the
it.
boat lift.
Yep.
And you can see at the bottom of the PVC pipe that that white thing that's attached there at the bottom with that pink, something floated over there
Yes.
that's pink. That's all part of the boat lift. So this boat is supposed to be resting on a lift, but the water has come up, so it's now just floating. Thank goodness it's tied up, so it's not going anywhere, but it's not supposed to be floating.
Hopefully it won't go anywhere. But yeah, you know, it's when you have a boat, it's just you really need to know what you're doing to make that work, because it could backfire terribly if you don't do it correctly.
If you're making those arrangements in a hurry, sometimes you know, it might not come out the way you had planned. Brian, that's always an interesting kind of section of Collins where it kind of bends there. It curves by that bridge. And always, I mean, is it as desolate as, well, we hope it is, but it's always fairly busy day, night, the hotel's there, it's a big area among tourists. I'm hoping that's the case, but is it as desolate as it should be?
Oh yeah, it's desolate. There's no one around. Luis, the photographer, and I were just commenting when we drove here from the pier, from South Point, or not the pier, but the jetty down there, and we drove down Ocean Drive. We drove all the way here. We didn't see anyone. There's no one out on the street. We didn't see any police. We didn't see anybody anywhere. So it is definitely very, very quiet out here. I'm assuming some people are in the area and probably in their condos. But no one is out checking anything out and walking the streets or anything like that, which is definitely a good thing.
Without a doubt. And what you're saying is what you had mentioned before, Brian, does also might factor in whether or not the high tide has anything to do with what's happening there now. So factor that in, and it's double trouble.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen over the next several hours, because I'm pretty sure we're almost at high tide, and so
I think you're right.
That combined with with the wind and the rain and whatever Irma's supposed to do with storm surge, even if it's minimal at this point, as you and Phil were talking about, Keys, that now that the track is shifted west, even if it's minimal, I mean, it's only going to take a foot and a half in some of these areas to get the water up on the road. So it's going to be interesting to see if that happens.
Okay, Brian Enton, I'd say, well, stay safe, stay dry, be careful, but
stay safe.
Yeah,
The stay dry part, that's it's too late for that.
Yeah, but
stay safe.
We'll be
that
checking
you can
back.
do.
Thank you, Brian, for all that. Appreciate it.
Let's check in with Phil Farrow for another update here at the top of the hour as we approach the witching hour, midnight, Phil.
Yes, indeed. We want to know if there's any good news, if the system is finally moving, or is it just going to stay stuck there for a while. Midnight. Okay, here we go. 12 a.m., 120-mile-per-hour wind, still Cat 3, and it is still moving at a snail's pace, unfortunately. Still dragging its feet northwest at 6 miles per hour, 90 miles southeast of Key West. So basically hardly any movement from the 11 p.m. advisory. It is a huge system spinning right across the Florida Straits. That eye looking a little bigger right now, looking a little wider. It actually may be looking a little raggedy as well, so we're hoping that maybe it will remain weak, that there are some upper-level winds actually interacting with it and keeping it in check, and it won't allow that warm water of the Gulf Stream there to give it any more fuel so that it won't impact the Keys as a stronger system. So as we move in across the radar, the eye just slowly making its way out of northern Cuba by Varadero Beach. The winds taking a lot of moisture from the Florida Straits and shoving it into our direction here, our general area. Broward County right now, you are seeing the heavy rain moving in from a feeder band, basically from, the Sawgrass Expressway all the way in through I-595 and downtown Fort Lauderdale. That'll continue to be impacting you. Miami-Dade, from deep southern Miami-Dade County way on down across US 1 and in through Key West. Heavy rain there as well. There's a huge shield of rain just to the east of US 1 that makes it all the way back in through Bimini and Andros Island. And this sheet of rain will be impacting the entire coast, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, at least until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, if not longer. For the Keys, this rainfall will be nonstop overnight until it finally moves away from you during the day tomorrow. It is still being kept as a Category 3 as it makes its way into the Florida Straits and into Key West. Landfall should be anywhere between Marathon and Key West as a Category 3, 125-mile-per-hour winds. And then after that, it should continue to make its way right on up the coast, impacting Naples, possibly sometime Sunday at around 8 p.m. The same with Fort Myers. And now it's showing weakening here as a Category 1 just west of Gainesville and Ocala over by the Florida's Big Bend. And to tell you the truth, I really can't wait for it to get out of our hair. The tornado watch has been extended until tomorrow at 12:30. It was supposed to expire at midnight, but it's been actually extended. My apologies, until Sunday at noon. Sunday at noon. So that is your very latest update. It is still stuck in the Florida Straits. It is still a Cat 3, still aiming for the Florida Keys. Some arrival times could be anywhere between 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And for us across the mainland, Miami-Dade and Broward, we will persist, or those feeder bands will persist across the area overnight. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and the potential for some tornadoes. So all we can do right now is just ride this thing out until it's finally out of here. Back to you guys.
Well, we're glad you are guiding us here, Phil. You're our Superman. I mean, working around the clock with all the information we need to know to keep everybody safe. So
good Cuban coffee.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah.
It's the Phil factor. Good Cuban coffee, good donuts, good American coffee, a lot of sugar and caffeine around here these days. I hope Walter Morris perhaps has some in his truck, a little sugar, a little caffeine somewhere for you, Walter, in downtown Miami.
Well, that's right, Belkis. You know, we've got a little bit in the car, but as you saw, within the past hour, we had those winds really whipping off of the bay. We've sort of moved away from the water right now. We're standing on North Bayshore Drive and 16th, but you can still see the wind really tearing through here. Now, we're getting a little bit of a break because of this church right here, but of course, it's still very hard to stand up at some points. These gusts just come through here. Now, of course, this is we've been saying this has been a wind event, also a rain event, but again, a lot of activity down at our docks. We had some video earlier that we wanted to show you. Now, some boats actually taking on. That was at Monty's down in Coconut Grove. Now, we saw a lot of boats just sort of getting knocked around during those heavy gusts, as we saw one of those big bands move in earlier today and back out here live. Now, another thing we've been watching, of course, is the utilities. Thousands of people without power. Even as we made our way up here from Coconut Grove, we saw a lot of down power lines. In fact, one place near Mercy Hospital, we saw a couple ambulances standing by in the road to block cars from driving into that down power line. But of course, you definitely don't want to be on the roads. If we take a walk down here, again, this is North Bayshore Drive and 16th. The Marriott's right here, relatively calm. Not a lot of traffic here generally, but of course, tonight you're really not seeing anybody. The winds, again, picking up, and so it's really making it hard. And what's interesting is that you almost get a lull. You almost get thrown. It'll be like this, very stormy, gusty conditions at one point, and then it'll completely calm down, and it almost seems like it's over. In fact, after we got here, we saw a couple people taking their pets out as they got a break from those storm conditions. But again, this is not over. We're only in the beginning, Craig and Belkis, and in fact, we're going to be out here for riding it out. The wind seems to be taking a break at some points, but then it just kicks right back up again.
All right, Walter, thanks for that update. We appreciate you sticking it out there and braving the elements to bring us those pictures and the video and the information. Stay safe.
I want to bring Phil back into the conversation because the new advisory and there is the new cone and there are some adjustments that are still being made. Phil?
Yeah, especially for our friends on down the road here across the West Coast in Sarasota, St. Petersburg, and Tampa. Some early indications now, this is being reported out of the Tampa area, that Irma's center will now be shifting a little bit more to the west, especially for them. That is going to give the system a little chance to get a little stronger as it aims here for the coastal waters, and now they're thinking that if there is a direct hit for them, it'll be possibly St. Petersburg and not so much Tampa. Now, this is still very far out there. A lot of things have to happen. It has to impact the Keys, see what interaction there is with land, but at least coming out of the West Coast, their thinking there now is that it'll probably be more of a St. Petersburg impact and not Tampa. That's the update that we have on this. Let's send it back to you.
Well, I mean, there's been concern up and down the West Coast. I mean, they're all densely populated areas. Tampa's a major Tampa, St. Pete, the Bay Area, a major metropolitan area, and it just, you know, it's just hoping that the weakening that we've seen so far this evening will continue.
That's all we can hope for. Yeah. Vanessa Medina is in Deerfield Beach. Let's check in with her once again. Still dry, Vanessa.
You know, guys, I think luck is on my side right now. You know, we were over at Deerfield Beach and things started to get a little hairy. The water started to rise a little bit and we were told that we had to leave. So we came, maybe we're about a mile or so away, maybe 2 miles away, and it's just kind of stopped right now. So, you know, Irma's quite stubborn. She's been hanging out over Cuba for some time, and now, you know, we just don't know what to expect. You know, with this whole storm, it's been so frustrating. You know, at first we thought it was heading our way, and we were prepping and days of stocking up, and people did the right thing. You know, it's better to be prepared than be stuck in the middle of a storm and not be prepared. So everyone did the right thing, but people are tired, and, you know, we were waiting for this storm, and it's still coming. You know, we've got these bans coming through, but it's frustrating for a lot of people who did so much work, and now they're waiting and waiting for this storm. But of course, we're hearing it's going to take some time. It's going to be through the middle of the night tomorrow morning. At first, we thought that, you know, it was at 8 p.m. we were going to start to get some of that bad weather, or maybe midnight or so. Well, now that's moved to the morning. She stalled a little bit. Irma, a little stubborn storm, stalled a little bit, and now here we are waiting for this weather to move in. So we're waiting out here. We're on social media. It's interesting to see what people are doing at this time of night. You know, I'm getting messages from people watching, and or a lot of people that are eating, like you said, Belkis. I have friends who tell me that they've gained 5 pounds because of Irma. So they have a lot of reasons to be angry with Irma. Not only do they have days and days of prepping, but now they're have anxiety eating, and so we've got a lot of emotions going on. If you're still hanging with us, you're still watching, we're sharing them all with you. We're going through the highs and the lows, and so we're sharing all of this range of emotions, the roller coaster that is Irma. But we'll look back. You know, the Keys we have to really hope and pray for our friends down in the Keys, because they're about to get some pretty nasty stuff down there, and we just have to hope and pray and cross our fingers that, you know, everything fares well for them down there.
That's for sure, Vanessa, without a doubt. And, you know, think of it this way. If Irma's stall gives the people in the Tampa area, in the St. Petersburg area, on the West Coast, a little more time to prepare, and we have to sit around at home in the dark and without power for a little more, but it gives them more time, then you know what? Let's take it. It's going to help them more, and they're going to take the brunt of it.
Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, you know. So a lot of people were not prepared up there. I have family in Naples, and I asked them yesterday, you know, what are you guys going to do? Are you boarding up? And many of them told me, no, we don't think it's coming this way. They really didn't believe it was coming until it just was stuck over Cuba, and then they saw the models, and so a lot of people, my family included, are really not prepared, and they live just a little north of Naples. So we're watching and waiting and hoping. You know, we're Floridians. We share all of it. You know, when it was going to come on this side, people on the West Coast were like, "Oh, our friends in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and you know, we're praying for you guys." So now we have to do the same thing for them, and you know, hope and pray that this thing just stays a little west and really doesn't wreak that much havoc. You know, these storms. That's what we pay. You know, this is the price we pay for paradise. We live down here. We don't like it so much in the summer, but in the fall and in the winter, it's beautiful. But in the summer, we get these hurricanes and storms. But, you know, I can say it's been a long time, guys, since we haven't had to go through this. You know, Matthew was a little scary last year. We thought it was coming to us, and the same thing happened at the last minute. It made that turn. But, you know, the last time I remember was Wilma was really going through this, where we were, you know, without power for quite some time. So we haven't had to go through this. You know, maybe it's the practice that we needed, this practice to go through this, get prepared, you know, because you never know. And especially this is going to be a very busy hurricane season, but you know, this is the price we pay. We live in this beautiful paradise that is South Florida.
Ain't that the truth? Vanessa Medina in Deerfield Beach. Thank you
I can't
for
hear you
that.
guys if you're talking to me.
No, we're agreeing with you. We're agreeing with you.
Well,
it's all good.
The hurricane season climatologically ends November 30th. I don't think I've ever been so excited to get to November. If we can just get through.
Don't even.
I'm already considered September done, and then let's just get through October. And but that's right. Brent's here. The climatological peak is the
today?
10th of September, whatever that is.
Now it is officially.
It's today.
Oh,
today is
really?
considered the climatological peak, and then after here it goes downhill. And then I think, Brent, and correct me on this, there's a little bit of an uptick in early October. There's a second smaller peak, and then we try to slide into home base and be done with it November 30th.
Is today September 10th?
Yes, it is.
It's officially Sunday, right? It's Sunday.
Yeah, that's right.
Trying to keep track of my days here.
It is.
All right, I'm trying to keep track of Sheldon Fox, too, who's in Northeast Miami-Dade for us. Are you still out there, Sheldon? There you are.
We're out here at Belkey's and Craig, but man, I can't get over how things have changed out here. They were pretty bad when you came to us earlier, but look at how things have deteriorated here on the dock in Northeast Miami-Dade. I wish that I could get out onto the end of that concrete dock and get a little closer to the waves, but I just think it's just too dangerous. You're talking about waves not only crashing into the wall, but look at it, crashing over the wall. Everyone talked about storm surge and the concern that storm surge is unpredictable and that storm surge could potentially do things that are bizarre, like carry boats onto land. And that hasn't happened yet, thankfully, but just look at what's happening here. Look at the shape those boats are in. We showed you that one boat earlier, and we're going to try to make our way over to it again, but we're trying to do it as safely as possible. But again, in Northeast Miami-Dade, you have a scene that is not fun to watch. The whitecaps and the wave and the waves and look when we walked earlier. What was that? About a half hour ago or less? We walked on solid ground. Look how much water we've got right now on this dock, and it's continuing to come up. And Donovan, let's stay on the grass and continue to make our way over to where that boat was, and just show them the way things have kicked up out here with the high seas. And we're talking about, there's that boat. Now that boat was on looked like it was on its last leg before. Donovan, can you see it? Going over to it right now. Again, trying to do this safely because I don't want any surprises here. I'm going to step up on a elevated portion well away from the dock. That boat is almost underwater. That boat is almost underwater now. It is. I'm looking at the seats in that boat. I'm not sure how. Donovan wants to make sure that he's safe too. I'm not sure how much you can see of it, but I'm looking at the seats in the boat. They're rocking back and forth. That thing is halfway down. This is just destruction. It's a destruction of a dock, or not of a dock yet. Hopefully that's not what gets destroyed. But you've got these boats just getting pounded, and we're getting pounded with water. It's coming up over the dock, up over the finger pier, and onto us. And we're on let's show them where we are, Donovan. We're actually on an elevated portion that almost looks like a levee. elevated portion of grass that sort of ramps upward, and then if you come back down, this is the dock right here. So Belkys and Craig, you know, we talked about how things could have been much worse, and thankfully they're not, but this is no picnic out here in Northeast Miami-Dade.
Not at all. Far from it, Sheldon. We were talking to Brian Enton about the water, and what's making it worse now also is that it's high tide, Sheldon, and that's why you've got that situation that you're experiencing there.
There you go, Donovan. And we're going to try to do this again, and I'm going to try to keep us as far away from the dock as we can. We'll get back on this grass if you want. Let's keep walking, because this grass too is elevated, and we'll see how much more water is up on this dock. Okay, so at this point in the dock, things look like I was going to say there's less water on this portion of the dock than on the portion that we came from, but I can't say that anymore, because now you've almost got lapping. You've got lapping waves on the dock here. A dangerous spot. We're gonna sort of duck away for a minute and wait for one of these lulls. I think we're wanting a lull right now, Belkys and Craig.
Yeah, careful there, Sheldon. We can see what you're trying to show us. That boat that we saw that was starting to go underwater a little while ago is practically underwater now, and we've got the waves that are crashing against that seawall and just going up and over, where previously you were hanging out and talking to all those folks there at Quayside that had come out to walk the dog and go for a walk and everything else. So yeah, it has changed quite a bit.
And just as a point of reference for you, Sheldon, what's complicating matters, I know it's hard for you to hear, but for the folks at home, it's a high tide right now, so that's complicating it. And Brent is just now reminding us that the second high tide that we're going to deal with is about 12 hours away, obviously. And the storm will be just a little closer than it is now, and that will also make it a pretty challenging time with the storm surge in some sections because of that.
So, Sheldon, let me ask you this. Is it possible that because of the high tide and everything that's going on, will some of those boats possibly, even though they're tied up and people did a good job, is it possible that they might end up on that dock?
Well, that's what I was, you know, Belkys, you're taking the words out of my mouth. You know, we were thinking of storm surge, and what we learned yesterday, or we were sort of got a refresher course yesterday when we visited the Black Point Marina in deep South Miami-Dade. That was the spot that just got decimated in Hurricane Andrew. They said there was a massive storm surge there that carried boats onto the marina and far onto land, far inland on that marina, like well onto the marina. And it destroyed a boathouse. It flattened it like a pancake. The only thing that held up some of that structure was the fact that there were boats inside that boathouse that was made of aluminum sheeting. But back to your question, I mean, look at it. Donovan, if we could shoot over to the boat again and shoot it, when you look at the waves, first of all, that boat looks like it's halfway down, but you get a big enough wave here. Yeah, I could see one of these boats coming up here. I hope we don't see it. Because then you worry about projectiles, and you worry about what water. It's one thing that wind can push a projectile into something and break glass and be quite damaging. But when you're talking about water pushing things, well, that's a whole nother ball game. Water is so powerful, and I'm no scientist, but we know. I worked in New Orleans before this, and we talked a lot about Hurricane Katrina and the rebuilding of an American city in New Orleans, and we looked at some of the damage of the Cat 5 that Katrina was to the Mississippi Gulf Coast and Gulfport and Biloxi and areas where barges were actually brought onto land and pushed well onto land. It was the freakiest thing you ever saw, but it happened, and that's what water can do. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen here, but it does not look good in Biscayne Bay right now.
It does not look good, Sheldon Fox. You be careful. Get away from that splash zone, like they say at the water parks.
Right,
you know, splash zone. Stay away from the splash zones, Eldon. All right, we'll check back with you a little bit later. Let you dry off a little bit, if that's even possible.
Yeah, let's drop in again on Brandon Beyer. He's up in Fort Lauderdale. Brandon?
Some serious rain starting to fall here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. About 20 minutes ago that we started to feel one of those feeder bands come through. Started out with just some heavy, gusty 40-mile-per-hour winds, and then some sprinkles is the wrong word to use, but maybe some light rain, which quickly turned into this. I mean, look at this. You really can't even see. You can't even see where the beach starts. We are seeing a lot of this. This is a Fort Lauderdale police officer. The BSO guys came in when it was 45 miles per hour. Might be out now, but Fort Lauderdale police have said they just kind of want to circle the island to make just to have their presence felt. Not sure anyone's seeing them but us, but they're here, and anyone who's in trouble or needs to get out of here in a hurry, they could give that to them. Wow, this is really coming down. You guys hear this back there? This is as hard as it's rained all day. Greg, Belkey, Phil, what do we got here?
Well, I was going to ask you. You've been out there for a while, Brandon. Can you guesstimate? I know your wind thing might not be working, but what do you suppose those gusts are at this point?
Say that one more time, Craig. Sorry.
I know your meter or whatever we call it, it might not be working, but what do you suppose those gusts are at this point?
25, 32 miles per hour. Less wind right now, and obviously massive amounts of rain. Maybe gusting a little bit upwards of that, but it never really drops below the 30 mark. It's been that way since since we started doing this 2 o'clock or so on, and 2 or 3 times we've seen just massive heavy. Steve just got blown over there, but yeah, this is as much rain as we've seen all night. And this is where it gets a little, actually pretty serious, because you look at the streets. And I'm thinking about my little neighborhood in Hollywood, not far from here, where we flood, with nowhere near this sort of rain. This is what makes people nervous. This is, when we were I was doing live shots in my neighborhood, which is a surreal feeling. But you talk to the people who were leaving, and that's what they said. Hey, we get flooding here when it rains. What are we going to get with a hurricane? They wisely left, but the storm tracked way west of us. That might help with the surge. But even the mayor today sent out an email warning of torrential rain, 10 to 15, maybe possibly 20 inches of rain. And this is the kind of band that can do that kind of damage. So we've been out here all day. We start to make light of it at times, but this is serious rain and can cause serious damage for folks.
Brandon, we're going to bring Brent Cameron into the conversation here. He's looking at the radar, and he can tell you more about what's happening where you are. Brent, you there?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Brandon, we have been watching. You've been really pounded by some of those storms throughout the course of the evening hours. A lot of those were moving toward Broward County, especially, and coastal areas, and had the threat for tornadoes. Even though the storm is quite a ways away, I want to ask you, Brandon, out there, when it comes to the waves, as mentioned, the high tides definitely making an impact. But those bands, and we'll get the radar up as soon as we can here, just to show you how those feeder bands have been stacked up, and it's not the only one that's going to impact you, perhaps the next several hours too.
Well, that's not what I wanted to hear, but yeah, this is we haven't seen this much rain, Brent, in I think it's 12:30ish now, maybe 12:20. It hasn't rained like this since in at least 3 hours. We see some spattering from time to time, which feels harder than it is because of the gusty winds that have come with it. But this is as much rain as we've seen all day. Earlier, when we were up on the roof, just before we had that funnel cloud that formed off the ocean, we saw a similar rain to that. Not that anything like that is happening now. I'm not trying to say anything like that at all, but that's the only other time we saw this amount of rain.
This right now is a very gusty cell. Obviously, we can see by the pictures, Brandon. Hopefully, we can keep your signal. You might need to move to a safe space because the radar is lighting up a little more so, going in the red now, approaching Fort Lauderdale Beach, not far from you. This is going to be lasting a little while too, Brandon. This extends back several miles offshore. So do keep that in mind and stay safe out there. But this is still kind of peaking this latest feeder band for you.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. We'll keep an eye on things as soon as it feels like we should get in, we will.
And I will ask you, Brandon, I was checking some observations.
This latest just giant swath of rain.
Brandon, if you can hear me, I was checking some of the observations, okay, at the airport there, and it's been about 4 inches of rain so far in Fort Lauderdale. Are you seeing a lot of the standing water where you are in the roadways, a lot of standing water in the surrounding areas?
We're just starting to come just a little bit, if you can, Stephen. You'll see on the street a little bit. And that's what makes me nervous, is if it rains like this for a couple of hours, it won't take long. But, you know, that's where we are right now, and it's hard to see when it's dark. It is hard to see. I know Steve's saying I can't see it through my camera. I get it, but it's I wouldn't say it's, you know, starting to feel like it's flooding just yet, but this is the kind of rain that you look out and you think, whoa, here it comes.
Okay. We've seen these rain bands, as you know, and you've been out there experiencing. Most of them have been moving very rapidly on the radar, and might have to deal with this for a period of time, but then there's a bit of a lull, and then all of a sudden it kind of sneaks up on us once again with another big burst of rain. And for you in Fort Lauderdale, close-up radar does show here now that we do have just kind of the back edge of this very strong, powerful feeder band still about to reach Brandon in coastal areas of Broward near Fort Lauderdale Beach. So we're watching the effects of some of those. And on that radar, we have also seeing some additional feeder bands also to the south in Miami-Dade. There's about a couple distinct lines, okay, going far southward toward the actual core of the hurricane, which is still 90 miles southeast of Key West right now, 90 miles away from the lower Keys, and it will be getting closer to the Keys between now and daybreak. And that's going to be the real crucial time as we start to watch the approach of Irma into the Keys. There's Key West, there's Marathon, and as you might have seen, and I will show you if you haven't, the forecast track has the center actually moving between the lower and middle Keys based on that forecast cone. Irma still down in the straits, okay, so there's still quite some time. And look at all of this rain just twisting and turning from the straits, from the Atlantic, going over Florida Bay, moving east to west, not fast enough, and really bringing just these extraordinary amounts of heavy rain all at once for portions of the Keys. Now, we've turned on at times the lightning indicator, and not seeing that really a lot of lightning in association with those particular bands, but not too far away. I'm going to move to this side of the screen, and there you can see the radar really lighting up. I also want to point out, looks like it's kind of the edge of things to come there back around Andros, but I assure you that's just the edge of the radar screen. The actual system extends beyond that. This is a huge tropical system, as we've been talking about, and now we continue to focus on the eye of Irma, getting a little more close to your vision there in the screen, and that eye is containing, of course, that eye wall, the strongest of the winds right now, a major hurricane at Category 3 strength. All right, here's the forecast cone. The cone showing by 8 o'clock in the morning, there's the margin of error moving toward the Keys, at least the center of the system. But we learned a lesson today, all of us, as the National Hurricane Center has told us for quite some time, the effects of the tropical systems extend way beyond the cone. So even tomorrow, if you're in Miami, if you're in Fort Lauderdale, that's the track. Does that mean our weather is going to get any better? No, it's going to be just as bad, or if not worse, as we have the closest approach of the hurricane heading into Sunday. And then if we can catch a break, and I think we will by about Monday, at least in southeast Florida, then we'll start to notice as the hurricane lifts out and away, not fast enough, but the problems extend more so on the Gulf side of the state, less so on the Atlantic side of the state. Again, not tomorrow, but after that, and only perhaps just kind of a gradual improvement going into time. Now, we are expecting to have some more real squally weather tonight, tomorrow as well. The tornado concern continues. We did have that threat with a couple reports of tornadoes. Some of those were indicated by the Doppler radar, not necessarily reaching the ground or being classified as such, but we still will have this threat. And by the way, this watch box for all of South Florida extended way past what our hour originally was there for midnight. That will extend until noon time on this day, on Sunday. All right, so here's the wind gusts right now. Right now in Miami, 53 mile per hour wind gusts, 32 north of Pompano Beach, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts inland Miami-Dade. And this is going to be the trend. We might even see those wind gusts approach, if not exceed, hurricane force levels. So in the 70, 80, 90 mile per range tomorrow, which may be slightly worse in terms of the wind impact and those gusts, not sustained, but just the gusts. All right, the we've been tracking this ever since it was a small cluster of clouds not far from Africa around the Cape Verde Islands. This is one of those Cape Verde systems, so it's been a long time coming. This was the system a couple days ago as we had the encounter with, at the time, a Category 4 Irma. And then we saw it take a little stutter step there near the north coast of Cuba. That's why things just didn't change very much at all going back to this evening, or I should say last evening. Even during the afternoon hours, it looked like Irma was just kind of stuck down here, very close to the Cuban coast. Now it is on the move. It is moving to the north and northwest, and we'll continue to watch it approach areas of the Florida Keys first thing on your Sunday morning, probably around just after daybreak, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, based on the current time, although it's not moving very fast at 6 miles per hour. Here's the takeaway, at least for the short term. Still, we have the rough radar in place. Very rough and tumble weather with those feeder bands still stacked out here to the east, and also maneuvering east to west across the Keys, and that is making a big impact. That is going to continue. We continue to be under a hurricane warning. That warning, well, it extends way up here into the northern part of Florida to Jacksonville, and even beyond into portions of Georgia with the threat for the hurricane conditions. That's it for now. We'll take a little bit of a break, fix a few graphics, and see you again in a few minutes.
Well, Brent, don't go away because we want to take a picture of I-95 in Sunrise. From what we understand, the weather there is up. We don't have it. All right, we lost the picture. Yeah, we wanted to know if it was at one of the feeder bands or whatnot, but...
Stand down, Brent. You can work on your graph.
Oh, we do have it. All right. Can we? Oh, yeah. This is really bad weather going through I-95 in Sunrise right now. We were wondering... is that one of the, is that near where Brandon is, and it's that whole feeder band?
Yeah, that same cluster, right where Brandon was. He was on the eastern part of that feeder band, and then it just moves west almost in a straight line, and really not losing much intensity there. So you have those wind-whipped conditions really lashing out on parts of the area, and that's not going to change. By the way, Brandon had mentioned a little bit of standing water. We've had about 4 inches of rain officially tallied up at the airport. We're going to add to that, and Belkis, Craig, we're still under that flood watch, too. That's going to continue throughout the day on Sunday. And I want to mention that flood watch even goes through Monday evening at 8 o'clock.
There's cars on the road.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're looking at, that's I-95 Sunrise Boulevard, North Broward, and we saw a couple of cars going by.
And they look like they're speeding.
And you saw the wake? As the car flew by, the wake from the water? I mean, there's a lot of water on the interstate there.
Very dangerous. You have to worry about, first of all, you don't know the depth of that water, even though those have been fast-moving rain bands. Have to worry about hydroplaning in a setup like that, and very dangerous with those. You just have to get one of those sharp squalls of wind. Some of those gusts, as mentioned, can be 60 miles per hour. Driving down a vehicle like that, that can buffet you around for sure.
That is, that looked pretty scary. I can only hope there are people that need to be on the road. Maybe officers on a way to a shift, or someone on a way to work at a hospital, or something like that. Let's hope they get there safely, because they look like they're driving awfully fast. Yeah. All right, Brent. Thank you for your filling us in with the radar and what's going on and what we can expect.
Want to go back to Joe Rotes. He's downtown in Miami, where it looks like the rain isn't as much of a problem for the time being, more the wind. Joe?
Yeah, this has certainly been a wind event for us because we've been getting gusts of about 30 miles an hour where we are. And right now we're also dealing with in Sea Isle Marina just behind us here. We've been dealing with high tide as well. And as you can see, the wind is definitely very strong. We're getting like these huge gusts right now. Earlier in the night, I know Walter Morris showed us a little earlier, but still, there were 4 porta potties that were lined up against the wall here, and one of these big gusts came through and just knocked 4 of them over. 2 of them actually went into the bay, so it is definitely a smelly situation here. We've also been noticing that off in the distance, I mean, as you look east toward Miami Beach, just over the Venetian Causeway, we've been keeping an eye out, and you can actually see, the sky lighting up, and, for my photographer and I kept asking ourselves, hey, is this lightning? But no, we actually realized that they were transformers actually going off, and you could see like about 4 or 5 of them exploding in the air. So that's what we've been dealing with here. It's definitely been quiet as far as people go. We do have a hotel here next to us, the Marriott, that is closed down because of the storm, but next to that is a DoubleTree where I know that a bunch of people have been staying, but not many of them are coming out at this hour. They're heeding the caution of staying inside at this point. But we are seeing a light rain at this point. When it does come down and the winds come in with that, it definitely does sting you. It stings your skin as it hits your face especially. But, we are seeing wind right now. That is definitely our big issue.
All right, Joe. Thank you for that update. And where are you again, Joe? You're in downtown Miami. Where exactly?
Yeah, we're just off Bayshore and 17th Street, just north of the Venetian Causeway at the Sea Isle Marina.
That's near where the old Miami Herald building used to be.
I thought I saw the Arch building off in the distance there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Joe. Thanks. We'll see you in a few minutes.
There's some information here in the mail that one of the photographers shot several boats behind Monty's in Coconut Grove that were sadly starting to sink. So there's going to be a lot of unhappy boat owners in the days to come when they go and check on their vessels.
Rosh Lowe has been on the night patrol with us, or the early morning shift, I should say by now, and he's live once again on Miami Beach, Rosh.
Well, things have improved a bit on the beach. Still windy. In fact, I would take you out to that boat dock there, but because of all the rain we have been in today, the light on top of our camera went out. So I'm kind of limited now to what I can show you, but what I can tell you is that things have calmed down here a little bit. About 2 to 3 hours ago in this general area, just pounding rain. Most of the area here between Miami Beach, Sunny Isles Beach took some, around 6:30, 7 o'clock, I guess we were there tonight. Took a real pounding. Surfside, we were there when they actually lost their power. I'm being told that Bay Harbor Islands also is without power. Some of the condominiums are without power. So a lot of people dealing with that issue. Our last hit, we brought you this point, which I think is worth repeating. Over the next 24, 26 hours, people are going to be dealing with a lot of these rain bands that are coming through. I mean, we've dealt with it pretty much the entire day, and it has progressed. And the difference with these rain bands is that they last longer than in some of the minor storms, 20 minutes, a half an hour. But as you look at the track of this storm and what it may do to the Keys and to the west coast of Florida, it really does put a lot into perspective in what we're dealing with, although there are people, I already see some of the people reaching out on social media that are going to be concerned about a loss of power, asking questions, and it's a good question. With all of the outages, when will my power be back? Will it be days or will it be weeks? What is the situation with that? It'll be interesting to see what Florida Power and Light says about that. I'm not sure about the latest numbers, but I have received a lot of messages from people asking, now that their power is out, when is it coming back? Well, we still have first things first, and that is to deal with another day of miserable, squally weather. We're fortunate right now that we're in a situation where, when we've set it up this way, where we are protected a bit from the elements in case it does get really bad. And in fact, for one of the first times tonight, I can actually take off my rain jacket, which actually feels nice when you're sitting in a wet rain jacket the entire day. But here's the bottom line, is that you need to have perspective on this. I believe before the storm came in, FP&L said that they were well prepared in dealing with all these outages, telling people to have patience, so it may be a little while before all these people get their power back. And as you can see across the way here, it is a dark, at least this section of Miami Beach, every section that we were in tonight has lost their power. They have a full day to go through tomorrow in dealing with a loss of power. But putting things into perspective, we're still unsure of what the Keys have to deal with. And then, of course, a Category 3 storm going up the west coast of Florida is still a very serious situation. I've heard people say that at least it's gone down from a 5 to a 4 to perhaps a 3. But in 2004, I was there for Hurricane Charlie, which was a strong 3 at the time on the west coast of Florida. I remember spending a week there, and it was devastating for the people of Punta Gorda. So we have to keep in mind all those people on the west coast of Florida, what they may be dealing with. And as far as the people here go, if you're listening on the radio, I know a lot of you have reached out and asked the question, when is power coming back? Well, I don't think anybody really has that answer, but if we can just make it through another day of this. It started really, for me, I was there with everyone last Monday at a Home Depot. I was there on a Tuesday at a Home Depot, ran into people walking in and out of that Home Depot saying, oh my goodness, at that time we have a Category 5 hurricane coming right at us. I mean, there were people in the Home Depot, and I have to tell you, being here for 15 years, that I have never seen people really this concerned about a storm as they were for Hurricane Irma. Perhaps it was because Hurricane Harvey just happened and they saw those images, but people were really concerned about a Category 5 having a direct hit on Miami. It seems, at least, we've been spared a bit. I'm sure that we're going to have the squally weather come in. We're going to have another day of dealing with all this weather issues, and we're going to have maybe a week or two without power. But as I mentioned last time, and I think it's worth mentioning again, that it's really perspective on this situation, understanding how fortunate we are in this area that we weren't hit with a direct hit of a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, which once was projected. Remember it being in that Home Depot? I remember being in that Home Depot with all of you, and all of you were so frightened about the prospect of a Category 5 with a direct hit on the mainland of South Florida. It appears that won't be the case here. So just make it through the next couple of days and just think about this for a moment, okay? Think about how wonderful it will be to feel sunshine again and how you'll have a newfound appreciation for that, because I know I will. So that's the very latest on Miami Beach. Rosh Lowe, back to you.
You are right about that, Rosh. That's for sure.
Right there with you, Rosh.
And to his point, and one of the reasons I think the governor meets with reporters frequently from the EOC hubs in the different counties and in Tallahassee is to sort of reiterate what the state and utilities are doing to make sure things, little by little, get back on track. And to Rosh's point about power, Florida Power, in advance of the storm, pre-positioned resources in different parts of the state, so when the weather clears, they can jump right on it. In addition to that, utilities, and this is customary in these kinds of situations, from other states, the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, they're also pre-positioned, so when the weather clears, they can get down here and get right on it. The only fly in the ointment is, for example, we might need it because, well, we were the first ones to get hit, but they can't send a lot of that hardware down, say, tomorrow, because the storm is traveling.
We're still in it.
We're still in it, and the storm is traveling north up through the state. So, but for people who want to know, we all want to know. I just checked. Power's out of my house. We all want to. When's it going to be back? Well, it's going to be back when it's back.
If we knew that, we'd know the winning lotto tickets and the Powerballs and everything else, and we wouldn't be sitting here, right? If we knew that kind of information.
But thanks to you, Raj.
Well, there has been some damage. We've shown you some, our viewers have been sending us, in addition to all the reporters that are out there and our crews working so hard, our viewers have sent us all sorts of images and videos of stuff that they've seen in their neighborhoods, right in their own backyards. And this is one such picture This is from Hialeah. It looks like possibly an apartment building, maybe, and that palm tree fell over and crashed right on top of that car. It looks like maybe it hit the blue car as well, and maybe they pulled it back a little bit because the glass on that blue car in the middle is also smashed up. So, and maybe even the white car, does that have some glass, little impact on the glass too, or no? Because it looks like it's a little further back too, but regardless, this is one situation where Irma did a number on these cars that were parked somewhere in the city of Hialeah.
And we have another example of this. This is a tree that for some reason or another, perhaps it's by some live wires and it somehow interacted with them, and you can see it caught fire. Remind me, where was this again? Biscayne Gardens, right? Biscayne Gardens in northeast Miami-Dade there. So you're going to see a bit of this, particularly as we go through the night tonight, and especially during the day here tomorrow.
Speaking of, we're just talking about Florida Power and Light. I just got a text from someone I know that said the power went out a little 2 hours ago, and they just restored it. So
hey, okay,
they're working on it. I mean, Florida Power and Light is on it. If they can do it from the grid computer or whatever it is they do, they're all over it. If it needs, some of the workers to physically get down here and fix a pole or whatnot, they'll do that when they can. But if they can do it from a computer, they're doing it.
Fantastic.
Let's go to Brian Ensign one more time and see how things are looking on Miami Beach. Brian?
Belkis, we're at 73rd and Collins, so we've worked our way a little bit farther north. First of all, there happens to be a tree down right here. That's actually not the reason we're here, but I'll show you while we're here. You see this as you drive on all the streets out here. This is pretty common, these tree limbs down, but this was an enormous fire and police scene up until about 10 minutes ago. When we got here, there were about 4 or 5 fire trucks and police blocking off this entire area. And apparently what happened is there's a home behind me. There's no power, so it's very, very hard to see. But there was a gas leak out here, and one of the firefighters told me they believe it was somehow caused by the storm. And so they had to respond out here. It actually smelled like gas when we got out here. And they were waiting on the gas company apparently for quite some time, but I guess because of the storm, the gas company wasn't showing up. So the firefighters, Miami Beach Fire, had to cap that gas leak. So everything is okay now. You see, it's dark now. They've all left, but it was quite a scene for a while. They had the area closed down, and they ended up capping that gas leak and taking care of it themselves. But so that's fixed. Power not fixed. You see how dark it is out here. We drove here from the south part of Miami Beach, and just the entire way, just total darkness. The power is out on much of Miami Beach. No one's on the roads, which is a good thing. If you do happen to have to go on the roads, which hopefully you wouldn't have to, be very, very careful, because there are so many tree limbs down and branches, and of course it's dark because there's no lights on, and you have to be very, very careful, drive very, very slowly. Thank goodness Luis, the photographer, was very, very careful, because you have to really weave around all of this debris that's now on the road, and then make sure to stop at all the intersections, because there's no traffic lights. So a dangerous situation when it comes to driving, at least on Miami Beach right now, Belkis and Craig.
And that's just you guys on the road, because the curfew's in place and everything else. But tomorrow morning, if people think they want to go out and start heading out, the traffic lights aren't working. That's going to get, plus bad weather. It could get a little hairy. Just a reminder: if you get to a traffic light that is not working, treat it as a four-way stop and make a full stop.
But that shouldn't happen tomorrow, because the brunt of the storm is going to happen in the overnight hours and during the day tomorrow. We're not going to really see substantial or significant clearing until Monday. Tomorrow's a day to sit tight and not be out wandering around. Brian, sorry, we'll let you wrap this up, Brian, then we're going to hit something else real quick.
We have some updated...
Yeah,
Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, I didn't even interrupt you. Yeah, I was just going to say, it doesn't take much. There's big limbs in the road, but even small limbs, you have to be really careful, because if your car hits a small limb or you swerve out of the way, it can get dangerous really, really fast. So yeah, if anyone has to get on the road tomorrow, be very, very careful, because there's debris all over the place.
All right, Brian, thanks for that live report again from Miami Beach.
And we are getting updated numbers now in terms of the power outages. in the Tri-County area, well, at least Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. A little over 100,000 in Miami-Dade. That number, as Belle pointed out, it's gone down a bit from earlier. Broward County has gone up a bit, just about 62,000.
And over in Palm Beach, about 34,690 FP&L customers have lost power up north in Palm Beach. But again, you know, if they can do something about it from the computer, they're working on it already. So hang tight, guys.
And thanks to them for all they're doing to get people back online. Chris Van Vliet is back with us. Chris, how are you making out?
Well, we're in Hollywood Beach here still. Much of the same, although a lot drier than the last time we spoke when those rains were pelting us. We were really getting those bands. It's dried off quite a bit, and kind of sounds strange to say it, but this wind actually feels nice drying out our clothes. But it is still very windy here, much like Brandon Byers experiencing on Fort Lauderdale Beach. 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts here, and you guys were just talking about damage, and we've kind of been hunkering down in this parking garage here when it gets really strong winds and really strong rain. And these parking barriers here, these clearance barriers that show you, hey, your monster truck's too tall to go in here. This one's 7 foot, and as you can see, it's kind of just swinging there. One of the supports has broken off. It's barely holding on with these other two supports. And the signage inside the parking garage here, they may be the next thing to go because they've been wavering and blowing in the wind here all evening since we've been out here. And you know, it's been gusty, it's been windy. Right now we're in a dry patch, which does feel nice, but when it rains here, it rains, and it rains hard, and the streets behind us fill up with water almost to your ankles, although, you know, a testament to the drainage here. If you take a look at the road, I mean, they're dry right now, but when it rains, that water gets up very high. But for now, we're dry, and that's our situation here on Hollywood Beach. So we'll send it back inside to you guys.
It looks way better than when we checked in with you last time, Chris, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we're on a live truck now. We were on a live view before, different technology. So we're powering through here. We're having a good time, you know, trying to stay dry right now. And I'm so glad and so grateful that we have this parking garage here to hunker down inside.
Right, and it's actually, and a lot of people, and you mentioned this earlier, ask about this. It's, you know, when your folks out there in parking garages, and we've both done it, Chris is doing it, are a blessing because you can safely sort of do what you need to do outside, but have the protection of that big structure, and at moments like these, help stay dry for a little while too. Chris, thank you so much for...
Keeps you dry and blocks you from the wind.
Yes, which when you're standing out there trying to do this, that's the secret, that's the trick. You're using that structure to shield you from the elements, but you can at the same time, you know, give people a look at what's happening outside.
Let's give people a look at that picture of I-95 again. This is southbound near the Sunrise Boulevard exit. And again, back to, we keep saying it over and over, this weather, this pattern that we're in now. You get squally weather, it's misery for a little while, and now, boom, zero. There's nothing falling from the sky right now. And last time we took this shot, what, 10, 15 minutes ago, max? It was, you know, it looked like a tropical storm. The driving rain, it was just impossible. And now it's dry as a bone because we're in that pattern now.
Well, it stopped raining, but that's the tricky part of this. It stopped raining, but, you know, in terms of drainage...
no, it stopped raining. Dry as a bone was an overstatement on my part. Yeah.
Overly optimistic. And that's the concern, that with this squally weather, you get the downpours and then nothing, and then the downpours. And if you try to drive through that, you know, there's going to be some water there.
That looked like an emergency rescue truck that just went through in the street there. Hope whoever's in there is okay. Let's head to the news desk. Robin Simmons has a few bits that she wants to share with us. Robin?
Hey guys, we are just getting some information from the Broward Emergency Operations Center. Some advisories we want to pass along to you about what's been going on in the county with Hurricane Irma. The National Weather Service reports that storm surge warning that you've been hearing about for the coastal areas of Broward County, that has been lifted, so some good news there. But we do want to make sure that people are still cautious because Broward is still under a hurricane warning and a flood watch, and we've been looking at pictures of some flooding in some areas. We also wanted to let you know that the town of Davie had lost power, and the pump is not pumping. So they are anticipating that it is going to be overflowing at some point this morning between 7 and 9 is what they are thinking. That is going to affect residences within these communities. If you know someone in this community, we have lots of power outages. We want to make sure people understand this. Emerald Isles, Jasmine Lakes, they are now going to be dealing with the wastewater pump station, which is not working. So freestanding water in these areas could be contaminated. Again, Emerald Isles and Jasmine Lakes in the town of Davie could have some standing water that is contaminated. Utilities workers will be getting out there just as soon as it's possible for them to do so safely to try to get a handle on that. Also in the city of Hallandale Beach, a precautionary boil water notice for people living in the area of DeSoto Park South, 5013 3 Island Boulevard, 601, 701, 801, and 851 3 Island Boulevard. All of that in the city of Hallandale Beach. And there is also a water main break in Hallandale Beach that they're asking people to boil their water there. So we've got several things happening in Broward County. They want people to be cautious because though the storm surge warning has expired, there is still a hurricane warning and a flood watch in the county. Davie has the potential for some standing water that is contaminated in Emerald Isles and Jasmine Lakes. Workers are trying to get a handle on that, but they have to do that as soon as it's safe for them to go out and do that. And then a precautionary boil water notice in the city of Hallandale Beach, 3 Island Boulevard, several addresses on 3 Island Boulevard, 501, 601, 701, 801, and 851. That is a lot of information. We'll try to get that on our website, WSVN.com. That is the story for now from the news desk. Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
All right, Robin, thanks for all those updates.
So,
good news for Broward folks worried about storm surge.
The storm surge, and we were just chatting with Brent about it, and after the initial forecast, they lowered that prediction. They brought it down, and now they've taken that off the table. Still the same situation for Miami-Dade, but maybe if things improve for Miami-Dade, that'll ease a lot of concerns for coastal communities and so on who've been paying close attention to the possibility of storm surge.
Let's check in with Joe Roats one more time before we wrap up the top of the hour here.
Hey guys, this is definitely the most wind that I think we've seen for tonight. It's definitely high. I've got my wind gauge out here right now, and I mean we've been clocking. I mean we're well at about 30 mile per hour wind gusts right now as we're wedged off in between two buildings off of Bayshore Drive and 17th Street, just north of the Venetian Causeway. As you mentioned earlier, it's the old Miami Herald building. So this is definitely some of the worst wind we've seen tonight. And I mean, back there, it's definitely rocking the boats that are in the Sea Isle Marina where we are. But something that we've been keeping an eye on tonight, I mean, these palm trees over to my right here have just been pushed back. But something else that we've really had to keep an eye on and be careful with is some of the debris. I mean, if you look at the signs that are down here, sorry, Julio, but if you look at the signs that are down there, I mean, they're supposed to be standing up straight, the no parking signs, but the ones that are closest to us at this point are definitely, kicked back. And in front of that silver car on the ground, that cylinder-looking thing, that's actually a light that fell off of this building here to my left. One of these lights that definitely is underneath the awning here. And you can see these strong winds that have been moving through, how they could easily knock one down. I've been pointing to this one all night, but I've had my eye on it because we need to for our safety. That one's definitely cockeyed, and I've been waiting for that one to come down as well. So, back here where we are, I've told you a couple times about these porta potties that were knocked over, and it's definitely creating a putrid-smelling situation down here at the marina. So we've kind of backed off of that for for a bit. Out in the water there, we're dealing with some higher tides right now, so the water has come in. I've got to be honest, with the winds we've been seeing, we haven't seen any boats come loose. We haven't seen the water overpower any boats, which is a really shocking situation. Now, we've also been talking a lot about the cranes here in the downtown. So I kind of want to whip the camera back around. Might be hard to see, but there is a crane kind of within our viewpoint on top of the building over there. We haven't seen it swiveling around. I mean, it kind of looks like it might be going a little bit right now, but we haven't seen it swiveling around the way that we've seen some of them go throughout the night at this point. But, you know, we've been watching the cranes because we know that those were a big concern for the city, since there are a couple dozen of them. You know, as we're out here, and hopefully you can still hear me over all of this wind, because that is what we're battling with right now. The rain has been coming and going maybe in 10-minute increments. You'll get it, you know, it'll come down, then it'll stop. But at this point, the wind has really been what's a consistent factor for us out here around the downtown Miami area. And earlier in the night, we did have a chance to drive around and take a look at, you know, some of the damage this is causing. There is some flooding down by Southeast First Avenue or Southeast First Street at the Metro Mover station. And then we were on Brickell Avenue at one point, and we did see some trees that had gone down. Those trees were intermingled with power lines, so you can get a really good idea as to how some of these, you know, these falling limbs can definitely knock out power. But the wind right now is what is our big concern, and definitely, as I mentioned, we have this debris out here, so you need to be careful and kind of keep your wits about you and everything. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Joe, thanks for that update. Much appreciated.
And Joe's lucked out so far. Hasn't gotten a lot in the way of rain in that part of downtown, compared to, you know, our Brandon and Sheldon.
Chris
and
Van Vliet
Chris and some of the
Sheldon,
other guys.
yeah.
We are going to get ready for a little bit of a reboot here, but just to be clear, on the air, online, on the radio, we're going to be here with you all night long as the storm begins to move in and affect South Florida, and especially our friends down in the Keys. But for now, I'm Craig Stevens.
I'm Belkis Nure. Keep it here. Vivian Gonzalez has the very latest on Irma. Let's send things over to her. Hi, Viv.
Morning.
Good morning, Belkis and Craig. Thank you so much for joining us. Here's the very latest. What we know is that we got a position update from the National Hurricane Center at 1 o'clock. It's still Category 3 system, 120 miles per hour. It is moving northwest at 6, located 80 miles south-southeast of Key West, Florida. And if you're tracking the system with us, the current position exactly 23.7 north, 81.2 west. Here's the latest satellite picture to show you that it is a very large and powerful storm moving now very slowly away from the northern coast of Cuba at this hour, and it is making its way towards the Florida Keys. Local storm tracking radar showing that the center, at least from what the National Hurricane Center is suggesting from a few planes that are out there investigating it, is that the center's trying to restructure. We don't know exactly if it's going to weaken a little bit more or if that restructuring may mean that it could re-intensify, but it is moving more towards the northwest ever so slowly towards the Florida Keys. Now, the outer bands, we've been on the worst side of this system. It's been producing and spinning up some possible tornadoes and some damage-related reports as a result of these wind speeds, with these clusters of showers and storms booking through the area. But we do have another batch off the coast, and this is an impressive one because we do have lots of lightning markers, heavy downpours associated with this activity. And then as we move on into parts of Boca and inland Broward County, parts of I-75 also seeing some heavy, steady rain, and the rain has been pretty widespread across the area. And with these showers and thunderstorms, we could see tropical storm force winds with some gusts nearing hurricane force. Now, we do have steady rain for the Florida Keys, too, anywhere from Key Largo through Tavernier, Isla Mirada, Marathon as well. Key West getting hammered with heavy rain at this hour. These deep shades of reds indicating where the heaviest of the rain is located right now along the Overseas Highway. And the center of Irma is to the south, so these feeder bands will continue to move in and out of the area, but just consistently falling as far as rainfall is concerned with this with Irma on the approach. Now, the close-up cone calls for Irma to maintain Category 3 strength. It is a Category 3 system major storm. Yes, it was knocked down from a Cat 4 to a Cat 3, but it doesn't matter whether it's a Cat 3 or 4. Significant damage, life-threatening surge expected for the Florida Keys. So we do know that by Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, it should make its way towards the Florida Keys, 125-mile-per-hour winds, and then it will be moving very slowly towards the west coast of Florida eventually sometime on Monday morning, and then approach possibly Tampa and Sarasota, a very serious situation for them and the Big Bend area of Florida. Hopefully, once it starts to interact early next week with land, it will start to rain itself out and fall apart. But here's the intensity scale. Category 3 system, winds start at 111 miles per hour and they top off at 129. And a Cat 4 starts at 130 miles per hour. So not much difference between 129 to 103 miles per hour. So it's still a major storm. And this is the type of damage that we could see with a Category 3 system. Major roof and or structural damage, trees uprooted and or tossed about, and no power and or water for days. And the last Category 3 system that impacted South Florida was Wilma back in 2005. We have a tornado watch in effect for several counties around Florida, and it will run all the way until noon. It was extended until noon because those outer feeder bands will be capable of producing some strong to severe type storms, spinning up some isolated tornadoes. We've seen several warnings late last night. Now, here are the wind gusts, very impressive tropical storm force right now in Miami at 45 miles per hour, 47 in Pompano Beach to 49 in West Kendall. What about the Keys? Well, Key West is clocking in a wind gust already of 56 miles per hour. So definitely it is picking up and the wind is blowing out there. Now we have a hurricane warning in effect for South Florida and the majority of the Sunshine State. And that means that hurricane conditions possible within the warning area in the next 24 to 36 hours. So since Irma has slowed down a little bit, this is going to be quite a prolonged period of some rough weather here in South Florida. And that warning now extends well north into Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, where it was a hurricane watch several hours ago. Now we do have around Panama City, Florida, extending into the coast, a tropical storm warning. Parts of Georgia, also a tropical storm warning in effect. And around parts of Georgia, well inland, there is a tropical storm watch. Now, as far as we are concerned here in South Florida, the interior portions will have a high threat of seeing possibly Cat 1, Cat 2 force winds across the area, but a bit more moderate of a threat along the east coast since the track has shifted a little bit more towards the west and seeing more in the way of tropical storm force winds sustained with a few wind gusts up to hurricane force. What we do know is that the threat for flooding has increased. So a flood watch is in effect until Monday evening. Most of the models are suggesting 10 to 15 inches, isolated amounts of up to 20. And for parts of the Florida Keys, isolated amounts of up to 25 inches of rain will be likely all the way until Monday night. We also have a storm surge warning in effect for coastal Miami-Dade, the southwest coast of Florida, and the Florida Keys. The storm surge warning that was in effect for Broward and Palm Beach along the coast, that has been lifted, but that doesn't mean that they can't see a surge along the coastline of 1 to 3 feet and enhanced during times of high tide. But the surge possibly 5 to 10 feet along the immediate coastline still possible here, extending into the Florida Keys, possibly even higher than 10 feet, but 8 to 12 foot storm surge possible around the southwest Florida coast. That's the very latest. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
Vivian, thank you so much for joining us. Lynn Martinez along with Jeff Lennox. We took a little nap, I have to confess, a little 2.5 hour nap. So we're just now also getting up to speed. So yeah, the last time we were out here, Irma was moving so slowly. Give us an update on the speed and when you actually think she's going to make landfall.
Well, it is taking its sweet time to move away from the coastline of Cuba, but it is expected at some point later in the day, late morning, to approach the Florida Keys. So it's just been moving a lot slower, waiting to get picked up, and it is already making its way, drifting more slowly towards the northwest. But late in the morning on Sunday, that's when we're looking at it possibly making landfall or striking Key West, possibly a little bit more towards the east of the area. And then after that, as the day progresses on Sunday, make its way into the west coast of Florida.
And Vivian, given the current trajectory of the storm, and it looks like the eye is still pretty well defined, again, for our friends in the Keys, and our thoughts are with them right now as this storm does approach from Marathon down to Key West. Tell us about the experience they may have. Obviously, the winds and the storms around the eye are very strong. What's it like when they actually go through the eye? I mean, in very limited time in the peaceful zone, and then the winds change and they shift again once that eye crosses, right?
Yeah, because the National Hurricane Center was saying yesterday that Key West is going to be totally underwater.
Yeah.
So
what's that like?
Yeah, do you anticipate that?
Well, any location where the center will pass through, it will be quiet for a short period of time, but the ring around the eye, that's where we find the most strong and destructive winds, and possibly up to Category 3 status at this point. Right now, we're waiting word from the Hurricane Center because there are a couple planes out there trying to investigate the environment around Irma and also the system's current intensity and structure. So we'll get word whether it's weakened a little bit or if it's strengthened. But judging from the latest local storm tracking radar, it seems like the center is trying to restructure, and there is the possibility that it could intensify over the Florida Straits before it approaches the lower Florida Keys. So certainly not a good situation for them at all. It doesn't matter whether it's a Cat 3 or 4, catastrophic damage, life-threatening storm surge, a possibility for them, and they get a 1-2 punch. They do get the storm surge from the north side and from the south side. And yesterday, the Weather Service was using concerning language in regards to the storm surge that they could possibly experience. And they say that it's possibly not survivable. So that's why we've urged all residents, visitors to heed the warnings from local officials. But yes, a certainly serious and dangerous situation underway and expected for the Florida Keys.
Thank you, Vivian. I remember them using those words, not survivable, and there are actually plenty of people who had to ride out the storm in Key West, and we certainly wish them the best. All right, Vivian, you're going to be with us for quite some time. We're going to see everybody through this storm all throughout the morning. Let's now turn our attention to Miami. Downtown Miami.
Joe Rote's right there, and again, still pretty rough conditions where you're at, Joe. Tell us more.
Yeah, so guys, what we're dealing with right now is definitely major wind issues. I mean, the rain isn't coming down so bad at this point, but hitting you, and it definitely has that stinging face, or stinging feeling. I don't know if we can kind of see, but on the ground here, you can kind of see how it cascades across the top. I mean, the drops aren't even hitting the ground as they're coming down. It's like a thick sheet just as it just skims across. There's some debris down there on the road that we've been talking about for some time now. That is a light fixture that fell off of the building that we're standing next to and then just took off down the road. And you know, we've been monitoring now. We've had to monitor the light fixtures on this building to make sure that another one doesn't come off. I've been talking about this one all night. That one right there. I'm waiting for that one to come down. You know, and when it does, the wind is to my back right now. So you know, we're trying to keep an eye on that and make sure it come in our general direction. You know, as far as the downtown area goes, we've had a chance to, during a lull when it wasn't this windy out, we had a chance to take a drive down around the area. There was some flooding earlier around the Metro Mover station at Southeast First, and then we went down Brickell Avenue, and that is an area with a lot of trees lining the roadway, and there were definitely a lot of branches on the ground. I would say that it is not a good time for a car to go down there because, I mean, you're probably going to puncture a tire. So when we do things like talk about the need for a curfew from 7 p.m. on Saturday to 7 in the morning on Sunday. It's for reasons like that. You definitely don't want people out in these elements, not only just because of the tree limbs down on the ground and, the damage it could do to people, the vehicles and things like that, but also because if you do get into harm's way, we've talked about the wind gusts and people being able to come out and rescue you. I mean, where we're standing right now, wedged between two buildings just off of Bayshore Drive and 17th Street. We're north of the Venetian Causeway. Where we're standing, we've been getting gusts, I checked a few moments ago, about 30 miles an hour. So that's what we're dealing with right now. And we pointed out several times now, but that we got a nice strong one, and it knocked over about 4 porta potties at the end of where we're standing right now. So I mean, it's a pretty gross situation. A couple of them actually went into the water and they've sunk down. Incredibly, we are standing at a marina, Sea Isle Marina. There is not one boat that has come undone. There's not one boat that we've seen that has sunk. Even more amazingly is that there are probably 1 or 2 people I've seen on these yachts out here that are actually weathering this storm. I don't know how they do that, because I would definitely have a sick stomach at this point. But they're out there. We've had a few people throughout the evening coming out and checking on their boats. Some of them who live on them, and they decided to rent a room at the hotels here. Just at the Grand. The Marriott here is closed, but the DoubleTree next door is open. So people have been coming out and checking on their boats. As you can see, the wind is definitely coming to our back. Rain still not really an issue. It's been intermittent throughout the night. It's been coming, it's been going. So right now it's not that big of a deal. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, Joe, pretty impressive. I believe that's the Marriott right there. Have you noticed power going in and out, or has it been pretty consistent since you've been there?
You know what, Jeff? I'll be honest. The only situation I've seen as far as lighting goes has been one of these street lights that are off to the side here. And of course, right now I'm talking about it, so it's doing that thing where it stays on. It's been flickering. I can't tell if it's because of a bad connection and the wind's jiggling it around. But when you talk about the Marriott, which you just brought up, there hasn't been any flickering lights. There's been power, and I mean, down at the end of the road that we're on right now, you see that parking garage. No issues with power over that way. There is a condo unit then to our side. There's been no power issues there. So I mean, everybody around here has had power. We haven't noticed anything going out. What I will tell you though, Jeff, is about maybe 45 minutes to an hour ago, obviously we're on this side in downtown Miami, but across the bay down on Miami Beach, my photographer and I were watching across the way, and we kept seeing these, what looked almost like people were setting off fireworks, and we were like, what is going on over there? And then it dawned on us, those were about 4 or 5 transformers going off. And you can tell that people obviously down that way were losing power, and we've seen the numbers climbing over the last several hours. But I will say that where we're standing right now, there hasn't been any power issues, at least none that we've, seen. As you take a look again over at the hotel, you can see that they've got lights on, on their first floor, their second floor, their third floor, and all the way up. If the rooms are dark, that's because the hotel, I went up to the front of it, and there is a sign saying that because of the storm, they weren't going to stay open. So, I mean, the rooms, of course, are dark because no one's in there right now.
And I want to, guys upstairs, Joe, stand by for me. I want to work through these power outages real quick, and then we're going to take you to Brickell. But Miami-Dade County, 106,000 people without power right now, roughly. Broward, 63,000. Palm Beach, 22,000. In the Keys, 31,000. Of those, all 29,000 customers in Key West are without power right now, and will likely be so as this storm approaches. So those are the latest numbers right there.
Yeah, and FP&L is working their butts off trying to get power restored, and will do so if winds are below 40 miles an hour. All right, let's head down to Brickell and see what the situation there is. Hey, Joe Waldman, how you doing?
Doing pretty well considering the conditions. They've really worsened over the last hour considerably. These feel like hurricane force gusts, but they're probably not quite there yet, probably more in the 50-mile-an-hour range, just off 12th Street here in Brickell. And Biscayne Bay, your viewers know, is right behind me, kind of to the left. And we've noticed that it is starting to overflow its banks. There was a whole lot of water in front of us, and now the water is actually receding due east. And what we've sort of ascertained or deduced is that as the wind is spinning counterclockwise, a lot of this bay water, this is some of that storm surge and rain combined because it tastes like salt water, is bouncing off one of these high rises, literally bouncing off it and pushing the wind back this way along with bay water and rainwater. Now, ever since they began forecasting Irma, they said there were two major factors really at play. That, of course, is the wind and storm surge, but now, as I'm sure your fine meteorologists are informing the public, rain is a big issue. Expecting, I think, upwards of 20 inches of rain, and so we're seeing some of this flooding already. Obviously, your viewers are intelligent enough to know that even though this hurricane is tracking a little bit more to the west, I mean, look what's going on out here. We just saw some people walking their dogs. I mean, that is animal cruelty, in my opinion, not advisable. We saw another gentleman playing in the wind. Not a smart thing to do. We've got ourselves protected here, but it is becoming an increasingly more dangerous scenario out here. And think about it, Irma still has quite a ways to go before it arrives in Miami, guys.
You're right. She does have quite a ways to go. Okay, significant flooding behind you. That's pretty incredible. And Joel's having a difficult time standing. Certainly be careful out there. Joel Waldman reporting live there in Brickell. Brickell, remember, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm
About 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was
Yeah.
remembering the last storm, actually.
Matthew.
What was it? Thank you. Matthew, yes, had windows blown out, had significant damage. All right, let's now go to Miami. Sheldon Fox off Biscayne Boulevard there, clearing the lens. He doesn't know he's on TV yet, so we'll give him a second.
Sheldon, can you hear us?
No, that's not. Yeah,
We
that's
are
Sheldon.
out here in northeast Miami-Dade, just off of Biscayne Bay. And we showed you this a few times tonight, and you can see just how aggressive things have gotten on the water and how difficult it's gotten for those boats. Now, just to give you some perspective, and I don't want to get too close to it only because the waves have been unpredictable and they've been bashing up against the dock, and they've actually created sort of a wave effect here on the dock itself, some flooding here. But that boat right there was perfectly tied earlier tonight, and it was on a big lift. And it's rocking back and forth and bobbing back and forth, and every once in a while it makes a really disturbing sound when you hear metal clanking, okay? That's one of the boats that was in better shape earlier tonight. And we'll walk over this way. There's another one that was tied down quite nicely, though not on a lift. That one, Ingrid, bobbing up and down pretty badly as well. As you see the white caps come up from Biscayne Bay here. We're not far from 107th Street and Biscayne Boulevard. And we're gonna walk over and show you another boat that has not fared well at all. Although there's one on a lift that's not moved. This guy's in the best shape. So is this one. Both of these on lifts, still dealing with waves. Look at how those waves hit that dock, man, and they come up. And this is, I would say, if I had to measure it based on what we saw about an hour ago, this is sort of a 6 to a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. An hour ago, we were talking maybe a 9, 9.5. Donovan, you need me to wipe this? We'll do that. We're making our way over to this one boat that we showed you earlier, and here it is. This one is in serious trouble, and it's in danger of going all the way down. People here tried to help this. We've heard from neighbors that they were out here trying to help this boat owner earlier tie it down earlier in the week, and guess it didn't matter. This thing looks like it's going to be a goner. This is the reality when the bay gets angry and when you feel these bands of Hurricane Irma with tropical storm force winds. This is what's happening now in Miami-Dade County on Biscayne Bay. Belkis and Craig, or I should say Lynn and Jeff.
It's okay. We're all kind of the same. You're right, Sheldon. Wow. So that's really some significant damage there. That boat is a goner for sure.
I'm unable to hear.
That's okay. Can you hear us, Sheldon? I don't think so.
Yeah.
But that gives you an idea, again, of how strong this wind is. That really is a result of the intense wind hitting the shore there. A couple of boats suffering a lot of damage. The first boat he showed us was on a lift. obviously it was knocked down and into the water, and
well,
yeah, a lot of damage.
It starts banging around. You break that fiberglass shell.
Oh, yeah.
It starts taking on water. And again, yeah, like Sheldon mentioned, with the winds, with all that rain, we'll have the storm surge at some point. It's really a tough match for those boats out there. You can only hope for the best. Yeah, I think a lot of those vessels will be damaged, come Monday once we start to survey all this damage.
Well, there is some damage already, and we've got the best viewers ever. They've taken pictures and sent it in to 7, and we have some other new video that Robin Simmons has for us at the news desk. Robin?
Our viewers have been very busy while they have been sheltering in place as we wait for Hurricane Irma's effects. More transformers blowing. Take a look at what we have from Miami. This taken from someone's apartment at 36th Street and Northeast 1st Avenue. The area affected Northeast 2nd Avenue between 45th and 50th Street. And you can see those transformers blowing out. And the viewer says it has been like that for the last 2 hours all over Miami. And we've been telling you about the outage numbers in Miami-Dade, Broward County. Just in Miami-Dade, 142,280 customers without power. FPL, of course, will have their hands full trying to get everyone back online, but we're taking another look at transformers blowing in the city of Miami. 36th Street and Northeast 1st Avenue. It was taken from the apartment, and the area affected Northeast 2nd Avenue and 45th to 50th Street. So once again, we thank our viewers for getting us all this great video to us, sending it to 7. Thanks so much. Reporting from the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News 18.
Yeah, when you look at that, it almost looks like, oh, it's a firecracker. Oh, there's a flickering light. No, it's a transformer going out, and sometimes these things happen with really, really strong winds. This is a Category 3. Vivian says, of course, you know what a Cat 3 is, winds between 111 and 129 miles an hour, but we have not experienced that. We've experienced between 40 and 79, I believe, in some areas, and that's really strong.
Yeah, and we're seeing some gusts. We saw the wind gauge, the graphic up there just a few moments ago, looked like a gust of 90 miles per hour. Actually, looking at it right now, it was 90 miles per hour over in, the west coast of Florida. Looked like 55 miles per hour there in Key West. Yeah, there it is, 90 miles per hour in Naples, 71 miles per hour in Fort Lauderdale, 71 miles per hour in Miami. So we expect those gusts to increase as this storm gets closer.
71 miles per hour in terms of a gust in Fort Lauderdale. That's exactly where we're headed right now. Let's go to Brandon Beyer. You are live there on the beach. Brandon?
And dry again. Last time you saw, we were soaked. It was the hardest rain we've seen all day, and then just like that, 40-mile-an-hour winds for an hour, and we're dry again. But the winds are still there. You'll see them in the palm trees behind me. I want to share some information, some good news with you from Broward County officials. Really, the headline in the last hour is the storm surge warning for coastal Broward County has been lifted. That's fantastic. Now, Broward County does remain under a hurricane and a hurricane warning and a flood watch, and you still got to watch with all these rains what happens. But the storm surge warning, for coastal Broward County, that's gone. It's great news. One quick note here: as you continue to look at the Fort Lauderdale beach area, not a soul inside at this point. 1:30 on a Saturday morning, with a mandatory evacuation underway. No one is around. City of Hallandale Beach has a precautionary boil water notice for residents living in the area of DeSoto Park South. It's specific to some addresses on 3 Island Boulevard, basically the 500, 600, 700, 800 block, but it's the DeSoto Park South neighborhood of Hallandale Beach. There is a boil water notice. But again, the storm surge caution, that warning has been lifted for Broward County. So you're talking about East Fort Lauderdale, where we are now, East Dania Beach, Hollywood Beach, Hallandale Beach, all of those neighborhoods along that portion of the beach there. So many of them left, did the right thing by doing so, because they were looking at the possibility of a 10-foot storm surge. That's when you're talking about water coming into your home. Well, once Irma kept tracking west, got over Cuba, did what it's been doing all day, the forecast changed, and if you live in East Broward County and you're still awake, then you're having a good moment knowing that we may have dodged a part of this bullet here. But So the storm surge warning lifted. And behind us here, no rain right now. The winds are still significant, 30 to 35 miles per hour. Sustained, gusts a little more than that. That's what it's been all day. And we're just happy we're dry for the time being.
Oh, I bet you are. I bet you are. And you know what? We can see you, so you haven't lost power, at least in that particular little area of Fort Lauderdale Beach. That's good news. Glad you're dry.
Yeah.
Stay there. I know you will. Thanks, Brandon Beyer.
Fantastic reporting.
Yeah,
Brandon,
really,
you,
all
your
of our
photographer
reporters.
Steve,
Amazing.
all over the place. You guys are doing a great job. I know it's very tough out there with those conditions, and couldn't ask for better reporting here in South Florida. Fantastic.
Phil is napping, I think, and so is Brent.
Let's hope.
Okay, separately. Vivian Gonzalez has joined us. She's also pretty amazing. Vivian, how's it going? Tell us everything about Irma.
Well, as of the latest, we know that Irma's a Cat 3, 120 mile per hour winds. From the 1 o'clock position update, it is right now about 80 miles removed to the south-southeast of Key West, Florida, moving to the northwest ever so slowly at about 6 miles per hour. And as far as the satellite picture is concerned, it looks like the system's trying to restructure as far as the center is concerned. Since it's already pulling away from the northern coast of Cuba, there are signs that it's probably trying to strengthen or re-intensify around parts of the Florida Strait. So we'll have to see if that is reflected in the next complete advisory from the Hurricane Center, which will happen at around 5 o'clock this morning. But what we do know is that the outer feeder bands making it to a good portion of the Sunshine State, and it's still drenching the parts of Cuba as we speak. Now, here's the local storm tracking radar to show you that it's an impressive looking system, a major storm on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. Now, we're getting word, these are just some storm reports coming from the middle Florida Keys, that there's been a report of a wind gust of about 75 miles per hour. That's hurricane force wind gusts. And also another one around Marathon and Craw Key of about 74 miles per hour. So certainly conditions in the Florida Keys will continue to deteriorate as the hours go by and Irma starts to approach. Now, the local storm tracking radar showing that outer feeder bands continue to impact parts of West Palm Beach with plenty of heavy rain, lightning markers stretching well off the coast, and around Belglade, US 27 seeing some moderate heavy rain. We move on into Broward County, and it's been steady. Light to moderate but steady rain from the East Coast, anywhere between I-95 and parts of 595, I-75, and even US 27. This encompasses Davie, Cooper City, Miramar, Pembroke Pines, all the way into Hollywood and Dania Beach. And then we move on over to North Miami, a pocket of moderate heavy rain there. And that's also being experienced around Miami Shores. Downtown Miami, definitely dealing with wet weather, and around Kendale Lakes, all the way south into Cutler Bay, we have heavy rain, and this heavy rain is moving into Chrome Avenue too. And all of this activity that stretches into Key Biscayne is accompanied with very strong wind gusts. This right here is just booking quickly towards the interior portions, and this activity has the capability of spinning up some isolated tornadoes too, and some straight line wind damage. Now, as far as the Florida Keys are concerned, definitely getting the brunt of the activity anywhere between Key Largo, Marathon, and Florida Keys, especially Key West and Boca Chica. This is where we're finding extremely heavy rain. The center of Irma is well to the south into the Florida Straits. But also our friends in the Bahamas definitely dealing with the outer bands, especially around Andros Island. We do have a tornado watch that was extended until noon today for several counties around the Sunshine State, and that's because those outer feeder bands are capable of producing some strong to severe type storms, spinning up those quick moving tornadoes. And when we least expect them, we see them spinning up. But here's a good close-up view of the forecast track to show you that it's pulling away from the northern coast of Cuba ever so slowly as a Cat 3 system. By Sunday around 8 o'clock, 125 mile per hour winds, possibly already moving away from the lower Florida Keys. So at some point, we're expecting that forward speed to increase, and then it will make its way towards the west coast of Florida. And we're talking about Sunday evening, 8 o'clock. With 120-mile-per-hour winds as a major system possibly brushing or moving inland around the west coast of Florida, and certainly not a good situation for Tampa and Sarasota with a major system in their hands. And then it will interact with land gradually weakening near Cedar Key around the Big Bend area of Florida on Monday morning, 90-mile-per-hour winds, and then eventually interacting with land a whole lot longer, where it will possibly rain itself out around the lower Mississippi Valley and Ohio River Valley. But I want to give you a good idea of how large and powerful Irma is, because the hurricane force winds extend 70 miles out from the center, and the tropical storm force winds extend now. They've expanded to 205 miles out from the center. So we're talking about all of South Florida into Central Florida. Once it starts to move into the Florida Keys around 8 o'clock this morning, we'll be feeling sustained winds of up to tropical storm force. The Florida Keys, on the other hand, will probably be getting those Cat 3 consistent winds of 120 miles per hour. That's if, give or take, if it isn't a little bit stronger moving through the area. But yes, this is large and powerful, and we're definitely feeling the effects, despite the fact that the forecast track has shifted a little bit to the west, and our impacts are a little bit less here along the East Coast. We're still feeling the worst side, or at least the second worst side of the storm, which is the northeastern quadrant of Hurricane Irma. Now, in the intensity scale, Cat 3 ranges from 111 to 129 miles per hour. And the type of damage that you see with a Cat 3, you definitely see with a Cat 4 as well. So we could see major roof and or structural damage, trees uprooted and or tossed about, with no power also and no water for days. The last Cat 3 system to impact South Florida, that was Wilma in 2005. So let's check out the wind gusts, because they've been picking up and very gusty out there, especially along the East Coast. Right now, 47 in Pompano Beach, 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts in downtown Miami to 48 miles per hour in West Kendall. What about the Florida Keys? Almost hurricane force wind gusts right now at 68 miles per hour, especially in Key West. And the wind gust forecast throughout the next 24 hours is showing that all up until tomorrow night, 10 o'clock on Sunday, here in South Florida along the East Coast, even though Irma will be well removed from us, we could be experiencing wind gusts of 84 miles per hour in West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami up to 71 miles per hour. So we're certainly getting the indirect effects from Irma. And a hurricane warning is in effect for all of South Florida, and that means that in the warning area, we will be experiencing those hurricane conditions and possibly winds. And the hurricane warning extends all the way now from points northward into Daytona and Jacksonville, all the way into the Big Bend area of Florida, too. Earlier today, it was a hurricane watch. Panama City, Florida, parts of Tallahassee under a tropical storm warning, parts of Georgia, too, but well inland under a tropical storm watch. The flood threat is increasing. The outer bands are starting to produce more rain across South Florida, and some of the models are suggesting that we could see anywhere between 10 to 15 inches of rain. We've gotten word that some locations here in South Florida have already received better than 2 and possibly 4 inches in the last couple of hours. So certainly those numbers will start to come in soon, and we're going to see more rain accumulating and ponding out on the roadways across sections of the area. So a flood watch in effect for all of South Florida until Monday evening. This is a statewide affair, so just because the center will be located well to the north of us, we're still going to be feeling Irma at least well into Monday evening, possibly Tuesday morning. And a storm surge warning is in effect for the East Coast in Miami-Dade, southwest coast of Florida into the Florida Keys. Broward County not under the storm surge warning, but that doesn't mean you won't be seeing any type of storm surge or water rising along the coast and pushing inland, and especially enhanced during times of high tide. Around coastal Broward, a 1 to 3 foot storm surge possible. Around 5 to 10 foot storm surge likely around the east coast of Miami-Dade County. Same for the Florida Keys. Southwest Florida, a lot higher, 8 to 12 foot storm surge. And again, it does get enhanced during times of high tide. The next high tide in Lauderdale by the Sea, 11:05, but tomorrow night, Fort Lauderdale, 12:06 in the morning, and Hollywood Beach at 12:28 in the morning. So those are already underway. And also for Cutler Bay and Key West. Now, as far as the level of threat of conditions here that we can experience in South Florida, the Weather Service of Miami wants us to pass along this information because Irma is a serious threat for most of South Florida, and it is extreme as far as wind speeds are concerned. For Southwest Florida, as far as hurricane force winds, the threat of us seeing hurricane force winds around interior Broward, Miami-Dade, far southern Miami-Dade, and the upper Keys, that's high. And we have a moderate threat here in parts of Metro and coastal Broward and Miami-Dade of seeing hurricane force winds. Surge is more high on the high end, especially around southern Miami-Dade, upper Keys, more moderate as we move a little bit up into US 1 and the Florida Turnpike around Homestead, Florida City, and Naranja. But then that threat is elevated along the east coast of Miami-Dade and Broward counties. What about flooding? Well, that threat is extreme for inland Broward and the majority of Miami-Dade, the Florida Keys too, high as we go into the metro and coastal areas of Broward County. And as far as tornadoes are concerned, that threat is elevated for all of South Florida. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
Okay, Vivian, I want to look at one thing real quick. Talking about strength here, and I believe this hurricane holds the record for the most days consistently at a Category 5 hurricane. Fortunately, we're not dealing with the Category 5 right now, but still, the eye right now is over very warm waters in the Florida Straits. Talk about, roughly off the top of your head, what are the temperatures we're talking about right there as that eye is beginning to approach the Florida Keys?
Well, the water temperatures right now around the Straits, Atlantic waters, are in the mid to upper 80s. We're talking about bath type of water. So it's extremely warm, and all of the environmental conditions are there. The moisture in the atmosphere for Irma to possibly strengthen a little bit more as it approaches the Florida Keys. We'll just have to wait and see what the thinking from the Hurricane Center is. The hurricane hunters are currently out there investigating, trying to get a little bit more information from Irma, but there is the possibility, because of the warm waters in the Straits, that Irma could intensify a little bit more. Despite the fact that it's already a major storm, the Florida Keys don't need it to be any stronger.
Vivian Gonzalez, thank you so much. But you're right, we're going to see damage regardless if it intensifies or not. All right, let's now go to downtown Miami. 7's Walter Morris is, boy, you've been wet for hours. Walter?
Yeah, Lynn, that's right. You know, we bounced around a lot. First, we were down in Coconut Grove checking out some of the conditions there through most of the day. Then we went up to the Edgewater area, saw some high winds, and now we're down here on Biscayne Boulevard, just right on the edge of Bayfront Park near the Intercontinental Hotel. You may be familiar with that. But check out some of this flooding. You know, we've been seeing the rain come down all day, and right now we're starting to see some of this water gather here in the street. First of all, it's just really amazing to be on Biscayne Boulevard at any time of the day and not see any cars, and so far no traffic whatsoever. Of course, that's because most people heeding the warning, staying inside. You know, as we've been preparing for this major weather event all weekend, we've been sort of gearing up. We knew that overnight, Saturday into Sunday morning, this is when we were going to see the worst conditions, and so far that's been right. Now, unfortunately, with these types of events, you know, you get this false sense of security. 1 minute it's crazy, and then the next it's just calm. But as you can see, a down tree right over here, and then all of this water in the road. And so as we get into this day, that's one of the things people are going to be dealing with, just all of this down debris. As we were making our way out of Coconut Grove earlier, we saw the down power lines in the darkness. So really create some hazardous conditions. And one of the other things we're also just sort of keeping an eye on as these wind gusts come about, you see these street signs just flapping. Cole, if you want to walk over here a little bit, you can see one of them that we have our eye on just over there. When these wind gusts come in, you hear this rattling sound. It's just so loud. You can hear it from all the way across the street. You wonder how these things hold on, especially as we keep getting these gusts upwards of 30 miles per hour and then some, but definitely feeling those tropical force winds out here this morning. And of course, we'll continue to stand by and monitor those conditions. Lynn, Jeff?
Walter, I'm curious, where do you think the water is actually from the rain, or do you think it's from the wind bringing in some storm surge, because you're so close to the bay?
You know, that's a good question. We're definitely, you can taste the salt in the air. I think it's a mix, but one thing, you know, you don't want to walk too deep into water where you can't really see the bottom, but there's that drainage over there. We're seeing it's not taking in the water. So part of it is just all of these rain totals, all of this rain that's coming down really has nowhere to go. Of course, some parts of Miami always prone to flooding, you know, in the Brickell area. We always see flooding when anytime we get a lot of rain in a short period of time. So as you can imagine, we'll probably be seeing more of this throughout the next day, which really, of course, adds to the danger when you're getting in a car, because it only takes a little bit of water to cause you to lose control, especially when you can't see. So hopefully once the sun comes up, we'll get a better idea of just the areas to avoid. But right now, just a really dangerous situation out here on the roads.
And Walter, like you said, you know, we have large vehicles that we can use to kind of navigate these waters, you know, as they do come in on our area roads. Again, you said you've been kind of trekking through South Florida. Have you noticed anyone out there trying to drive in these flooded streets?
Other than you guys.
Really, yeah, exactly, right. Well, we really haven't, though. Oh, there goes another wind gust. Cole's trying to hold on. But yeah, we really haven't seen any civilian vehicles. The only vehicles we've seen out on the road have been those first responders. We've seen police, and then we've also seen a few ambulances. In fact, as we were making our way from Coconut Grove up to the Edgewater part of Miami, we actually saw 2 ambulances just stationed in the middle of the road. At first, we couldn't really tell why they were there, and then we noticed there was just a down power line arcing from a tree all the way into the road. So part of their job was to just stay there, leave the lights on to make sure nobody else ran into it. So those are the kind of vehicles we're seeing out here, but really, other than that, no traffic, which is really pretty incredible when you think about it, because we're just right here on Biscayne Bay, the AAA, about a quarter mile up there. You've got Bayfront Park, so normally this is such a busy area, but just no one, absolutely no one out here.
Yeah, the whole thing is very surreal. No traffic, wind, the whole thing. We're all like out of sorts. Walter Morris, thank you so much for that live report. So a little bit of flooding there in downtown Miami. You know, it looks like they're going to be okay right now, but you know, obviously the storm is moving northwestern right now. Let's go to Brian Enton. He's on Miami Beach. Brian, we checked in with you a couple of hours ago, and you had significant rain and wind. How are you doing now?
Yeah, it's definitely improved here a little bit over the last few hours or so. I mean, there's still rain, there's still wind, but nothing like what we saw earlier this evening when that band of rain, that really intense rain and wind moved through. But you used the word surreal, Lynn, and I think that describes it really well. I was just talking to Louise, photographer Louise, we're driving around. It's like you don't see anyone on the road for 2 hours straight. You're just on your own. And you know, when you see a car once in a while, it's usually a police officer or like a fire truck that happens to be going by. But we're at 53rd and Collins right now, and there's something I want to show you here that's interesting. This is a marina here, and the water is very, very high. We're close to high tide. We've talked a lot about this storm surge, but look, take a look here at how high the water is, and it's very, very close to the top of the docks here. And as we walk down, it's actually spilling over onto some of the docks. And you look at these sailboats here in the distance, and it's very interesting that they are now basically level with the dock and the road. So we're hoping that the water's not going to rise much more. It doesn't appear that it is going to at this point, because we checked in this area a while ago and it hasn't come up much more. But if it does, there's going to be a serious problem for these boats. Up there goes a transformer in the background, by the way. Just saw a huge burst of blue light. We've been seeing that over and over again. But anyway, back to the boats. It's going to be a problem if the water gets higher and higher. The good news is that it appears most of these boats have multiple lines tying them up. so they're pretty secure. We saw over on Watson Island earlier today, right behind Parrot Jungle, a very different scene. There were a number of boats that had come off of their moorings and floated over to the boat landing, to the boat ramp right behind Parrot Jungle, and they were just getting smashed and damaged right behind Parrot Jungle. But the good news here at 53rd and Collins is these boats do seem secure. The question is going to be if the water continues to rise tonight or if it does tomorrow. I'm not sure what's going to happen because it's literally going to cover the docks. And it could be a very, very interesting situation out here. Lynn and Jeff.
Brian, you moved a little bit north. We checked back in with you the last time we were up here. You were south of 5th on Miami Beach, and we saw the pooling in the roads there. And I know you were trying to figure out if it was storm surge or was it just all the rain that area was inundated with. And I believe I heard you say that water had receded, right? There south of 5th?
Yeah, it had receded, and I think it was rainwater. I mean, that was sort of the conclusion that I came to, because when the rain stopped, within a half an hour or so, the water had receded and the drains and the pumps seemed to be working properly. So my sense out here from being out here all night and seeing the high tide around noon, we saw the water come up around noon, and now we're seeing the water come up around again, is I think, and I'm not a meteorologist, just based on our observations today, I think a lot of this is just attributed to the high tide and then also a little bit of Irma adding a little bit more water. But I don't think we're seeing the storm surge like was expected, at least so far. Jeff and Lynn.
Well, we're not out of the woods yet. I hear what you're saying. So what if show us again how close the water is to the cement, to the ground,
yeah,
really.
We'll show you
because
again.
If it gets to the top, those boats are in trouble.
Right, and last hour we were showing Belkey's and Craig. There was another marina like this where there were boats that were actually on boat lifts, like this one right here, that had come off of the boat lifts because the water has gotten so high. So if that happens, that's where you have a problem, because like this boat right here, this navy blue boat you see, it's on a lift. So it's not resting in the water. It's resting on two planks. It's out of the water. It's on a lift. If the water comes up, it's literally going to float that boat off of the lift. And that's when you have a problem like what we saw earlier, because then the boat is just getting knocked around, and it's not meant to be floating. It's meant to be resting on the lift. So hopefully that's not going to happen here. One more observation, where we are, 53rd and Collins, there's power, which is great. You don't really see power lines here. Most of them are under the ground. So in this area, there's power. There doesn't seem to be an issue. But we drove up to like 73rd and Collins a little while ago, and it is just pitch black. For block after block after block up to the north, there is no power. None of the street lights are working, and it's the same thing if you go south around Lincoln Road. No power around Lincoln Road, no street lights. So it's difficult navigating around because you have tree limbs in the road, and you have to make sure to stop at every single intersection because none of the traffic lights are working.
That's exactly a great point. And it looks very dark behind you as well. I'm not sure exactly where you are on Miami Beach, but I mean, there's nothing but darkness behind you. That's a great point. I mean, this is why officials want everybody to stay off the road. And look at that darkness right there. There's some flickering of some lights right there, but people need to be off the road now, and even as daylight approaches, because there could be down power lines, and it's dangerous, and there's, especially with flooding, you don't know what's in the water, and we need to treat every black cord as a live wire. So that's an excellent point. But there's power where you're at. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, there is power here, yeah, and you have to be careful on the road because even small limbs on the road, if you hit one of those with your car, can cause damage, or if you try to swerve out of the way when you see it at the last minute, it can be a really dangerous situation. You mentioned we're on Collins, and you know that waterway that goes right along Collins near 53rd, and there's those big, nice houses on the other side. That's what you're looking at over there, and they are all dark, and that's where we've been seeing a lot of the transformers blow, which is pretty dramatic when you see it. I wish it would happen while we had the camera up so that you could get a glimpse of what it looks like, because it's like a big spark in the sky sky. It almost looks like lightning, but it comes from the ground. And so it appears that none of those homes over there have power. And if there are people home, you have to think they're also nervous, because what's happening on this side with the water rising is also happening on that side. And so I'd imagine a lot of those docks are also underwater or close to being underwater, like what we're seeing here, Lynn and Jeff.
And Brian, I want to talk about, I had asked you this yesterday, you know, several weeks ago, we had a tropical system move on through, dumped a lot of rain on South Beach. We saw a lot of flooding on area roads there in the Miami Beach, South Beach area. And you spoke yesterday about what crews have been doing and what they do in situations like this, when so much rain falls in such a short period of time. What do they do out there, city crews, when they deal with a system like this?
Yeah, especially in Miami Beach, they are very, very sensitive to flooding, and they have an enormous, very expensive plan in place. What they did over the past week is, first of all, they use these suction trucks where they go to all of the storm drains throughout the city, and they suck out all of the debris so that when it does rain, the water can flow easily into the storm drains. This time they also moved emergency generators over to all of their stormwater pumping systems. So even if the power goes out, which it did go out in some areas, and it's out in a lot of areas of Miami Beach, those pumps can still kick on because they've got these portable generators sitting there right next to the pump. So the hope is that if they do get a significant rain event and the roads start to flood, like near Purdy Avenue and other places where we've seen a lot of flooding in the past, that these pumps will kick on and that the water will recede very, very quickly. And so far it appears to be working, because we haven't seen any significant flooding on Miami Beach so far.
Spoken like a true reporter when you said earlier, I wish we could see a transformer blow so we could record it for you and show viewers
well,
at home.
listen, you know, yeah. Yeah, I don't want it to blow. I don't want anyone to lose their power. But if it's going to blow anyway, it'd be nice if you guys could see what it looks like.
I want to see it.
Well, it is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I've seen it myself, and it can be very scary. And if it's in your backyard or near you, it's so loud and so scary, and you hear that boom. You know, it feels like something has exploded. I'm sure many of our viewers have already experienced that. In fact, I think we have some video. We'll turn that around for you and share it. So, Brian, if you happen to see it, record it. That'd be great. You'll be the hero. Thank you so much, Brian Enton, reporting live. Thank you and your photographer there, reporting live on Miami Beach. And I think we have some video of some damage and maybe even a transformer blowing.
Yeah, Alex Diarmas is in the Plex right now tracking that new video coming in. Alex, what do you got?
Well, no transformer blowing this morning, but I do have video of severe flooding in Miami shores. This video sent to us by from a 7 News viewer. Check this out. This is the reason why authorities want you to stay inside. This is the reason why officials do not want you driving. This is Miami Shores, 96th Street and Bayshore Drive. And you can see as that car is moving along, the water is moving sort of aggressively there. Remember, flooding a main concern on this Sunday morning as you're waking up or about to go to sleep. Southeast Florida still expecting another 10 to 15 inches of rain. And then in some areas up to 20 inches throughout Monday. The message here this morning as you're waking up at 1:56 or about to go to sleep is the weather that you have been experiencing for the past, maybe 12 plus hours. This is what we can expect throughout Monday. So flooding is a major concern because on top of all the rain, some areas dealing with the storm surge that we have been telling you about, Miami-Dade in particular, can expect 3 to 5 inches of storm surge in some areas. So as you take a look at this video sent to us by a 7 News viewer, remember, the roads are not safe right now, and they're going to get worse because more rain is coming, and they're already looking like this. This one in Miami Shores. As soon as we get more video, we'll pass that along to you, Jeff and Lynn.
That is nuts. That looks like somebody's in their boat. They're in the water, and they're going fast, and they're shooting, the water, but you see houses in the background. I mean, we looped this over and over so you could see it. It's good. It looks like it's 10 seconds maybe. But this is Miami Shores. Wow.
Presumably, some of the storm surge right there that we've been talking about, that we've been expecting to see. We saw a little bit with Brian Enton there on Miami Beach a few moments ago. This video out of Miami Shores, and gosh, let's hope we don't see too many videos like this as the morning goes on.
And I know you want to send us the video, but we always say send it safely for a reason. Don't get in your car, shoot some video and send it to us. This was a bad idea. But wow, a dangerous situation there. So we told you about a transformer blowing earlier, and we do have that video. We had a viewer, I'm not sure exactly where this is, but watching the center of your screen, that little pop there. It looks
like a blue-green light.
Yeah, and it's pretty far away from wherever this was shot. Looks obviously like a high-rise, but there was a big boom, and then it flickers and flickers and flickers. That happened in my backyard during Katrina.
Loud.
My kids were little, and they called and said, "Mommy, there's a fire in the backyard." I mean, it's scary. So there's a boom, and then sometimes there's flickering of fire. But yeah, that's what that whole area down in the center is dark. And in Miami-Dade County, over 106,000 customers are without power. Broward County, over 63,000 people without power. And in the Keys, everybody in the Keys is without power. Almost 3,000 people without power. But FP&L is working on restoring power as we speak. Again, they go out if they have to go out, if the winds are less than 40-mile-per-hour winds, or they work it from a computer. And we told you this earlier. We have power companies from 5 different states also about to head our way when the storm finally clears to help us restore power.
Big convoys of utility trucks that we'll see on the highways, 95, 75, coming here to our area to restore power. That 3,000 number, Lynn, I think that's the Upper Keys, 29,000 customers in Key West, the entire island of Key West without power. So yeah, if you're in Key West right now, hopefully you have a radio, you're listening to us. That eye is starting to get closer to you, but no power right now in Key West at this moment.
Oh, and you talked about those trucks. Yeah. We had video earlier of all these trucks lined up, ready to go to come into the state of Florida and help us restore power, and that's such a great feeling.
Great sight, right?
Yes, whether it's the National Guard ready to help out. Yeah, because we're going to need help, especially the Florida Keys, and we obviously where are we at? In South Florida, are going to have flooding damage, and we've seen damage of trees falling on homes and even cars. So we're definitely going to need help from the National Guard and from power companies throughout the country.
A sight for sore eyes when they start to move in. Okay, so the 2 o'clock update, I believe, is coming in on Hurricane Irma. Vivian, please tell us this thing is staying in Category 3, at least for now.
It is not. It just strengthened to a Cat 4, 130-mile-per-hour winds as of the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory. Certainly very serious situation expected for the Florida Keys, and it's moving very slowly to the northwest at 6 miles per hour, just 40 miles to the north of Varadero in Cuba and a couple miles to the southeast of Key West, Florida. But here's a latest satellite picture, and we've been noticing that the center's been trying to restructure itself over the Florida Straits. Very warm waters there, and indeed the center is already starting to be exposed. The eye, we're starting to see it more visible on the satellite picture. Those were all just signs that it was trying to reorganize, get its act together, and it's back to a Category 4 system. Satellite pictures showing that the outer feeder bands continue to impact Cuba and now the majority of the Sunshine State. So here's the latest local storm tracking radar to show you that we do have these deep shades of reds around the center of circulation. That's where we find the most destructive winds associated with Irma, and the outer feeder bands have impacting South Florida for several hours now. And around Palm Beach County, we're seeing heavy rain and a cluster of strong storms moving into Jupiter right now that extend all the way into the coastal waters. Now around inland Belle Glade, Moorhaven as well, dealing with plenty of heavy rain. Broward County into Coral Springs, anywhere between I-95 and Fort Lauderdale, seeing moderate downpours, just steady rain falling over the area. Into Pembroke Pines, Miramar, I-75 and US 27. Around Miami-Dade, we're finding the heaviest of the rain right now, and these showers and storms are just booking quickly and producing gusty winds around Tamiami Trail into Chrome Avenue, Kendall Lakes 2, Cutler Bay getting drenched around US 1, and we move into the East Coast into downtown Miami and parts of Miami Beach and Key Biscayne. We're seeing plenty of heavy rain as well. Homestead seeing steady heavy rain, moving more from the south to the north with those feeder bands just kicking in, and the Florida Keys just not going to get a break anytime soon. home from Key Largo, Marathon, Key West, just consistent outer feeder bands over the area, and the center is just to the south. And the feeder bands, believe it or not, making it into the northwestern Bahamas, Andros Island continuing to get drenched. There is a tornado watch for several counties around the state, at least until noon, and those feeder bands will be producing some strong to severe type storms that could spin up some isolated tornadoes. So until noon, there is the potential of seeing some tornadoes across South Florida. So here's the latest forecast cone. This is a Cat 4 system that will be moving through the Florida Keys later on this morning around 8 o'clock, starting to pass the Florida Keys. 125 winds, possibly weakening to a Cat 3 after that. But then we move into the west coast of Florida, and it could literally just stay off the coast or move inland anywhere between Naples and Fort Myers. And then this is not a good situation for Tampa and Sarasota as well, especially where they're located. Storm surge possibilities there, a very dangerous storm surge, and then it will start to gradually weaken as it makes its way into the Big Bend area of Florida by Monday as a Cat 1 system, 90-mile-per-hour winds interacting with land well inland, possibly raining itself out into the middle part of next week around sections of the lower Mississippi Valley, possibly Ohio River valleys. Now, I want to give you an idea of how large and powerful of a storm Irma is, because the hurricane force winds extend 70 miles out from the center. And this morning, that is what parts of the Florida Keys, the majority of the Keys extending this wind field into the upper Keys, will be experiencing those Cat 4 winds. And from the center outward, 205 miles, that's where we're finding tropical storm force winds, 40 miles per hour or even higher. So all of South Florida, the majority of the state, will be getting these type of winds sustained. So just because the center is more to the west, it doesn't mean that we're not going to be experiencing the effects of Irma or the strong nature of the weather related to Irma here at home. So we need to continue to follow it very carefully. In the intensity scale, it's a Cat 4 system, 130 mile per hour winds that could range up to 156 miles per hour. But the impacts with a Cat 3 and Cat 4 are virtually the same. We could see major roof damage and or structural damage, trees uprooted or even tossed about, no power and or water for days. And the last Cat 3 system to impact South Florida was Wilma in 2005. Now, we do have some very strong wind gusts to talk about, 41 miles per hour in Pompano Beach, 40 miles per hour in West Kendall to 58 in Miami, and almost nearing hurricane force wind gusts clocking in Key West right now up to 62. Now, as Irma starts to move or make its way closer to the Florida Keys, our weather here at home as far as winds will start to increase, and at least all the way up until Sunday night, there is the potential of seeing hurricane force wind gusts along the immediate coast, and the forecast calls for up to 71 mile per hour wind gusts in Fort Lauderdale and Miami. So we're definitely going to be feeling the strong winds and also the rain for quite a bit of time. And warnings are in effect as a result because of these winds and hurricane conditions likely in the area throughout the next 24 hours. So we have a hurricane warning in effect that extends all the way up into Orlando around the I-4 corridor, Tampa, Sarasota, St. Petersburg, Daytona, Jacksonville, Big Bend area, Florida, parts of the Panhandle under a tropical storm warning. Georgia, too, along the immediate coastline. Well, inland, that's where we're finding a tropical storm watch. But again, the flood threat is increasing. You saw our reporters live. Lots of flooding being reported even around Miami shores, and that's also related to storm surge. So the rain, the storm surge, not a good combination. The weather, it will just not be good across South Florida up until Monday evening. Flood watch will remain in effect. We could see rainfall accumulating anywhere between 10 to 15 inches, isolated amounts of up to 20. That's the very latest.
Okay, so Vivian, Irma is now up to a Category 4, and you were just saying that there's really not that much of a difference between a 3 and a 4, at least for our friends in the Keys when it comes to the eye wall. The damage is still significant between a 3 and a 4. What is the difference between a 3 and a 4 for the rest of us who are out of the cone, those of us in South Florida, in terms of winds and rain? What can we expect in terms of 3 and 4 category?
Well, in terms of the category, well, we also have to take into account the fact that the forecast track shifted a little bit to the west. But in terms of category, still the same. Around the interior portions, especially between Broward, Miami-Dade, and far southern Miami-Dade, hurricane force winds between a Cat 1, Cat 2 could be possible around these locations. Tropical storm force winds elsewhere, but at least until now, we've been experiencing up to tropical storm force winds with those occasional hurricane force wind gusts. But yes, going into later this morning into the afternoon, there is the potential of seeing some hurricane force winds reaching the interior portions and even southern Florida.
And Vivian, you say it's going to be picking up speed as it moves past the Keys up the west coast of Florida. Let's look to the other side of this storm. When can we be out of the woods here? When are we going to be seeing blue skies and sunshine here in South Florida?
Yeah, when's it over, Vivian? That's really what we'd love to know.
We just have to hang tight together, South Florida. This is going to be quite a ride because it's just an entire state affair. As soon as Irma starts to pass the Florida Keys and approach the west coast, possibly Fort Myers into Naples and even Sarasota, we're still going to be getting the outer bands of the system, the rain, the squally weather across the area, the strong winds all the way until Monday evening, possibly lingering through early Tuesday. After that, conditions will start to gradually improve. Hopefully by Wednesday, we can forecast a drier and sunny day across the area.
Ah, good old sun on Wednesday. Well, that'll be good for cleanup and repairs. Vivian Gonzalez, thank you so much for all you've been doing. So there you have it. Hurricane Irma is now a Category 4, and our hearts go out to those in the Keys. And of course, we're going to be feeling those feeder bands as well. Vivian just said the squally weather going to last till Tuesday.
Yeah, so buckle up. Here we go. Brandon Beyer working very hard right now for us in Fort Lauderdale. Not much sleep for this guy. Brandon, a lot of wind out there, not too much rain, right?
You need to be buckled up right now, yeah. Brandon.
I mean, this is gonna blow until Tuesday? That's crazy. This is nuts. Look at these palm trees. They've been going like this since 3 o'clock this afternoon. At least we're dry right now. But I can't imagine, you know, a day of this and then Monday as well and into Tuesday. Still, I would probably speak for a lot of people when I say will surely take that as to what the alternative would have been, which is that, you know, that core just coming right up the middle of the state. So hard to complain about anything. But the situation here on Fort Lauderdale Beach is as good as it can be under these circumstances. They still have power. It's rained a lot. It's been really windy. But other than that, there's no storm surge. In fact, the storm surge warning has been lifted. I haven't seen any flooding yet. The sand has stayed off the streets. Of all the things that, you know, that could have gone wrong and that we were worried about going wrong, so far, and fingers crossed here, because we're early on, but so far, we seem to be weathering this fairly well from the Fort Lauderdale Beach. That's where I've spent most of my day. We're at a little hotel, Snooze Inn, right here on A1A. The only ones here. They opened it just for us, so gave us some great perspectives. We were on the roof for a lot of the day. Great views of the ocean as those waves were just getting bigger and bigger and crashing ashore. They stayed on the beach. Little bit of beach erosion. You would look at that and think, okay, that's not your typical South Florida September beach. Obviously, there's been, you know, some waves crashing on that beach for quite some time. That's what it looked like, but not the sad beach where you think, oh man, you know, that's where I used to take my family. There's going to be some beach erosion. I'm almost certain of that, but I don't think it's going to be where you just see those large cliffs just kind of drop off. But we saw that from the roof, and then we kind of moved down. We could see, you know, you can see it better when it's daylight, but you could see how empty the beach was. Everyone, you know, paying attention to those warnings to stay out, to stay off. They did come early on. We got up 9:30 or so after working late last night. Came downstairs, talked with people who had wanted to come and see this for themselves. They brought their kids and family. The winds weren't quite like this, but they just, you know, that eerie hurricane feeling was in the air. And they also kind of had that feeling like, wow, it's moving away from us. Let's go see what this feels like at the beach. So people were taking pictures. And then it started to get kind of hairy. About 2 o'clock, police closed the bridge. People were allowed off of the island. no one else was allowed back on. That's when the curfew went into effect. And really, this is what it's been doing since then. We've been having these 30 mile per hour sustained winds, some pretty substantial gusts. The biggest gust I saw in our little wind finder was 52 miles per hour. That's pretty good. There was a 70 mile per hour gust at the airport, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International, which is just a few miles away from here. But that's the worst of it. That's the Lynn, Jeff, as bad as it's been out here, and it's hard to complain when we were facing what we were facing.
No, you're absolutely yeah, Brandon. Jeff brought up a great point too. I mean, we were like asking Vivian, when's it going to end? And wow, Tuesday. A lot of us aren't going home. We want to see this to the very end with all of our viewers. But you're right, it could have been so much worse. For South Florida, the eye is not over us. It is very bad for Key West and the Florida Keys. So we definitely it's a good time to have some gratitude. If you're out of power, if you're feeling some inconvenience, if you have a little bit of damage, it definitely could have been worse for South Florida. The Snooze Inn, what a great name for a hotel. I thought you were kidding when you first said we're at the Snooze Inn, but that's the real name, huh?
We haven't snoozed very much, unfortunately, but under the right circumstances, probably a cozy little spot.
Brandon, I'm curious. As we look at all aspects of this system, and we want you to stay safe, of course. Have you been able to peek over at the beach? Any issues with erosion there on the coastline in Fort Lauderdale Beach?
Yeah, not since the sun has gone down. We have, but the last I remember seeing it. Sun probably went down 8:15 tonight. Like I said, you could kind of tell that the beach had taken a beating, but it wasn't awful. You know how we've seen it like with some of the other hurricanes. I'm picturing like Dania Beach area and that what used to be John Lloyd Park, where you really see that sharp erosion, almost like you kind of fall down into it. I didn't see any of that out there, and I've seen that on Fort Lauderdale Beach too. Before they put in this nice seawall, it used to get real narrow after you'd cross like Sunrise Boulevard going north towards Lauderdale by the sea and stuff. There, the beach could be 20 yards wide in parts, but the restorations stuff that they have done seems to be working. And this is a pretty good test too. I mean, these winds have been howling, these waves have been crashing, and so far so good.
Good to see.
That is good to see, and Brandon, obviously we can see him, so he hasn't lost power, and the sun, we'll see, I guess daylight will be in about 5 hours or so. So we'll see the damage there, if any, in Fort Lauderdale. All right, Brandon, thank you so much for not snoozing at the Snooze Hotel. They're live in Fort Lauderdale now. Let's head back to Miami. Raj Lowe, are you in Miami? Where are you at, Raj? Miami Beach, okay, pardon.
We're in Miami Beach, and we were rained on so badly today. For those who actually can see us, that the light on our camera went down. That was during that big Surfside storm. But I've improvised for everybody because got this little light here. So come and take a walk with me if we can. Don't forget that right there. Hold on one second. So come and take a walk. I improvised. I want to show you the conditions now out here. Now, we are at a home here on the beach, and everyone was told to leave. This homeowner decided to stay here, decided to, wait out the storm. He had this boat here, and he told me, you know what, I just didn't want to leave. He was concerned about the traffic coming back down. Remember, a lot of people evacuated this storm. We haven't spoken about this a whole bunch, but a lot of people evacuated this storm going up to Tampa, northwest, the Panhandle, and they're stuck there now. In fact, this homeowner was telling us that he had a friend who evacuated actually to the Tampa area and had to get up this morning and start driving. So think about all those people who evacuated this area and are now stuck in perhaps a worse situation. Now, let me use this light so I can give you a look at the bay out there. Can you see? It's still choppy out there, and if anybody is suffering from hurricane fatigue, which I assume some people may be because we've been dealing with this since last Monday, it is kind of dangerous in a certain sense, because I would imagine, especially a lot of people here, let me move back into the light. Got my improvised light here. I would imagine a lot of people are going to wake up tomorrow morning without power, and what's the first thing they're going to want to do? They're going to want to go outside. The problem with that is, and we saw it today in Sunny Isles Beach, where it's still dangerous, at least for the next day. And in fact, in Sunny Isles Beach, when we were out there, I spoke to the police chief. He brought about 6 police officers out after he saw our live shot with just all these people going out to the beach, and told them they couldn't go. It'll be interesting to see later on today how many people want to get out of their homes, especially now that they don't have power. And there's a whole bunch of people in this area. We are at one of the few homes that actually do have power. That whole area back there, as I shine the spotlight, that entire area back there is completely dark, and going up to Bal Harbor, Bay Harbor. And with all of these storms, people, try to get out of their homes. They try to see what's going on. I assume that'll be increased tomorrow. And we saw one thing today with this particular system, that even the outer bands are extremely strong, and that will only, common sense tells you, that will only intensify as the eye gets closer to Key West, or in the Key West area. So a message tomorrow or later on today, if you're waking up and you don't have power, you don't have your AC on, you want to get out, especially in this area, you want to get out to see the beaches, you do run the risk of being caught in one of those squalls. And let me tell you, that squall today in Sunny Isles Beach, or earlier today in Sunny Isles Beach, we had to take cover in that squall. So this is nothing to mess around with, and just have patience. Have patience that you can get through this, and try to resist the temptation tomorrow of saying that this is over, because it's not over yet. Perhaps the worst scenario for the Miami area is over, but definitely it's not over in terms of those squalls coming through, and they'll only get worse as the eye gets closer to us until it passes later in the day.
Rosh, we talked to you, I want to say, Jeff and I talked to you 3 hours ago-ish, and I believe you were on, where were you? Sunny Isles Beach. And remember, the rain was pounding you, and there was some flooding,
right.
And there was that car, not a cop car, a regular car that was driving, it hit something and stopped, put on the flashers. Whatever happened to those people, the driver? Did you just get in your car and leave? I was just curious.
No, that driver was actually still there. I believe some police officers they were still there at the time, were able to deal with that driver. But what was very interesting about that was that we were driving just a few moments prior to that, before we stopped, and my photographer we didn't realize, you don't realize how deep the water can get all of a sudden. We're like, whoa! And so that's why I tell you to stay off the roads. In that particular case, though, if you noticed, there were police officers that were patrolling the area. Everyone said leading up to the storm that once it gets to be 45 miles per hour sustained, that you would not have those officers there. And it was kind of an eerie, and I would say almost a frightening sight, because just to paint the picture for you, it is complete darkness, all right? You have no idea what you're running into in the roadways, and it's very difficult driving, which by the way, daylight will help out now that a lot of people have lost power, but you still don't know what you're stepping on tomorrow. So be very careful with that too, with the down power lines. We always hear about that a lot of the injuries and fatalities of these storms occur after the storm, or when you don't believe the storm is as much of a risk. Because during the storm, a lot of people just hunker down. We saw that today. People just took off. When those squalls came in, people just took off. But the problem tomorrow is those winds were strong, and people will be venturing outside tomorrow. And just be careful, because all the statistics say it's the days after a storm where we see a lot of tragedies.
That's true.
Really good advice. Taking down those shutters, be careful on the ladders, and like
on the
Rosh
road.
said, exactly. You don't know what's in that water. It can be kind of murky. Step on a nail, then you got a whole nother problem on your hands. So, yeah.
So they helped
good
the
advice
driver.
there.
In case you were with us a couple of hours ago, the point, as Rosh said, police came and helped that driver who got stuck and who should not have been on the road to begin with.
Yeah, stay inside for right now. I want to look at power outages right now across our area in South Florida. We will start with Miami-Dade. Looks like that number has gone up a few ticks. 156,260 customers without power. Broward, 74,080. Palm Beach, 20,230, and the Keys, last we checked, no power on Key West. The Upper Keys, I think it was about 3,000 or so, right, without power?
Yeah. Are you done with the Keys? Are you done here? Did you already talk about these?
We did, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so South Florida total without power is almost 285,000 people. I do recall, I can't remember what day it was, a couple of days ago, the National Hurricane Center predicting, or somebody was predicting, maybe it was FPNL, over 4 million people without power. They were expecting 4.1. I remember because Andrew was 1.4. This is the opposite. So right now we're not there. We're at almost 300,000 people without power. And if you're listening to us on the radio, stay with us. We are going to do our very best to describe what we are seeing. Since you don't have the advantage of visuals and you're listening to us, we're going to be with you to the very end of this storm as well. Let's now go to Hollywood and 7's Chris Van Vliet. Normally we see him and I on Deco, but now we see him wetter than wet right now. Chris, how you doing?
Well, Lynn, it's interesting. Usually I'm reporting on a different kind of Hollywood, right? But yeah, this is a different situation here, and the rain's not as bad as it has been in the last couple hours. And the way we've been judging this is the direction of the rain as we're seeing it. When it's really bad, it's literally horizontal. When it's a bit of a break from that, it's straight vertical. Right now we've got like a 45-degree angle on the rain, so that's not so bad. But as we take a look up here, you can still see the winds. They're rocking through here. We're getting gusts 30 to 40, 40-plus miles an hour, similar to what Brandon Byer's seeing 5-6 miles up the coast in Fort Lauderdale Beach. We are seeing quite a bit of debris. It's a lot of palm fronds all around us here. I guess this is some sort of container that was not secured, which I'm sure will continue to rip down onto A1A. And the signs are starting to shake here. This sign over here, I don't think will still be standing tomorrow, and that's been almost at straight 90 degrees sometimes when that wind picks up. We're fortunate right now that the rain's not coming down as hard as it has been. When it does come down hard, it floods in the streets here, and some of this debris that's been falling off of the trees has been clogging up the drains here, so we've been seeing some flooding, some pooling around in some areas. We're just up from just east of A1A right now, but close to A1A, there's quite a bit of flooding with debris everywhere on the roads. But the good news is people are adhering to that curfew. We haven't seen any cars on the road here. Everyone else is saying, and we don't want to sound like a broken record, but it is eerie being out here with no one else here. I mean, this is Hollywood Beach. Usually it's filled with people, and usually it's filled with all kinds of different things going on, and we're the only ones here right now as this rain continues to come down, and I guess will continue to come down. Lynn, this is a very different situation than when you and I were on Deco Drive on Wednesday night.
It seems so long ago, Chris, doesn't it? Wednesday night. It is a definite situation. We'll have Deco Drive again when we have a chance to have some levity. Thank you, Chris, for getting us through this as well. Everybody here is a reporter when it comes down to it. We're storytellers, and we're here to serve the community. That's what we are from the very beginning. So Chris was mentioning how there's nobody around. That's good in Hollywood, and there's nobody around. Look at this. You know what this is? This is our Metro camera, I-95 southbound. Is this 95? It doesn't even look like it. Yeah, it's 95 southbound in Sunrise.
Empty.
Wow, south of Sunrise, not a car on the road.
And usually down here, it's usually crowded, even at this hour on a Saturday morning or Sunday morning.
2:30 in the morning. Yeah. People getting home late, maybe from a party or something, taking an Uber. Not an Uber on the road, not a taxi on the road, not a car swerving, not anybody cutting anybody off. 95, totally empty.
And a lot of people, they're going to wake up tomorrow morning, they're going to still see the rain showers, the wind, and think, oh, well, maybe this is the other side of Irma.
Yeah,
we're probably just going to be still kind of parallel with the eye. So we still got quite some time before we are not dealing with this system anymore. So stay inside, stay indoors, keep it tuned in right here on 7 News. Maybe you don't have power, but you can listen to us on the radio, and we're going to get you through this. We're going to get through this together. We got a little bit of a while to go, but, we're going to try to do our best to get you through.
We're holding your hand.
Yes.
Virtually.
Yes.
All right, let's now go to 7's Walter Morris in downtown Miami. Walter, when we spoke to you a little while ago, you had some flooding. Looks like you still got it behind you. The rain's still kicking up.
Yeah, that's right, Lynn. In fact, one thing we've been watching is just these water levels here on Biscayne Boulevard. We're standing at Southeast 1st Street. As you guys were talking about, nobody on the roads, which is really a good thing here when you can see how this wind just whips up the street. Now take a look at this. You can see some of the trees over here under the Metro Rail station, excuse me. They're just really bending back and forth. We're also seeing these signs just really whipping really fast as those wind gusts come through here. Now, one of the things, of course, we've been talking about, officials advising people to stay off the roads, and so far, all we've really seen is first responders and police officers out here. In fact, we haven't seen too many fire or ambulances in the past half hour or so. We've seen a couple police officers, but really, of course, the big story here is just this flooding. Now, right now, we've got about 2 or 3 inches, and it appears to be just the rainwater has nowhere to go. Some of the gutters seem to be clogged, which, of course, is causing the water to back up and then come up here onto the sidewalk. Now, if you look over here to the right, one thing we've also been watching, it's just really cool. I don't know if the camera will pick it up, but if you look up there at the Intercontinental, when the rain and when those winds really kick up, it's almost like you can see the water just swirling there in the air. So very impressive sight, but of course it is dangerous. We've been pretty lucky. We haven't seen too much flying debris, just palm fronds for the most part. But of course those can also do some damage if they pick up and hit your car or even you at the right angle. So again, a lot of people heeding that warning, but just really a bizarre sight here on a Sunday morning at about 2:30 when people are normally winding their nights down. It's just completely empty down here.
You know what, Walter, we were just talking to Vivian, and she thinks what you're dealing with is mainly a storm surge. Do you feel like the flooding is increasing since we last talked to you a half hour ago, or do you think it's the same?
You know, it slowly has. In fact, I've sort of been using this as a marker. You can look over here by this downed tree. This is where I'm standing right now is the sidewalk, right? And when we first got here, the water seemed to be stopping here. This is the sidewalk, and then this is the street. That's about like 5, 6 inches, you know, a normal sidewalk. And so the water was kind of left there. But as the hours kind of gone by, we're slowly seeing it creep back. But it is hard to gauge just because the winds shift all of that water. Cole, if you want to pan up here, you can see as the wind's just blowing this direction, it's sort of moving all of it that way, but then it kind of dies down and it seems like the water recedes. So it is hard to get a firm gauge, but yes, it does seem like it is slowly rising.
Okay. And our estimate, Vivian was just saying about 3 to 5 feet in Miami-Dade County, and on top of that, we're going to be dealing with the storm surge, correct? And we're going to be dealing with high tide around noon today, so you kind of factor that into the equation. And Walter, you're likely going to see that water maybe get a little bit higher even in the hours to come.
Thank you, Walter Morris, reporting live there in the city of Miami. Let's check in now with Vivian Gonzalez and get more on Hurricane Irma and where she's at right now. Vivian?
That's right. Lynn, Jeff, South Florida. Well, as of the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory, Irma is stronger. A Category 4 system, 130-mile-per-hour winds, moving northwest at 6 miles per hour and located about 40 miles to the north of Varadero in Cuba, a couple miles to the southeast of Key West. Now, the system has been showing signs of it getting stronger on the satellite picture. And in the last couple of hours, we've noticed that the eye has started to reappear. And that's one sign that it is getting stronger. The other sign that we noticed that re-intensification was happening is that the radar was showing that another ring around the center was also showing up, showing that it was restructuring. So we do have this system approaching the lower Florida Keys in the next couple of hours, but the outer band stretched to a good portion of the Sunshine State, also producing lots of torrential downpours around Cuba. Now, here's a good view of the center of the storm. This ring in red, that's where we're finding the destructive winds of 130 miles per hour, but the outer bands have been impacting South Florida for several hours now and producing severe type weather in the form of some isolated tornadoes. Now, we do have a feeder band now pushing onshore around Section sections of Palm Beach, and it stretches well off the coast, producing lots of lightning markers here, and this is booking quickly towards the inland areas. Boca Raton also getting drenched. We're seeing heavy rain around parts of 595 and US 27 between Sunrise and Weston right now, but heavy steady rain in Coral Springs, Fort Lauderdale, even Pembroke Pines. And we move on into North Miami, and it's quite heavy even around Miami shores, Miami and downtown Miami, moving into Kendall Lakes, even around portions where Walter Morris is located. That's where we're finding also steady rain falling. And that in combination with storm surge is not looking pretty good. So the water levels will slowly continue to rise. Now around Cutler Bay, we have heavy rain, even around portions of Homestead, but we move on into the Florida Keys and they're just not getting a break at all. Key Largo, Tavernier, Isla Mirada, going into Duck Key, Layton, Marathon, Key West, seeing heavy, consistent rain and gusty winds across the area. And the center of Irma is just to the southeast of Key West right now. The outer band stretching into Andros Island in the Bahamas. But there is a tornado watch in effect for several counties around the state up until noon because Irma's outer bands could produce severe storms, spinning up those isolated tornadoes. So there's still that potential. But as of 2 o'clock in the morning, Cat 4 system, it is expected to start to move away from the lower Florida Keys after 8 o'clock in the morning, 125-mile-per-hour winds, then move over or near the west coast of Florida late tonight. Category 3 system, and then impact the Big Bend area of Florida. This is also a very serious situation, especially for Tampa and Sarasota, where they're located, St. Petersburg, because of storm surge. And now, once it starts to interact a lot longer with land, going into parts of Georgia, even Mississippi, and impacting parts of northern Alabama, well, it will start to weaken and fall apart. Now, as far as we're concerned, we're going to be monitoring as the wind and the rain that will come along with Irma. The center has shifted a bit more towards the west, so our impacts are a little bit less along coastal Broward, but we're still going to be feeling hurricane force winds, maybe up to a Cat 1, Cat 2 around the interior portions of Broward and Miami-Dade, sustained winds of tropical storm force elsewhere. But I want to show you the intensity scale because it's a Cat 4 system, and from 130 miles per hour, it could range up to 156 miles per hour. That's what a Category 4 winds of a storm is what we can expect. But the type of damage that you can see with a Cat 4 system is catastrophic, even to buildings. And most trees get uprooted, power loss possibly for months. And the last Cat 4 system to impact South Florida, that was Charlie in Punta Gorda back in 2004. Now, winds definitely have been kicking out there, 45 miles per hour. That's the wind gust right now clocking in Miami. We move into Kendall, West Kendall, 59 miles per hour. That's the wind gust there. 63 nearing hurricane force in the lower Florida Keys. And the wind gust forecast throughout the next 24 hours, because this is a statewide affair. Irma moves to the north, but we're still going to be feeling the impact. Sunday night, we could get some gusts of up to hurricane force, 71 miles per hour in Fort Lauderdale and Miami, 84 in Palm Beach. But a lot of people want to know what the weather will be like in the next couple of days. But so far, rain estimates in South Florida, Key Biscayne, top spot over 8 inches of rain. In Miami, over 4 inches, and in Miramar, nearing 3 inches of rain. And there is a flood threat that will continue across South Florida. Flood watch in effect until Monday evening. Most of the models suggesting 10 to 15 inches, isolated amounts of up to 20. For the Florida Keys, they could see isolated amounts of up to 25 inches. So here's the forecast. Sunday morning, landfall will happen around the lower Florida Keys. We're going to continue to experience the outer feeder bands, strong winds associated with Irma. Then it will impact the west coast of Florida. And as it starts pulling away through Monday morning, the rain will persist. But once we go into Monday night and early Tuesday, we'll still have a chance for rain, but that sunshine, full sunshine, really won't be in the forecast until Wednesday. We have a hurricane warning that will remain in effect for hurricane conditions to be experienced around all of South Florida throughout the next 24 hours. And this extends all the way into Tampa, Orlando, the I-4 corridor, Daytona, Jacksonville, all the way into the Big Bend area. Parts of Panama City under a tropical storm warning, the coastline of Georgia too. And then we move well inland into Georgia. Tropical storm watch. There's also a storm surge warning for both coastlines, Southwest Florida into the Florida Keys. Broward County, the storm surge warning was lifted even for Palm Beach, but that doesn't mean that storm surge can't happen here. There is still the potential of seeing a 1 to 3 foot storm surge enhanced during times of high tide. But as far as coastal Miami-Dade is concerned, a 3 to 5 foot storm surge will be possible. And I want to describe exactly how storm surge works, because it is, when you have a warning, that means that the danger is likely for a dangerous storm surge along with the tide to cause the water levels to rise along the coast and push inland above ground level. And yes, it does get enhanced during times of high tide, so that risk is still there for coastal Miami-Dade, far southern Miami-Dade, and the Florida Keys, not to mention that they're going to be getting it from both directions, the north side and the southern side of Irma. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
Vivian, and of course we want to take everyone outside to show people the latest conditions, but I want to focus in on the Florida Keys because this eye is really, I'm looking at the radar right here, it looks like it's really getting ready to start to bear down on the Keys, and really no one there in Key West has power right now. Now that it's a Category 4, what are we going to be expecting in Key West in terms of storm surge? I know you kind of talked about the numbers, but let's dig deeper into it. And in terms of the bridges, the 7-mile bridge, the smaller bridges that connect the Keys, will you even see those bridges as this storm surge moves in? How are those conditions going to be? What are they going to look like over the next few hours?
Definitely not looking good for them. Very, very serious situation. And unfortunately, those bridges, you probably won't even see them for quite some time because the water is expected to rise so high. And they get the storm surge from both ends. That's why, even though the forecast is going with a 5 to 10 foot storm surge, it's going to look a lot different across that area, especially since we're getting a Cat 4 system moving through the lower Florida Keys. So they're also, aside from the storm surge, they're going to be getting those destructive winds of about 130 miles per hour. And yes, there's going to be the calm eye at some point, but then once again, that's all going to change very quickly. And yes, that storm surge comes from both sides. So until the water levels start to recede a little bit, the storm surge, or at least the impacts from it, will be long lasting for them.
Makes you wonder how we're going to get to them, helicopter, or when those roads will actually be passable. Vivian Gonzalez, thank you so much. That's kind of a somber thought right there, thinking about our friends in the Keys, dealing with that storm surge from the north and the south. Let's go to Brian Enton in Miami Beach, where you've got more flooding behind you and a heck of a lot of wind.
Yeah, it's windy right where we are. It's kind of like a wind tunnel because we're between a bunch of buildings here at 30th and Collins. But let me show you what we noticed over here is that this road is starting to flood. I don't know if it's it hasn't rained here hard in a while. I mean, we've got a drizzle, but it hasn't rained in this area in a while, which is making me think that this is likely ocean water. But it's pretty deep in some spots as we walk through here. You can see, and pretty much this entire road, 30th Street here, right at Collins, is under about, I would say, 9 inches of water. Let's take a look right here. This is a concern. As the water starts to creep up towards the door of these apartment complexes, it looks like there's stairs once you go inside there. So hopefully, even if the water does get inside, it's not going to start flooding apartments anytime soon. But, you know, not good to see it getting that close. Let's keep walking down. This is an area that does flood. We've seen this area flood before when we have high tides. But this, yeah, again, right here, you see the water creeping up here towards the door of this place too. Interesting, I don't think anyone is home in any of these places because I don't see any cars, any signs of even really light inside. Most of the windows are dark, some are boarded up. So good news is that no one's home, and hopefully the water is not going to rise much more. Here we have a car coming, so let me get out of the way. This is like the first car that I've seen in hours. Let's see, is this a reporter? Is this a regular person? Yep, it's a reporter, not surprised. How you guys doing? Stay safe. Yeah, because you don't see anyone on the road out here, so it's another reporter out here, which doesn't surprise me. Let's keep walking down, Luis. Let's see what we can find down here, because the water almost looks deeper. Here we have a construction site, so that's good that no one's inside there, because the water is creeping up to the doors there too. And then as we get closer here, this is Indian Creek Drive that we're going to walk up on, which, as you know, is an area that historically floods on Miami Beach, where they've been spending millions and millions of dollars down here to try and keep the water back, because this canal behind here on Indian Creek Drive, the water rises during high tides. So take a look over here. Now we've got the road completely covered in water. There's not even a dry spot. Even here, standing in the middle of the road, I wouldn't want to drive down here because you can't really tell how deep it is in certain spots. Look over here on both sides. Water creeping up towards this condominium on this side, parking garage underneath. And then you take a look over here, and the water is right up to the curb. Hopefully you don't mind getting your shoes wet, Luis, because it's a little deeper down here. We're going to continue down here towards Indian Creek Drive and just see how deep it gets. Bear with me for a second. It's a little bit darker down here. We have power on this side on 30th Street between Indian Creek and Collins. We have power. There's a canal in front of us, and on the other side it appears that the power is totally out. So the water's pretty deep right here. Let's see. And then up here we get back to dry ground. This is now a road. Indian Creek Drive is dry here. But then as we look south, back underwater again. Look at this. You can't even see the curb here. It gets really deep right here on the corner. So this is definitely ocean water. That would be my guess, because it just hasn't been raining hard enough here for the last several hours for there to be this much rainwater. And this is actually a barge. Let's show them this, Luis. This is a barge in a canal, and the canal is so high that the barge is now at street level. So where you see that crane right there, that crane is on a barge in a canal. It's just very, very high, because as we showed you last hour, the water is really, really high in these canals around here. So hopefully the water stops rising, because it's close to the doors of some of these condos, Lynn and Jeff.
Brian, I have a question for you. Gee, that's something new. We have a question. Are you wearing tennis shoes, sneakers, instead of boots? Young man?
No, you saw that. I feel so embarrassed of that. Yeah, I actually do have my tennis shoes on.
Tisk tisk.
I know, and these are like my good gym shoes too. So
not anymore. They're not
your
good gym shoes
ones,
anymore.
But not anymore. No, we're being careful though. Yeah, we're not gonna we're looking everywhere we walk and.
And you know, we bring that up.
Don't worry, we won't get cut or anything.
Okay, yeah, I'm scolding Brian, but you know, it's true. I mean, you know, you don't want to walk in floodwaters. You don't know what's in there. We saw that with Texas, and you know, we want to wear boots, but well, you know, we'll forgive you. It just started. Maybe you'll get some boots later on today. I'll send you mine. How about that?
Brian.
Yeah, I'll get a good pair of boots.
One last question for you before we let you go to get some rest, maybe here for a little bit. It looks pretty calm there right now. When was the last big band that went through your area? I mean, have you been through this lull?
Yeah.
Wind, yes. So we've seen a lot of wind. The wind will pick up. Like even when we started this live shot down at the other end of 30th, it was pretty windy. And you know, I think we're almost like protected by the buildings right here, because I can hear the trees in the distance closer to the ocean, and we're just in like a really good little spot right here where there's no wind. So wind we've seen pretty constant throughout the night. Rain, we haven't seen rain here in a couple of hours. Like it's a drizzle. I mean, it's a constant drizzle, but those hard downpours when those bands come through, we haven't seen one of those in at least a couple of hours.
Okay, Brian Nenton showing us, and with his photographer as well, showing us the what could be storm surge, but definitely some flooding there on the beach.
Okay, so let's check in with another crew. Joe Rotes, I believe, in Miami still. Joe, pretty windy where you are at. What's going on there?
Hey, Jeff, you know what, real quick, if I heard correctly, Brian Enton was at 30th and Collins, and if he doesn't have rain boots, I actually have another pair with me right now. They're a size too small, so I won't be wearing them. If he wants to come over, if somebody wants to call him and let him know, he can come over here and pick them up. That way he can he can stay safe. But right now we are off of Bayshore near the Venetian Causeway, and yeah, it has really been a windy situation for us where we're standing right now. It is just, it's really been fascinating because like the wind really just has not let up for the last few hours at this point. I mean, it will get a little bit lighter, but it overall has not let up. And you know, we've got these wind gauges with us, and I've been kind of, you know, we're wedged between two buildings, so it is a bit of a wind tunnel. I've been getting gauges anywhere from, you know, 20, 30 to 40 miles an hour. Right now we're at about, you know, 26, 28, and then you'll get a nice strong gust that'll, you know, push it up past 30. But, you know, as I've been saying, it's this constant wind that we're dealing with out here. And as you take a look down the roadway here behind me out toward Bayshore, down toward the stop sign where we're standing, you can see that there are a couple of no parking signs. They're standing straight up. But as you kind of come a little bit closer to us, there's been some, you know, because they are dealing with stronger winds, they have been almost knocked to the side at this point. And I will say, I've walked down to that stop sign a couple times. The wind is definitely stronger closer to where we are, which is why those signs are off to the side. But down at that stop sign, it definitely lets up a bit. You know, I've told you about how we've had to watch out for debris. I actually had a chance to go find one of these lights that came off of the building here, and then this thing weighs about 20 pounds, I mean, at least. And as you can see, I mean, it rolls. And when this thing came off of the building up there, I mean, it hit the ground and it just went down the road like a tin can. So, I mean, that gives you an idea of just how strong these winds are out here. And again, it's been happening nonstop. We are getting a little bit of rain right now. That's what's been coming and going. I mean, it won't rain for a little bit, and then you'll get, you know, a nice little bit of rain. One thing that we have been talking about and we've really been paying attention to is on top of the building back there. I know it's dark out, but I do want to point it out to you. There's one of those construction cranes. We've been monitoring that one. It's probably the best visual that we can give you as far as that goes right now. That one has not been moving, so I'm assuming the winds where that is are not that strong right now. So that's good news up there, although we have shown you video throughout the day of several of them, you know, spinning around with these high winds coming through and everything. And that is something that we've explained. They could not be locked down as they were left for this storm. As I swing you around right now, I gotta ask you to bear with us because we're kind of tethered here. So I gotta have my photographer walk with us as I come back here. So we're at Sea Isle Marina right now, and that's kind of where we've been stationed throughout the day. And as I kind of drop our bag there, make sure it stays dry. You know, these are the boats that are out here. I mean, I will say even with high tide, they've been holding strong. You know, you can see them rocking back and forth. You probably see one over here with some blue LEDs on them. That's probably a good indication of just how choppy the water is right now. It's not overly choppy. It's not enough to, you know, put a boat underwater. I've walked out here. I haven't seen anything go underwater. The only thing we have seen go underwater, and I've told you about this a couple times, are these porta potties. There were 4 of them lined up against a wall. Well, we got one good gust earlier on, and those things, 4 of them, just went straight over. 2 of them went into the marina waters here behind me. So that is what we're dealing with out here. A little bit of a smell on top of all of that wind. Guys?
I was going to say stay upwind of that, Joe, please.
I was hoping that they were empty, but apparently maybe not. Poor fish and poor everybody else.
No,
poor Joe.
Definitely not empty, but they are locked. I mean, so it's just, yeah, definitely created a mess.
A little extra something for you there. All right, thank you so much, Joe Rhodes, reporting live there in Miami. You saw that light. We talked to him a couple of hours ago, and he was talking about light fixtures, but boy, when you saw that in person, it's this big and about 20 pounds, that's dangerous. That's why it's good to be inside and not on the road.
A nice wind gust could pick that up and throw it right at you. So.
Well, the wind looks like brought that light fixture down. The wind is also creating a problem when it comes to power outages. We were anticipating outages, and this is where we stand right now. In Miami-Dade County, almost 160,000 households without power. That's 156 to be specific. In Broward County, over 74,000 people without power. In Palm Beach, a little over 20,000 people without power. FP&L is working on this as we speak. If they can get out and winds are below 40 miles an hour, they'll get out and try to repair or work from the grid on a computer, do whatever they can to repair. And in the Keys, it's awful.
29,000 people, customers in the Keys right now without power. Upper Keys, about 3,000. So hopefully people there had their batteries and their radios ready to go. We're simulcasting right now, I believe, for those without power. Hopefully you can listen in and stay updated with Hurricane Irma. So in addition to the power outages, want to transition to maybe some new video we have coming in. Alex DeArmas has more on that. Alex?
Yeah, the wind, the rain not helping with this power problem. Of course, as you can imagine, a lot of transformers around South Florida have been blown out, and we have video we want to show you. This first video is out of Coral Gables, and if you're listening to us on our radio partners, imagine a screen of different apartments and homes with light, then a big blast, and then you see the power go out, in and out. If you're watching on TV, you see it for yourself right there, that big blast, and then affecting all those neighboring buildings. This one in Coral Gables, it was reported at about 8:15 p.m. We know no fire was reported, no injuries in this case. This one happening around the 700 block of Valencia. Our next piece of video is in Miami, this one right here. Similar situation. You see that blast, and then you see the lights flickering until they go out. This in Miami, near the area of Northwest 22nd Avenue and Flagler Street near Miami Senior High. If you live in any of these areas that I'm mentioning and you're out of power, this may be why. It's because these transformers in these areas are now blown out. The third piece of video I want to show you, also in Miami. This one was taken by a 7 News viewer from their apartment at 36th Street and Northeast 1st Avenue. We understand the area here that's affected is near Northeast 2nd Avenue and between 45th and 50th Street. Another similar situation, except this one I want to point out. You see those the flashes right there in the middle of your screen. So this video, the transformer blow, I guess, isn't as big, as extreme, but those little flashes, those are different transformers as they're blown out. And then if you notice, it's in the middle of a black area. So of course, all those apartments, all those homes, they have no power. And then you see the surrounding areas around with a little bit of light. And that just puts things into perspective, that there are just pockets of different areas that are affected because of these transformers that are blown out. The wind and rain not helping here. And Lynn mentioned, and Jeff as well, we know FP&L crews are out and about in the middle of the storm. Of course, safety is first, but they are out doing what they can to bring this power back. A lot of people without power right now. I know yesterday at around this time, already just 10,000 in Miami, about 10,000 customers in Miami at this time yesterday without power. And then you saw the numbers go up from there, Lynn and Jeff.
Wow, that's a pretty incredible video of power outages and transformers blowing and lights flickering on and off. Again, FP&L was predicting 4.1 people without power by the end of the storm. Right now, we're not there, but if you don't have power, it feels like it's forever. But just be patient. Jeff, you were telling me about an app. I was just trying to figure out if my house had power. What's the app to figure out if you've lost power?
Florida Power and Light. I believe you can go on there, enter in your address, and kind of get an idea based on the region.
Well, you know if you don't have power or not, but you can see, I guess, yeah, exactly, the area.
And your friends, your family,
right.
Check in on them. So, yeah, FPL has a great app where you can check in on that situation. So.
And they know if you have not, if you've lost power, by the way. You don't have to call FP&L, they're on it.
Yep.
This is a live picture of some really strong wind bands. This has been the scene there in Fort Lauderdale Beach for, gosh, I want to say 20 hours?
Those trees haven't stopped.
Yeah, nonstop, consistent, strong winds, a little bit of rain. It didn't seem like a lot of rain in the last 20 hours. I believe this is where Brandon Beyer is, but maybe that seawall will protect the beach from all the erosion. And the great news is we haven't seen one person on the road there in Fort Lauderdale, at least on the beach, in a good, I don't know, 15 hours. So people are heeding the warnings, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, on the north side of Fort Lauderdale Beach, you know, looking to years past, recent years past, it didn't have that structured, strong seawall. So we saw a lot of the sand wash over onto A1A there on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Again, looking into recent years, they've spent millions of dollars to extend that seawall. They finished it. I think it was late last year they finished it. So it looks like it's holding up very well. That's a good thing. Hopefully it continues to do so. But again, those live pictures right there out of Fort Lauderdale Beach. When we checked with Brandon earlier to really start our coverage off yesterday on Saturday, he really got the first significant bands with this storm. We saw those tornadoes. There was one tornado that started off as a water spout, moved inland through Oakland Park, continued on as a tornado. I'm sure we'll be looking at that damage once we get daylight tomorrow. But he's seen some pretty bad stuff out there with the rain and wind.
Hurricane Irma is now a Category 4 and approaching the Keys. Let's turn things over to Vivian Gonzalez for an update on as we are tracking Hurricane Irma and exactly where she's at and what we can expect. Vivian?
A Cat 4 system, 130-mile-per-hour winds as of the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory, and it's just continuing to move slowly to the northwest at around 6 miles per hour, and it will be approaching and moving through the lower Florida Keys in a couple of hours. Now, the latest satellite representation is showing that the eye is visible, and that's a sign of a strengthening system over the Florida Straits, and we still have the outer feeder bands impacting South Florida and a good portion of the Sunshine State, but torrential downpours, strong winds continue for eastern, central, and even western Cuba. But here's a good view of the local storm tracking radar. These deep shades of reds, that's where we're finding the most destructive winds with Irma. And the outer bands continue to impact parts of South Florida. And I do believe we have some reports to talk about. A strong hurricane force wind gust being reported of 74 miles per hour in the dry Tortugas. We also have another tropical storm force wind gust of 60 miles per hour at Turkey Point. We also have another tropical storm force wind gusts of 43 miles per hour in portions of the University of Miami. So definitely squally weather moving in and out of South Florida, but widespread rain has been impacting the region too. But some of these downpours that we see out there will be booking quickly from time to time, producing those strong winds. And around Pembroke Pines, it's quite heavy right now in Fort Lauderdale along I-95. We move into 595. I-75 and US 27 pretty widespread, and then Alligator Alley too. And in Miami-Dade, we have heavy, consistent rain around Tamiami Trail, around the University of Miami too, around US 1, Coral Gables, and South Miami. We move into Cutler Bay and Homestead. We're also seeing heavy, steady rain. We move on into portions of the Florida Keys, and we're also seeing quite a bit of activity there too. I believe my clicker's stuck right now. We're going to see if we can get it working. There we go. Yes, technology in South Florida, it's a beautiful thing when it works. But here at home, we're going to be continuing to watch Irma because it's just to the south of Key West and it will be approaching the area. And they've been dealing with consistent rain. So let's talk about the tornado watch that is in effect for several counties. Because those bands of Irma will be capable of spinning up some isolated tornadoes, this watch box will be in effect at least until noon. And as far as the forecast track is concerned, it's a Cat 4 system. Hurricane Center sent out a statement a little while ago suggesting that it could get a little stronger as it nears the lower Florida Keys in the next few hours. But by 8 o'clock, it should be passing the lower Florida Keys as a Cat 3 system, moving over or near the west coast of Florida on Sunday in the evening, 120-mile-per-hour winds, and then definitely a dangerous situation underway for Tampa and even Sarasota, St. Petersburg because of where they're located and the potential for dangerous storm surge there too down the road. Cedar Key possibly getting impacted with Irma as a Category 1 system, 90-mile-per-hour winds by Monday morning, and then eventually it will be raining itself out around the lower Mississippi Valley, possibly Ohio River Valley into the middle part of the week. So as far as Irma is concerned, it's a powerful and large system, and just because the forecast track moved a bit more towards the west. It doesn't mean that we're just out of the woods just yet as far as rain and wind and the potential of seeing severe weather is concerned. But Irma, once it starts to move into the Florida Keys, hurricane force winds widespread of 130 miles per hour will be likely around these locations. The hurricane force winds extend 70 miles out from the center, but the tropical storm force winds extend 205 miles out from the center. So a good portion of the state will be getting these steady, consistent, sustained winds of about 40 miles per hour or higher. So in the intensity scale, a Cat 4 ranges between 130 to 156 miles per hour. And the type of damage that we could see with a system like this is catastrophic damage to buildings, and most trees are uprooted and power could be lost possibly for months. The last Cat 4 system to impact southwest Florida was Charlie in Punta Gorda in 2004. And I do believe we have some other reports to talk about. We have hurricane force wind gusts of 79 miles per hour located in Key West, and also around the lower Florida Keys, another hurricane force wind gust of 83 miles per hour. And this one is also from Key West. Thank you so much. Right now, let's talk about those gusts because they're also kicking and in Broward and Miami-Dade at 49 miles per hour. And in West Kendall, it's up to 54 miles per hour. And certainly hurricane conditions will be reaching the lower Florida Keys shortly, if not already. And wind gusts here at home could be nearing hurricane force as we go into tomorrow night, too, even with Irma pulling away from South Florida. Now, as far in terms of impacts are concerned, just because the system moved a bit more towards the west, it doesn't mean that we won't be feeling the effects of Irma, because hurricane force winds of a Cat 1, Cat 2 range will be possible around interior Broward and far southern Miami-Dade, but tropical storm force elsewhere as far as sustained winds as we go throughout the day today. And as far as the forecast is concerned, we're looking at more rain to accumulate around South Florida. Key Biscayne, over 8 inches was reported. In Miami, already up to 4, and in Miramar, nearing 3 inches. So a flood threat will be imminent across South Florida all the way through Monday evening with the flood watch in effect. Some of the models are saying 10 to 15 inches, isolated amounts of up to 20 for some areas. The Florida Keys could see isolated amounts of up to 25 inches of rain. So here's the forecast. This morning, landfall will happen around the lower Florida Keys, and the models are showing heavy rain and wind spreading into South Florida, especially southwest Florida, as it brushes the Sunshine State and rides along the state. And then Monday morning, the rain will persist across the area, and we'll still have a chance of rain going into Tuesday morning. After that, sunny skies, mostly dry weather will return to the area, but there is a hurricane warning in effect for South Florida for hurricane conditions likely in the warning area in the next 24 hours, or at least continuing throughout the next day or so. But this warning extends into Daytona Beach and Jacksonville and a good portion of the Big Bend area of Florida, Panama City under a tropical storm warning, the coastline of Georgia under a tropical storm warning. Points inland around Georgia under a tropical storm watch. Around the immediate coastline of Miami-Dade and southwest Florida, the Florida Keys under a storm surge warning. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
Vivian, thank you so much. All right, now we have an opportunity to speak with Miami Fire Rescue Captain Iggy Carroll on the phone. Iggy, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you for being up with us at 3 in the morning on a Sunday. So how has rescue been? What have you guys been encountering? Have people been good in staying off the roadways?
Well, yeah, they're definitely adhering to the curfew. At least 95% of the people are. But some of the challenges that we are dealing with is with 911 calls. We want people to understand that with 911 calls, with the wind gusts, you can't respond. It's too dangerous for first responders to go. So we're having to field the calls and respond when it's safe for the stations to go out there. So we have them to assess it, and if they're able to respond, then they do that safely. But we want people to understand that it's very difficult for them to respond out there, and they can't expect a 4 to 6 minute response time when you need to assess the situation out there before responding.
And Captain, I want to say first and foremost here, I have the utmost respect for you and your colleagues. I've worked with you, Iggy, for so many years out in the field. You guys do such a great job protecting us, protecting South Florida. We just want to thank you. I know your families are at home, and you're staying up with us. You're making sure on the streets right now that people are safe. So first off, again, I want to thank you. Secondly, as we look ahead of this storm, I think Brian Lynn was talking about it, and our other reporters, you still don't want to go out in the standing water. It can be very dangerous. What would you tell our viewers as we get to the other side of Hurricane Irma? What can they do to protect themselves?
Well, you have some people that have been through it before, but definitely you're going to have a lot of hazards once the storm has passed. And like Vivian said earlier, just because the storm has moved a little to the west doesn't mean that we're out of the cone of danger or that the fact that there's still not a hazard out there. But what we encourage people to do is to assess the damaged areas of their homes safely, but don't go out and start walling through the water or thinking that they want to go and see what other areas look like, because there's potential for wires that are down. There's areas that could be severely flooded where you can't see what the street conditions are like below the water. And we've had situations before where manholes have actually come loose, and you could be walking and you fall right into one. So there's a lot of things that you have to take into consideration, but we ask that you just use, precaution when you're walking around.
And we're looking, Iggy, and for those viewers who are actually listening to us on the radio, we're looking at some street flooding as we're talking to you. So you mentioned that you were getting some 911 calls, and of course you guys can't go out if the winds are too strong, stronger than 40 miles an hour. What kind of calls, what are people saying when they call in for 911? What are they asking for?
Well, you have some that have some different medical issues, but then you also have some people who are doing some things at home that they possibly got injured. And what we want people to do is that when you're in a hurricane mode where you're waiting for the storm to pass by, try to do things that is not going to get you hurt. You got to understand that if you need 911 to respond, it would be very difficult to do that. So we ask people not to do anything that could cause them to hurt themselves.
And Captain, how are you working with the police department, on the logistics side of things here? I guess you're tapping into the EOC. Is that sort of the hub for communications?
Right. The EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, is where the base of the operations is, and this is where you have multiple agencies besides the police department. To answer your question, we're working very closely with them, with responding on calls. But I think as first responders as a whole, we definitely want people to follow by the curfew rules. They're in place for a reason. The winds can cause a lot of debris to become projectiles, and that's how a lot of people get hurt. So I think first responders as a whole are definitely working close together to make sure that their community is safe.
Captain Carroll, as daybreak starts in a couple of hours, what are you anticipating some of your calls will be?
Well, we believe that as daybreak comes around, we're probably going to have some people that are going to try to assess some of the damage. They'll probably try to do that in between the wind gusts, thinking that it's a good time to go out, but they need to understand that it's still going to be close to us. And we want them to use caution, but really wait till the storm has passed by. And the only way they'll know that is by monitoring your media stations.
And Captain, you've worked these storms before. How does this one compare to storms in the past? We had Hurricane Matthew last year. Obviously, that one was further off the east coast of Florida. Does it appear, from your vantage point, driving throughout the region, that people have been listening to the warnings and staying safe?
This is definitely a big storm, and I know that we've had our share of storms here before. But I think people adhere to the order to evacuate. We know some people have stayed around, but as of now, I think we've been very, very fortunate, and we don't want to jinx it, so we're going to knock on wood and just wait for it to pass us up so that we can go ahead and go into the recovery phase.
And maybe one last question here, Captain. Any communication with the shelters? Do you know how that situation's going?
Yes, in the city we have 4 shelters, and what we've done is that we've staffed it with paramedics at each one of them, so that if there was any kind of medical incident that takes place, we're able to have personnel there to respond. And then just like with regular 911 calls, when we feel that it's safe that if they need to be transported, then we would facilitate a transport in between those periods when the winds are not as strong as they normally are.
Wow, we did not know that. So medical shelters in Miami are staffed with first responders who also had to leave their families and are working around the clock. Captain Ignatius Carroll, thank you so much for talking to us today on the phone here on Sunday morning at 3:15. You're with Miami Fire Rescue. Wish you guys all the best. And again, thank you so much for your service. Wish you the best as day breaks. And just to repeat what Captain Carroll mentioned again, you know, if you call 911, they're not going to be able to come out to you if winds are too strong, more than 40 miles an hour. You know, don't be getting on a ladder or doing, you know, dangerous things at home that may cause risk to you, because a risk to you is a risk to a first responder as well. That's really interesting about the shelters, and that's
didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't know that exactly. You know, we saw some video about an hour ago of Miami shores. It was incredible. It looked like somebody was in a boat and shot some video of, you know, the ocean with some homes in the background, but actually it was flooding in Miami shores. Somebody was in a car, not a good idea to do, and was shooting with their cell phone. So the shores apparently has a little bit of flooding. Let's go to Sheldon Fox. He's in Miami shores, and we have him live. Sheldon, I think.
Hey, Lynn and Jeff. You know, Lynn, you talked about the winds being strong. Well, they're especially strong right here in Miami shores. We were told by the cops just a few minutes ago to stay well away from the seawall, which they don't trust. And we'll show it to you now. And Patricio, I want you to be careful here, because it's a vulnerable spot. That sea. Look at the waves crashing up on that thing. This is 96th Street, where it meets Bayshore Drive, 96th Street and Biscayne Bay, essentially. A gorgeous section of Miami shores on a better day than this. It's pretty scary and frightening now, and we could show you the flooding in the street. Lots of water put in the street from all this, and we saw it looking a lot worse than how it looks right now. It looks pretty bad, really bad. The cops drove up and said, "Hey, what are you guys doing out here?" I said, "Look, we're out here trying to inform the public that this is unsafe. We're covering the effects of Hurricane Irma." They said, "Look, do us a favor, stay away from that seawall, because well, we don't trust it." Guys?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's really good advice, because, you know, they don't want you to get hurt because they don't have to jump in and help you or maybe feel bad about it. But that's pretty incredible. So, Sheldon, it looks really dark behind you. Is that because that's the bay, or is there, you think, some power outages?
Well, yeah, it's a combination of both. The power actually here, Lynn, looks like it's, for the most part, it looks like it's held up. Sometimes they've got generators that power these lights. These lights along, Patricio, get a good shot of those lights up against the bay there. If you can get a shot of those lights and the waves that are coming, the lighting camera-wise isn't really the best. And yeah, part of that is the open bay and the darkness along the open bay and on it. But this section of Miami shores, strangely enough, I see lighting, but it could also be, oh, you need a wipe, don't you? It could also be, Lynn, a matter of people having generators, or, you know, the special lights on the outside of their homes. But needless to say, this is not the spot to be walking around yet. This is still a really kind of dangerous situation with lots of heavy winds. The rain, no picnic either. It's pelting me in the face. I'm glad for this hood.
You know, I'm glad you brought up the generators. Not a good time to use a generator. We don't know. I mean, we're guessing, you just guessed. Maybe they're generators, maybe it's special lighting. But just a reminder to everybody, you're not supposed to break out your generators until the winds have died down. And when they do die down, we'll talk about generators in the morning sometime when day breaks, and how to do that safely. You always want to have your generator outside. You don't want to run it in your garage with it being closed.
Very dangerous.
Exactly. So, Sheldon, how long have you been in the shores? And you know, this evening, not your whole life, but I mean, how's it been?
It's been unpleasant all night. We were over by, you remember the boats that were coming up from that seawall, and sort of the storm surge that sent the boats sort of bobbing up and down. There were a couple of boats that were, we had some boats on lifts that looked like they were going to be fine, and they ended up getting slammed. Lots of metal clanking, and in one case we had a boat that if it survives and even stays tied down at that marina, the Quayside Marina, which is very close to Miami Shores, northeast Miami-Dade, the same bay that we're looking at right here, just a little bit basically to my right, really. So we've been in the shores all night, to answer your question, Lynn, for the most part, if not the shores, very close to it. And it's been windy, it's been rainy, it's been especially strong with the wind, and I wish that we could go a little bit closer to that seawall, but I don't want to chance it. The surge near the shores and in northeast Miami-Dade is what's really the eye-popping thing here. Look at how the waves are crashing up. Look at all the white water that comes off of that seawall. It's no fun.
Yeah.
Unless you like getting wet and getting pelted by the salt water actually tastes kind of good.
You need some chips with that.
Cleans the mouth, right? Sheldon, the shot is kind of dark right there.
There's a.
If you could guess, how deep do you think that surge water is where you're at in the shores?
How deep do you think the water is?
Say it one more time. How
deep do you think that water is? That surge water right there.
Oh, how deep? You know, I can tell you this, it's let up a little bit. We had more water, it's draining well, because we had more water in the street earlier, and the rain hasn't stopped, and, you know, the fact that, well, I would say a couple, maybe a foot and a half, maybe 2, and I think it was higher earlier. So kudos to the shores for having good drainage, because the water does go down. That's a positive.
Yeah, that is storm surge, and that is a positive. It is going down. Wow, that's pretty significant. Sheldon Fox, thank you, and to you and your photographer and all of our reporters out there bringing you the effects of Hurricane Irma.
We have a great team, don't we?
Yeah, we really do.
I mean, everyone's working hard. It's early in the morning. You know, the eye of the storm is still 2 hours south, you know, moving up to the Keys, and everyone's working so hard trying to give us and you at home the vantage point of what's going on outside. And, you know, it's a big team effort here going on.
You want some good news? Okay, so there was this dog who was in a canal, and look at this. He was about to go under, and this is in Deerfield Beach. And when a firefighter, I believe, first responders, saw the dog was struggling, jumped in, swam about 1,000 feet to get the dog, and just as he was about to go under because the dog was exhausted from treading water, he rescued him. And I think he put a little doggy vest around him, or some sort of vest, and swam back to shore, plucked him out, helped him out with some resuscitation, I believe, gave him some doggy CPR, and he was reunited with his owner. This was about before things got really nasty. What day is it? Sunday? This was maybe 8 hours ago, 6 hours ago. Deerfield Beach, first responders, you know, kudos to them, saving a life, whether it be animal or human.
Every call is different. They never know what they're going to get themselves into. And we just talked to Captain Ignatius Carroll with City of Miami Fire Rescue. These guys working so hard around the clock, you know, again, not knowing what call they're going to go to. And that's why they want people to stay indoors so they don't have to respond. But if they do, they're there and ready to step up if they need to.
And swimming 1,000 feet.
Not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, exactly.
That canal
I'm probably jumped in, obviously, with his clothes on. Let's go to Alex DeArmas at the news desk for more on power issues.
I like that video of the dog, right? It's a little bit of good news, and it just shows that we got to all stick together here no matter what and help each other out. But yeah, Lynn, I have video of, check this out. This right here, these are not fireworks. Not fireworks.
Okay, I think we're having some audio issues right there with Alex. We'll see if we can get her hooked up. But looks like a power line right there, sparking. Pinecrest is where this video is coming from.
Wow.
And, you know, wet weather, electricity do not mix. And this is what happens when, you know, we start to get those power outages and we start to see those transformers
It looks like
exploding.
4th of July.
It does,
Isn't it
right?
beautiful? It's not beautiful when it's in your backyard.
Dangerous.
Very scary. Okay, it's 3:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning covering Hurricane Irma for you. And, you know, maybe, Alex, you forgot to put on your mic. It's happened to me numerous times when I'm not tired, so I don't know what happened. But let's go back to Alex. Tell us where this is and what we're seeing.
Yeah, Lynn and Jeff, sorry about that. Yeah, this is Pinecrest, to be exact, 106th Street and Southwest 73rd Court. And like you said, this looks like fireworks. It's not. These are power lines sparking. You can see the explosions. And just a few moments ago, we showed you some video of transformers as they were blown out across town. We showed you video from Coral Gables and Miami, but this right here, if you're listening to us on the radio, imagine a sky filled with fireworks, except they're not. They're power lines. And it's one after another after another. We know a number of people are without power this morning at 3:22. So a lot of people waking up on this Sunday morning without power, and it's because of this reason. The rain, the wind, not helping out the situation. This was sent to us by a 7 News viewer just a few minutes ago, and we continue to get these videos from you at home, and we thank you for that. And as soon as we have something else, we'll bring it to you. But again, not fireworks. These are power lines. Lynn and Jeff?
And look at the result there.
Yeah. Scary.
Yeah, you know, you wonder, like, how they got that video. Maybe they heard some popping and they went to the window and started recording, but that was incredible. Looks to be a transformer blowing.
Got to be safe when you shoot that video, too.
You really do. And it's so loud and scary. I hate when that happens and transformers blow, but FP&L says they're working on repairing as we speak. Miami-Dade, almost 165,000 residents without power. Broward County, almost 75,000. Palm Beach County, almost 22,000.
Okay, and I think we have some live pictures. We're here in the studio, and we have a metal roof, and we can hear the rain. This is our roof camera in North Bay Village, pretty much right in the middle of Biscayne Bay, and got a rain band moving on through. You can see that camera kind of jittering right there, shaking around in that wind as another band from Hurricane Irma makes her way through North Bay Village.
Good news is not a car in sight. That's good news because safety first. Let's go to Vivian Gonzalez in the Weather Center for more on Irma. Vivian?
That's right, Lynn and Jeff. As of the 3 o'clock update, or at least just for the position, Irma still remains a Cat 4 system, 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving slowly to the northwest at 6 miles per hour and located 65 miles to the southeast of Key West, Florida. Now, the satellite picture in the last couple of hours has been showing a healthier-looking Irma because its interaction with the northern coast here of Cuba weakened it a little bit. But the center managed to stay, or at least a good portion of it, over the waters where it maintained that major status. But now well over the Florida Straits and making its way towards the northwest, closing in on the lower Florida Keys, we've been finding that it's been reorganizing and intensifying, and it's a Cat 4 system once again. The outer bands reaching as far north as north and central Florida. Also, Cuba continues to get pounded with plenty of heavy rain and also strong winds. Now, the center of Irma, you could clearly tell where it's located on the local storm tracking radar. These deep shades of reds, that's where we're finding the most destructive winds around the eye wall. And these are the ones that have those sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. The outer bands of Irma making it into South Florida and producing squally weather, strong gusty winds, and even last night producing some tornadoes. Now, around parts of Jupiter and West Palm Beach, heavy rain, lots of lightning sitting offshore, the same for Boca Raton. We move on over into portions of Broward County from Deerfield Beach into Parkland along the Sawgrass, well inland into Coral Springs. We have moderate rain, even Tamarack. Parts of Palm Ave along the Florida Turnpike also getting drenched. Lauderhill, Sunrise, even Plantation seeing lots of heavy rain. And if you're wondering what the weather is like in Davie, Cooper City, Southwest Ranches, steady rain and moderate and heavy at times, even into Royal Palm Ranches, I-75 all the way into US 27. We move on over into parts of Country Club, Hialeah, and Miami Lakes also dealing with steady rainfall. Now heavier as we move on into the coastline around Hollywood and Dania Beach. We move into Doral around parts of 74th Street, 58th Street. That's where we're finding some constant rain. Miami Springs around Okeechobee Road too. Then we move on into Brickell Hammocks and Coral Gables into South Miami, and even Sunset getting pounded with heavy rain and some strong wind gusts being reported here. We move on over into inland portions of central Miami-Dade, Country Walk, the Hammocks, Also parts of Homestead, Naranja, Florida City, seeing that consistent rain moving in onshore because of the outer bands of Irma. And the Florida Keys just don't get a break from Key Largo through Marathon, even Key West. And you could clearly see that the center of Irma is just closing in on the lower Florida Keys. And the system is so large and so powerful that we've been feeling it here. As far as a tornado watch is concerned, it will run through 12 o'clock today, and the center is expected to be passing the lower Florida Keys right around 8 o'clock this morning as a potential Category 3 system moving over or near the west coast of Florida by this evening with 120-mile-per-hour winds, possibly brushing Tampa and Sarasota. Very serious situation for them that is expected down the road. And then eventually a Cat 1 system impacting the Big Bend area of Florida down the road around Georgia, lower Mississippi Valley. That's when we're going to start to see significant weakening and Irma starting to rain itself out. As far as Irma is concerned, it's a Cat 4 system, and closer to home, we're going to be feeling stronger winds as a result of Irma. And the hurricane force winds extend about 70 miles out from the center, and the tropical storm force winds 205 miles out from the center. And that means that around inland Broward and Miami-Dade, at least when Irma is starting to move through the Florida Keys, that's the interior portions will be feeling hurricane force winds of maybe a Cat 1 or a Cat 2 system, but tropical storm force winds sustained elsewhere. Right now, gusts are clocking in at 54 miles per hour in West Kendall, 49 in downtown Miami to 68 mile per hour wind gusts in the Florida Keys. Now, the forecast throughout the next 24 hours is calling for gusts to range near hurricane force along the immediate coastline, despite the fact that Irma will be moving away from the parts of South Florida, or at least southwest coast of Florida. So we're going to be feeling the long-lasting effects of this statewide affair. Rain estimates so far in Key Biscayne, almost 8.5 inches of rain in Key Biscayne, Miami, 4 inches, nearing 3 inches in Miramar. And a flood watch will remain in effect until Monday evening. A lot of the models are saying 10 to 15 inches of rain, isolated amounts of up to 20. And for the Florida Keys, some areas could see about 25 inches of rain, and that's not taking into account the flooding that they will see because of storm surge. Now, here's the futurecast to show you that the center of Irma will make landfall on the lower Florida Keys in the next couple of hours, probably just before 8 o'clock this morning. And then it will start to move on towards the north. We're still going to be feeling the rain persisting all the way through Monday morning. And by Monday evening, the rain will start to wind down a little bit. So at least through Tuesday, we have a good rain chance in the forecast, but the wind will start to lighten up a little bit by then. There is a hurricane warning in effect for all of South Florida for the potential of experiencing hurricane conditions in as far as winds and also weather-related events across South Florida in the warning area. The same for a good portion of the state. The Panhandle, tropical storm warning, but along both coastlines, not including Broward and Palm Beach right now, there is a storm surge warning in effect. That's the very latest.
Vivian, I'm not sure if you can, or upstairs, well, we can kind of see it over our shoulder here, the radar. We see that deepest red around the eye wall. There it is, right there. Lynn's pointing it. There we go, close up. What is Key West, almost over to Marathon, what are they about to experience in further detail when that ring begins to make its way over the Keys?
Well, they are already experiencing hurricane conditions because the hurricane force winds already extend 70 miles out from the center, and the actual center is about 60 miles to the southeast of Key West. So hurricane conditions will sustain winds already of 130 miles per hour, already reaching the lower Florida Keys. And that is certainly a very serious and potentially catastrophic situation for them, not in terms of just only winds, but as far as surge is concerned, because they get it from both sides. So it's like a 1-2 punch for them. So they get it from the north side and the southern side of Irma too, and then it gets enhanced during times of high tide. So a very, very a serious situation for them.
And the National Hurricane Center predicted that the islands would be underwater. So our hearts go out to everybody in Key West and all of the Keys Poor Key West. Vivian Gonzalez, thank you so much. As soon as we get pictures out of Key West, that's the number one thing that we want to see, of course. We'll turn it around for you. That could be quite some time. Yeah. Let's go now to Miami Beach and 7's Brian Enton, who is experiencing a little bit of a surge and flooding when we spoke to him a short time ago. Brian?
So we've actually moved to Watson Island. We are right behind Parrot Jungle on Watson Island, and there is this boat ramp back here. We were actually here earlier today, and there's problems here now. There's a huge difference from earlier today. These boats that you see here, like this one right here, this is a boat that was anchored out in the bay here and has come loose from its anchor and has drifted in and is now just pushing against the ramp right here. So when we were here maybe 6 hours ago, that boat, like all the others, was anchored out in the bay. Basically, the owners anchored them out there rather than having them at the dock, thinking that they would be safer from the storm. But the issue is a number of these boats, including this one, have now come loose from their anchors or dragged their anchors because of the high winds, and they are now crashing up against the boat ramps right here. It's the same thing over here if you follow me over here as we see the waves coming up. This is another boat. This one was up here earlier, and this is another one that was anchored out in the bay and has now shifted up. This one is called Captain Hook, and it is now actually halfway underwater. Behind it, that beautiful fishing boat you see, that one was at least a couple hundred feet further in the bay when we were here earlier, and it is now getting dangerously close to the shoreline also. So that one is apparently dragging. So not a good situation for these boats. Let's go over here, Luis. Let's show them. This goes on and on. There's actually a sailboat. I want to take you around the corner over here. We saw a sailboat earlier today that we could tell was dragging. This was still during the daylight, like around 5 or 6 o'clock. And now look where this sailboat is. You can see the mast sticking out through the top of these trees right here. It has now completely slammed into the shoreline. And this is not a good situation for this boat. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be anyone on board any of these boats that are out here. They were just anchored out in the bay, and then the owners left them, hoping that they'd be okay during the storm. But you see this sailboat is now on its side in the trees here, and this is not the only one. There are a few others. Let me see how far down there. I don't know if we want to walk all the way down, but there's at least 2 others just like this sailboat that are in the trees, washed up on the shore. So not a good situation right now at this little harbor behind Parrot Jungle on Watson Island. Jeff and Lynn.
Wow. And, you know, we talked to you maybe 5 hours ago when you reported live on Watson Island, Brian, and it was a little lighter, and it was really, the bay was filled with sailboats that were moored down, tied down, and that is a beautiful boat behind you, large, and it looks to be total devastation. And we were talking about this. Imagine, as we look at this live picture of this boat just slammed against the rocks, you know, again, we were not even in the eye. We are outside of the eye. These are the outer bands of feeder bands that have been relentless throughout this whole 20 hours or so because the storm is moving so slowly.
Just imagine what Key West
yeah, and that's what we're saying. So we're getting some damage from the feeder bands. Imagine what our friends in Key West are going through right now in the eye of this Category 4 storm. Wow.
Okay, Brian, get safe for a few moments.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, you got it.
No, go ahead.
No,
go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, yeah, this is just the wind. This is the wind pushing these boats, the waves and the wind. And my grandpa had a boat similar to this, a sailboat. And what they would do is when there was a storm coming, a tropical storm or a hurricane, this is exactly what they did. Rather than have it at a dock where it can be damaged when the waves come and push it up against the pilings in the dock, a lot of people who own boats, they decide to take them out in the bay and anchor them thinking that they'll be safer. But apparently that's not the case for a lot of the boats here in this little waterway behind Parrot Jungle.
Yeah, that's true. And dry docking, you know, a regular boat it can be very expensive. So, Yeah, I'm sure they were hoping for the very best and did their very best to anchor it down. Thank you so much, Brian Enton, reporting there with his photographer from Watson Island on some significant boat damage from those strong winds.
I think boat repair shops are going to be very busy.
Yeah, and insurance
in the weeks
companies.
to come. That too, yeah, as we survey all this damage. Talking about the power now, going back to that, Florida Power and Light, I believe we have a representative from FPL on the phone right now. Brian Garner, are you with us?
I'm with you. Thanks for having me, Lynn and Jeff.
Yeah, you bet. Brian, I know you guys are working hard, you and your crews. Kind of bring us up to speed with power outages here in South Florida.
Sure. Well, you've been tracking the storm just as we have, and as you know, Miami-Dade, Broward County starting to feel some of the serious effects of this storm. Currently, I think there are 164,000 customers in Miami-Dade County who have lost power, and approximately 74,000 customers in Broward County. But this is just the beginning of this storm for Florida. As you know, we've been saying all week that we expect millions of customers will be impacted by this storm because it will span much of the state. The good news is we've got a lot of folks on the ground ready to respond. 16,000 people are here, part of our restoration force from 30 different states and Canada. They've been streaming into the state all week, and they are pre-positioned so that as soon as the winds let up, they're going to get in there and restore power until every customer's lights are back on.
Yeah, we're looking, Mr. Garner, at video we're looping for our viewers. And actually, we're going to go back to the radar. But we were looking at all those trucks, FP&L trucks on the road, ready to help. And of course, as we talked about, and you just talked about, getting help from other states around the country. Tell listeners who maybe are listening who do not have power right now what they can expect. Do they need to call you? And, you know, the number one question is, when are we going to get our power back on?
Of course. And so the first question you asked, do they need to call us? The best way to stay connected with us, there's an FPL mobile app. You can download it either on Google Play or the App Store. That's a great way to stay connected with us. You can report an outage. You can get updates on the status of the outage and the restoration. Also, fpl.com/storm on your mobile device. It's a great way to stay connected with us. But we also have a smarter grid than we did the last time a major hurricane hit Florida 10 years ago. And so we do have, between the smart meters on your home or your business and devices along the grid, we have greater visibility. So we do have a sense of who is out of power. And rest assured, we are going to be out there restoring power around the clock until people are restored. As far as when people will get their power back on, we won't have an exact estimate until the storm passes and we get the full extent of the damage. Those who are on the southwest corner of our state and up the west coast where they may face a direct hit from this, Category 3 or stronger winds, they may be facing a rebuilding of the grid in many cases. So rather than days, it could be weeks before that entire grid is rebuilt. In other places where it is lower wind speeds, we could be looking at days of restoration. So it really depends on where you are and the extent of the damage.
And Brian, I was just going to ask you that, you know, speaking about the Keys, and we're looking at the radar loop right here of Hurricane Irma. Looks like it's doing a beeline right for Key West. Vivian Gonzalez, our meteorologist, saying that the eye would likely pass sometime around 8 o'clock this morning. With your knowledge of the Keys, are a lot of the lines buried there? You know, what are you going to be facing on the flip side of this? I mean, this is a destructive storm, Category 4. It will likely hit Key West as. What's going to happen to the power grid, like you said there?
Those are above ground lines. They actually are not FPL lines. It's served by a cooperative utility. The Keys are, we represent half the state, about 5 million customers, but not in the Florida Keys. It is obviously going to be a very challenging situation for utility workers in the Keys because they are directly in the line of fire here.
And so back to our question about what viewers and listeners can do if they have a power outage. You mentioned you have the FP&L app. We can also go online. But for those who maybe don't have a smartphone or they don't have a computer, maybe they have a landline, do you advise them to just, you know, not give you a call because you know that their power is out, or what should they do?
Yes, I would say we are going to know if you're out of power. So you can report it through your mobile device because that's a great way to stay in touch and get updates on the status of the outage and the restoration, but rest assured, we are going to know that you're out of power. And in fact, when we start restoring power, once the storm passes, our crews will go out into neighborhoods, and thanks to the smart grid, instead of only restoring power to a single home who might report an outage, our folks will have an iPad, and they'll be able to see everyone in that neighborhood, and they won't leave until every single customer is restored. And that's some of the value of the technology we now have along our grid.
Mr. Garner, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. You know, why is it that some people in the